What you're about to watch is a full course on my exact system to build my recruitment company to over 7 figures. And the truth is, I used to charge for this as a course, which is why you may see me mention the name Recruitable University throughout the video. I originally created Recruitable University as a paid program where I taught everything I knew about building and scaling a recruitment agency. But honestly, I just didn't have the time to manage it all whilst also running my own recruitment business. So instead, I took every single module from the paid course and drip fed them onto my YouTube channel over the past few months. But what I'm doing now is combining it all into one complete comprehensive video. This is literally everything I taught in the paid version, nothing being held back. You're getting the full course completely free right here on my YouTube channel. Now, this course may give you all the knowledge you need, but learning is only half of the battle. Implementation is where most people get stuck. They watch the content, they understand it, but then they don't know what to do when they hit a roadblock or have specific questions about their situation. That's exactly why I run a free weekly Q&A where you can ask me anything about your recruitment agency, specific problems you're facing, whatever you need help with. To join these Q&A sessions, all you need to do is join my Telegram group. I share the link every Thursdays and we jump on a call together. It's completely free. It's a great way to get personalized advice and connect with other people who are on the same journey as you. You'll find the link to the Telegram group in the description below. But before we dive into module 1, let me just reiterate that I've put over 10 years of recruitment experience into this course. Everything you're about to learn is stuff I've personally tested and used to build my own successful recruitment business. So if you get value from this video, I'd really appreciate if you could give this video a like and leave a comment letting me know which of the module was most helpful for you. It helps me understand what kind of content you guys want to see more of, and it helps other people also find videos like this. That's all from me. Let's get straight into the video. So if we have a look at the course in itself, it will consist of 6 modules as we explained. The first module being Recruitment Foundation, how to start your own recruitment agency from A to Z, from selecting a name, how to select a name, to opening up your own limited company, making the website, having your telephone lines, making sure you are up and running to be a recruitment agency. Then the second module, which will be niche mastery, how to select a niche, looking at the different niches and going into general recruitment and niche recruitment, looking at which niches are at the moment really busy and booming and which niches are dying down and you want to stay away from. And we'll be going through talent acquisition, how to attract the right talent, how to attract the right candidate to your recruitment agency, how to find candidates. We'll be going through job boards, we'll be going through different methods of attracting those candidates to work for you. Then we've got the corporate alliance. So module 4 will consist of how to attract clients, how to win business, how to service those clients, how to ensure that you are a competitor, or so you are keeping up with your competitor and you are also getting a slice of that huge market value industry. Then we'll be going through module 5, which will be sales side of things, how to successfully make a sale, how to close those sales, how to differentiate between how to be different from killing a lead and turning that not so warm lead into a warm lead. So we'll be going through how to do cold calling, how to handle objections, how to overcome difficult candidates or difficult clients as well. So how to overcome difficult candidates and how to overcome difficult clients. And then we'll be going through the last module, which will be module 6 on the business operation, how to operate and manage your business, whether it'll be outsourcing candidates, whether it'll be the payroll side of things, look at the terms and conditions, which can be daunting. And it's sometimes what puts people off. I don't have any terms. We'll be going through templates. We'll be going through how to manage a remote team. So there'll be a lot to learn, and there'll be tons and tons of benefits for you. So make sure that you are taking plenty of notes and that you are following the steps that are provided. And I hope so far you are excited to embark upon this course. So we'll be going through from A to Z on how to start your own business. So module 1 will consist of the following lessons. What is a recruitment agency? Is recruitment a saturated market? What tools do I need to get started and how much do I need to start a recruitment agency? What are the benefits of using a recruitment agency for clients? So first and foremost, what is a recruitment agency? So we'll be going through what a recruitment agency is. We'll be talking about whether a recruitment agency Is it a market that is saturated and there are too many people doing it and you won't be making anything? Or is it the right time to jump on board and to also earn a slice of the pie? What tools do I need to get started? How much do you need to start a recruitment agency? Do you need to borrow money? Do you need to save money in order to start a recruitment agency? Or is it something that is fairly straightforward that you can do, which has a low startup cost? We'll be going through the benefits of using recruitment agencies, why are clients using recruitment agencies, and why is this industry an industry that has been around for so long and that will be continue to be around for so long. So let's go straight into it. What is a recruitment agency? As a recruitment agent or a recruitment agency, you literally, we are the middlemen, or you're the middleman between the client and the candidate. So you are the bridge that connects A and B. So what you are effectively is you are providing a service to your clients who are short on staff and who are looking for employers. So your employees. So you are looking, clients who are looking for staff will contact you and say, I am short for staff. Can you find me? Can you deliver? And you are also there to service the candidates who are looking for a new position, whether they're looking for a salaried position, whether they are looking for a contracting position, whether they're looking for short-term or long-term. We'll be going through all the different types of contracts and placement over the next coming modules. But what you need to understand is what a recruitment agency is, which is the middleman between the client and the candidate. So the client will reach out to you whenever they need staff. You are providing a service, and the candidates will reach out to you whenever they need work, and you are providing a service. And how does a recruitment agency make money? Basically, as a service provider, whenever you find your client a candidate, there are a couple of options available, which we will go through, which is you've got whether a permanent placement, which is you'll charge them a finder's fee for finding a candidate, or whether it's a contracting, so you'll be charging them on an hourly rate. For example, if they say to you, can you find me a doctor to work for us for the next 2 weeks, you can charge them either an hourly rate, say, or a day rate, saying it's going to cost you £1,000 per day to have this doctor, and then agreeing with your doctor that you're going to pay them £700 per day, where you are lucratively earning £300 per day for making that placement. This is just an example, but these are realistic figures of something that you can earn whilst you are in the recruitment agency industry. So let's get going. What is a recruitment agency? We said you are the middleman between the client and the candidate. Also, why are clients reaching out to recruitment agency? Because you've got access to work that may not be available in the market. Sometimes client will reach out to recruitment agencies as the first point of contact. Reason being, it saves them time. It's cost effective using a recruitment agency. You can imagine big organizations such as Amazon, NHS, Royal Mail, who have hundreds and some in the thousands of staff. For them to recruit and find staff internally, it proves to be difficult and challenging. So that's why you find a lot of organizations who are they are not just desperate, but they are short on staff. They've been advertising for God knows how long. Some actually companies, when I speak to them, they say we've had vacancies out for the past 6 months to a year, and there is just nobody available. And they reach out to recruitment agencies who they know they have access to candidates. They have access to a huge database of candidates who can provide them with the cover that they require. Likewise, candidates reach out to recruitment agencies because they've got work that they may not find themselves. A IT contractor, as soon as he finishes a contract, he will just reach out to an agency to say, I'm coming up to an end of my contract. Can you secure me a position in the next few weeks or months? Because securing a position yourself as a contractor, for example, is not the easy of things. You've got to call around different companies, find out, are they looking, are they short staffed, would they need an extra pair of hands? But what a recruitment agency does is they've got the database, they've got access to those clients, they've got access to those candidates. So no wonder why they are the first point of contact for clients whenever they are short on staff, and they are also the first point of contact for candidates when they are looking for work. So recruitment agencies have access to work that may not be available right away in the market, and they've also got access to candidates who may not be available on the market right away. Recruitment agency also manage all the recruitment needs for the clients. So this is one of the reasons that recruitment agencies are very, very popular, and they are the go-to for many, many clients. For example, when a client is short-staffed, whether that is a school is looking for a supply teacher. They only need the teacher for 2 to 3 to 4 weeks, whilst their current salaried teacher is off on sick leave, let's say. So for them to recruit someone such short notice can be pretty much impossible, and if not very, very difficult. So they'll reach out to a recruitment agency, just say, hey, my teacher just called in sick today. Can you find me someone? What the agency will do, they will take care of all the recruitment needs of the client. So they will do the compliance. They will check that the person that they are going to send to the school has all the right documents in place. They've got the DBS checks. They've got all the safeguardings. So they've got all the compliance and all the nitty-gritty admin compliance stuff all sorted, rather than a client finding cover at short notice and then trying to make sure that all the paperwork are in check. A recruitment agency will have the candidates on their database already, along with those documents. So as soon as a client reaches out to them saying, I need cover, and a teacher just called in sick late night on Sunday, and I've got a classroom full of pupils that need a teacher. So a recruitment agency will be able to send a teacher at short notice. Likewise, a hospital who are short-staffed, someone called in sick, a doctor called in sick, a nurse called in sick. So they need staff urgently. They will reach out to recruitment agencies for them to provide them with the quick service and the quick turnaround, providing them with cover and also the right documentation which they need in order to secure those candidates. As a recruitment agency, why are you also the go-to for your candidates? Because you manage literally their schedule. Many candidates just rely on recruitment agencies to find them work, whether they are IT contractors, whether they are doctors, whether they're teachers, whether they are laborers, whether they are architects. Many contractors and many professionals, whether they're healthcare professional and other professional, rely on recruitment agencies to find them work. They rely on them and they literally give them their schedules. There's many times where many of our actually contractors will just send us their schedule for the next 6 weeks or the next couple of months and say, this is what I'm available for. Can you please secure me work? What it does, it just gives them the peace of mind for them not to look around, not to go around in the market, go online, go on different websites, call around. They haven't got the time. So they will just reach out to a recruitment agency and just say, these are the dates that I'm available. Can you find me work? So a recruitment agency is a point of contact, or they're literally a one-stop shop for candidates as they manage their dates, they manage their pay, and what clients traditionally, when you work for an organization or when you are employed, you get paid on a monthly basis. Recruitment agencies, where they are different, is they pay their candidates predominantly on a weekly basis, and some of them even on a daily basis. So this is why many people, many candidates actually prefer to use a recruitment agency, because the flexibility that it comes with, the flexible pay, and also the holidays that are associated with working for a recruitment agency. Another reason people are using recruitment agency is because a recruitment agency offers a tailored service, and in order to gain the trust and the reputation. So what I mean by a tailored service is a recruitment agency will give clients the dedicated consultants to work on their recruitment needs. So when a client calls in and they say, I'm short staffed, they will have a designated consultant who will say, I will pick up your work. I will make sure I work on these shifts that you need covering. So this gives them the peace of mind. It also it builds the trust, knowing that they've got a dedicated consultant who will be working solely on their requirements. So no wonder why many clients, organizations, big providers are using recruitment agencies, because it's really handy, especially at short notice, or when it comes to maternity cover. The first thing they look for is a contractor, a recruitment candidate, and a contractor to pick up the agency work. So this is pretty much in a nutshell what a recruitment agency is and why many clients and candidates are using recruitment agency. Now we're going to go through, is recruitment a saturated market? So if we go into the recruitment market value in the UK alone, it's valued at £41.3 billion. That's £41.3 billion. So you can imagine recruitment is a huge industry in the UK alone. And we look deeper into the recruitment industry in the UK, 33.9, that's 82% of that alone is temp staffing. Temp staffing is when a client needs a short-term cover, whether it's a day, whether it's a week, whether it's 6 months, it can be even as long as a year or two. And they are just looking for a temp staff, which is not on their books. So the recruitment agency will be responsible for the payment, generally speaking, for the payment of that temp staff. And that alone consists of 82% of the market value of the recruitment agency. So in the UK alone, £33.9 billion is spent on temp staffing. So if you wanted to get into the temp industry, it's a huge industry, and there is plenty of money to be made. And if we look at the permanent side of things, so permanent staffing, which consists of £7.4 billion, that is a whopping 18%. 18% alone is spent on permanent staffing. And permanent staffing is when a client is looking for a permanent member of staff to join their team, where they are not looking for a contractor or a temp staff to join them for a short-term basis, but they are looking for a longer term, so a permanent position. So 18% alone of the recruitment industry is spent on perm staffing. So you can imagine huge companies, whenever they need permanent staffing, they just reach out to recruitment agencies as they find it easier, and a lot of clients are using recruitment agencies, and a lot of candidates are using recruitment agencies. And as we mentioned previously, most recruitment agencies have a huge database of candidates. They've got a huge database of clients. Therefore, big organizations, they reach out to recruitment agencies in order to find their recruitment needs. And if we look at the market value of the recruitment industry in the USA, you can imagine how huge the USA is when it comes to recruitment. Well, if you ever was looking into getting into recruitment, UK honestly is a huge market, but the US is insane in terms of the market value. £201.7 billion is spent on recruitment agencies. So you can imagine how huge that slice of the cake is. So there is never a time where I would say to you, recruitment is a saturated market. There's too many people doing it. There is a lot of money that can be made in recruitment from recruitment agencies. There are so many clients reaching out to agencies who are unable to deliver. There are hundreds of thousands and thousands, or if not in the millions, of vacancies out there which have not been covered by any agencies. So there's plenty to go around. And I would say, if you are ever looking into a particular country, the UK is a huge market, but the US also is an absolutely fantastic market when it comes to IT, when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to pharmaceutical, when it comes to healthcare, and when it comes to general care. There is such a market where it has high value. So it's something to definitely look out for. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it opened your eyes a little bit when it comes to the recruitment industry and how big this market is, and it's most definitely not a saturated market. And the next thing that we'll be going through today is, what tools do you need? And there's another common question that we get asked all the time is, what tools do I need to get started? How much money do I need to invest? Is it going to take a lot of capital? Do I need to invest in the latest gadgets and the latest computer and softwares and what have you? Or is it something that is straightforward? So let's get into this lesson. What tools do I need to get started, and how much money do I need? First and foremost, before you can start your agency, is you need to pick a name. So before you look at registering your company and buying, the website and, investing in all of this, you need to have a name in mind. So how do you pick a name? You need to ask yourself is what you are going to specialize in. Are you going to specialize in healthcare? Are you going to specialize in accountancy? Are you going to specialize in IT? Are you going to specialize in, construction? Or are you going to be an agency that wants to get their hands in all of the pies and do a bit of everything? If you're going to specialize in a certain industry, then you would like, or it would be ideal to have that industry's name somewhere in your name, not a must, but it gives a good ring to it. When they need someone, the first thing they'll think of is something that that has the industry name in it. For example, if you are looking to go into healthcare, then something that you want to do is maybe health staffing, health recruitment, something that has the word health in there. If you're thinking of doing like hospitality, and you're looking into doing IT, having something with that name in it sometimes is a benefit. Again, it's not a must. And again, if you wanted to be a generic company where you do a bit of everything, like some agencies out here, then have a generic name and not having anything specific in that name. So I'll leave it to you to use your imagination, be creative, and pick a name that you'd like. Once you've picked your name, you need to register the company. So how do you register the company? It's by going on Google. So I can show you here on the screen myself. So you go on Google and you type in company. Again, this is if you're based in the UK. So first thing you need to do is incorporate a company, register your company legally. Again, I'm sure that you have to do the same whether you're based in the US, you're in Canada and Germany. You have to incorporate a company. So in the UK, the first things first is you go on to the .gov.uk website, set up a limited company. Is really, really straightforward. You've got about 7 simple steps. What you want to do is a short questionnaire. Is setting up a company right for you? Choose a name, making sure that name isn't already taken. Once you've picked your name, then choose the directors. Are you going to be doing this yourself? Do you have 2, 3, 4 other partners with you? Is there a company secretary that you would add onto the company register? Decide then the shareholders agreements that you have between your partners. Identify who has the significant control of the company. And again, this is something for you to work out if you are going to do this venture with someone else. If you're doing this by yourself, then it's straightforward. You can breeze past all of this and prepare the documents that they request from you. Again, it's very simple. It takes about, to set up a company, it will take you anything between a couple of minutes, and anything between realistically from 10 minutes to half an hour. So within half an hour, you have registered your company. It will cost you 12 British pounds to register a company. Once you register your company, you'll get an email just to say we've received your application. And within, I would say, 24 hours to 48 hours, you will get a certificate of incorporation, and you have taken your first step of being an entrepreneur, and you are now a business owner and you have your business name. So that's done. You've registered the company. You've called it, let's just say ABC Recruitment. Next thing you want to do is buy a domain with the name that you've registered. So you may want to do it the other way around. You may want to look at the domain first. So what you can do is just go on Google. So we could do this together now. Buy a domain. So buy a domain. There's so many providers out there. There's hundreds and hundreds of providers out there. The one that I use and is very common and popular is GoDaddy. So you just click on GoDaddy and you can get started. It's very, very straightforward. It's easy. Buying a, sometimes you may think in your head, oh, it's very overwhelming. How do I buy a domain? What is a domain? What is a website? What is the difference between a domain and a website? So a domain, it's literally the name, the www.yourdomain.com. So for example, if you wanted to do ABCD recruitment, 1, 2, 3, exclamation mark, let's just be different. So just to ensure this is available, you click search and let's see if this company is available. And yes, it is. And it's going to cost you 1 pence. So buying a domain will cost you no more than 1p. But again, if you buy it for the year, you're realistically looking at, give or take, £10. So you'll spend £10 on buying your domain. So you spent £12 on registering the company. Now you've bought the domain, you're happy with the name. Next thing that you do is you go to checkout. Once you've checked out, you'll get a prompt coming up on your screen saying, do you want to buy an email? Absolutely. What you want to do is buy an email and associate it with your domain. So for example, your domain is abcdrecruitment123.co.uk, and you purchase this. You also may want to buy
similar domains just to ensure that no one else buys a similar domain to you. So if you've got the .co.uk, you probably want to get a .com as well, just to ensure that you don't have another company trading as ABCD Recruitment 123.com and you are trading as ABCD Recruitment 123.co.uk. So what you don't want to have is a conflict of two different websites almost trading under two similar names. So what you want to do is buy both domains if you can. Again, it doesn't cost you much. Realistically, you spend about £10 on each domain. So that's £20 you've just spent on setting up your domain. So once you've purchased your domain, you'll get the prompt, as I said, on your screen coming up as, do you want to buy an email address associated with your domain? Absolutely, buy an email address. It's professional. You want to email your clients and candidates from a domain that is a company. What you don't want to do is email from a Gmail account or from a Yahoo account or from a Hotmail account. You don't want to do that. You want to look professional. First impressions are very, very important. So just buy yourself a domain, get yourself that email address, call it, whether you want to call it something generic like info@yourdomain.com, or you want to give it your name at the domain that you bought.com. So we've bought the domain, we've bought the domain, we've bought the email, we've registered the company. What else do we need to do to get you set up? Next thing you want to do is create a website. Why do you need to create a website? A website is literally, it's an online presence. You want to show companies that you have an online presence. Some clients will be apprehensive sending you their DBS, their passports, their right to work, because as a recruitment agency, you will request these documents in order to forward over to your clients if you're doing temporary staffing. So some candidates will look at your website and say, okay, are these people legit? Is this, is it a phishing email? Is this a scam? So the last thing you want to do, as I said, first impressions are very, very important. Last thing you want to do is get the requirements from your clients. You've jumped through all those hurdles and failed because you tried to cut corners and not buy a website. Again, a website does not have to be impressive. You do not need to spend hundreds and hundreds, thousands of, some people spend thousands of pounds on websites. You do not need to do that. A website is an online presence. Generally speaking, a client is not going to give you more business because your website looks fantastic, or they're not going to give you less business because your website doesn't look as fantastic as the other agency. No, what they want is, can you deliver? An online presence is important, but the bottom line is, can you deliver? And if you can deliver, you can deliver on the most budget website, and you can beat your competition who have spent thousands on a website. So get yourself a good website. How much should a website cost you? And who will create my website? How can I get my website made for me? So if you're quite technical, or you're quite IT savvy, then what you can do is just go on. Once you buy the domain from GoDaddy, for example, that's the one that I personally use the most, and they will give you an option as well to add on a WordPress theme. Will cost you maybe another £20, and then you can choose from a couple of themes that you have, and you can pick. And a WordPress website looks something like this. I can show you here. So this is a WordPress website. It's very, very basic. Again, you don't need to put in organizations we work with, if you haven't worked with any organizations yet. It's very simple. You can see over here the industries that they do, the vacancies that they've got available, and a little bit about them, and whether you've got testimonials and their contact details. So a WordPress website does not have to be expensive. It's not really expensive. It does not have to be fancy. It just got to do the job. It's an online presence, so people can contact you if they, if you've got any vacancies, you can just post it on your website, and people can apply on your website. Also, why do you need to have a website is so people can apply for vacancies. They can contact you. They can submit their CVs on your website. So it's important to have an online presence, but don't go overboard. And also, you want to get yourself as a logo, as all part of your marketing, but it does not have to be something fancy. A logo is just, it's just who you are. But you're not going to get more business because your logo looks amazing, or you spent a couple of £100 on your logo. No, what the bottom line is, as I said before, can you deliver? So in short, don't go overboard with spending a lot on a website. As a starting point, your budget should not be more than £150. I would say realistically, at the most, higher end, £200 is the most that you should spend on a website. And how can you find someone to make a website for you if you don't know how to do it yourself? Personally, I don't do the websites myself as well. I find it sometimes a bit too technical to do myself. So I just go on Google and I will just type in, for example, people per hour or Fiverr, similar sort of concept. So what you do is these sort of websites have a lot of freelancers on here from all over the globe. So you've got people from India, Pakistan, people from Canada, people from Thailand, Vietnam, what have you, Far East, Middle East, Europe. There's people literally from everywhere across the globe who can offer their services. And you will put out there, so if we click on people per hour, that's the one I personally use the most, but you can use Fiverr as well. So it's fairly similar. You post a project. So you obviously got to sign up. So once you signed up, you post a project and you choose your project. So if we are going to look for a website designer, let's go on design and let's go on website. So now we are looking for a website designer. Click continue, assuming that you've signed in and everything. So you just type in, what do you need? I need a website for my recruitment agency. Again, if you've picked your niche already, then you can just say for my health care recruitment agency. If you haven't picked the niche, you could just keep it generic and type in what you need. Hi, I am looking for a web developer. I don't know why I'm spelling that wrong, but good old autocorrect will help us out. I'm looking for a web developer who can help me create a website for my recruit agency. There you go. And you can go into more details and what you're looking for. And if you've got a similar website, I like the website called xyz.com for, and then they've got an idea of what you are looking for. So once you've give as much details as you can, describe your project as in much detail, so it avoids the the time wasted, people coming back to you saying, okay, have you got a similar website, or asking you questions. You want to give as much information as you can, so someone just to take it all in, just to say, yep, I can deliver. And then what you do, what I like about these websites, you determine the rate. So you determine how much you're willing to spend. Of course, you've got to be realistic, and because if you put the lowest amount, then you will get the lowest quality of people. Of course, the higher you spend, the higher quality you get. But as I said, it does not have to be amazing. You don't have to spend thousands or hundreds of pounds. I would say put a budget of £150, because like a really, really good starting point. £100 you can get away with as well. £100 to get yourself a website. So once you've got the website and project posted, you just post your job and you will be flooded with tons of replies offering you their services. Someone in Canada may come back to you and say, hey, I can do this website for you for $300. Someone else in another part of the world will come back to you and say, I can do this for this price. So then you can just have a conversation with them via the platform. You can remain on the platform. It's a safer option where you pay, a little deposit. Once they've done a third of the work, then you pay a little bit more. And when they complete the work upon completion, then you pay more. And that's it, really. So this is it when it comes to creating a website and a logo. Again, whilst you are here, actually, let's just go back to it. And so if you want as well, you can just say, I am looking for a web developer and also someone who can create me a logo. So trying to get someone all in one, I'm sure you'll probably get a better deal that way as well, rather than spending, £150, let's just say, on someone making you a website, and then you spend another £50 on someone making you a logo. If you get one person doing both, they may do it for you for £160. So you save yourself a little bit by having one person doing both jobs for you. Okay, so we have covered creating a website, the tools that you need. Okay, so once you've completed this project and you've posted a job and you've got a web developer that you are happy with and you want to take on their services, Next thing they will ask you for after to build your website is for your GoDaddy details. Why do they need your details? It's so that they can put your website and have it hosted onto your GoDaddy platform. They will ask you for your credentials, so do not be wary, do not be suspicious. It is absolutely fine. If you don't want to share it with them, and what you can do to go around it, again, it can be a bit technical, download, something called a team viewer or any desk where you can share your screen with them and have your credentials already logged on. So they can just jump on your screen and do what they need to do. But it's absolutely fine. There's nothing to worry about. They will go onto your GoDaddy platform and just build your website for you. Once they've built your website for you, do you need them for every single change that you need to make on your website? For example, let's just go back on the example that we gave. This is a WordPress website. It will be something similar to this that they'll build for you. This is a WordPress website. And once they've built this for you, let's just say you weren't happy with the font, or a month later, 2 months later, you decided, I don't like this text anymore. I think I could use better words. And do you need to pay them again? Do they need to edit this for you every single time that you want to make any small, minute changes? No, you don't, is the answer. You can just go on your website. Once you purchase your website, you will get an email with your credential of the back end of your website. The back end is literally anything that you want to change about your website. You can do it yourself. You just go on the back end, it will look like this. You'll put in your login details, your username and password, and then it will take you to a page where you can edit. You can literally just highlight this and remove it. Or if you don't like this picture, you just delete this picture and go into your files on your desktop, on your computer or your laptop, and put an image that you like. It's very, very straightforward, and it can be overwhelming, but honestly, once you play around with it, you'll get a hang of it. It's very straightforward. So we are back here to what tools we need to get going and starting the recruitment agency. So we've covered now and, start. Okay, so as you can see, this is an example of a WordPress, as we've just mentioned. So if you are not happy with any of the style, the fonts that you have on your website, or you decide to change it later on down the line, you can always just remove the text, delete the images yourself by going on the back end of your website. This is what it looks like. So you'll get your credentials when you purchase your domain, and you can just log on yourself. And once you log on, you go back, it will take you to your website, and you can edit literally anything that you don't like from your website. If you don't like the image, just delete it, insert yourself another image. If you don't like the text or you don't like the font, there's two options. You can either do this yourself, or first, the easiest option, of course, would be you can just pay your developer who will just do this for you. But honestly speaking, you do not need to be technical. You do not need to know computing. You do not need to know IT. You do not need to have a qualification to do this yourself. It's literally as simple as editing a Word document. If you get stuck, just thousands and thousands of videos online that you can watch. So let's just look at this together. So we can even go on YouTube and type in editing a WordPress video. And here we go. There's hundreds of options available. Create and edit a website. So I think you may want to watch this before you decide to get yourself a web developer, because it may be very, very straightforward and simple for you to do this yourself. And so for little things like changing the font or removing an image or updating your address if you've moved, updating your number if you've got a new number, don't bother going back to your web developer for everything, because as per the job you'll be charged. So you can save yourself quite a bit by going on the back end and watching some YouTube videos. Hope that was helpful and you've understood a lot from creating your website and looking at the different options available, and starting your company by going company's house. First and foremost, of course, picking the name of the agency that you want to establish, picking the domain, registering your company, get your incorporation certificate, then you are an entrepreneur, you are a business owner. And then you've got just creating your website. Once you've created your website, you've got your logo, you need a telephone line, a VoIP line. What is a VoIP line? So if you Google, so it is a internet-based telecom. So your number will appear as a 07 or 02 number. I will highly recommend you get yourself an 02 If you're based in the UK, that is a landline. If you're based in the US, get yourself a landline. Wherever you're based, get yourself a landline. It looks more professional that you are calling from a landline. And why does it matter? First impressions are important. If I get a call from a mobile number, I would think I would not link it to an organization. I would link it to a individual. So you want to look like you're a company, you're an established firm that is calling them. So get yourself a telephone line. It does not have to be expensive. You've got so many options. So again, it really depends on your pocket, how much you want to spend. I would say to you, if you are the first time doing a recruitment agency, you want to keep your costs down to the minimum as possible. So a company that I recommended and I've used myself when I first started my agency was Cloudphone. Why use Cloudphone? Because it's very simple. The interface is straightforward. It's cheap. They put their prices up now. So I would say it's about, you're looking about so anything between 10 to 15 pounds per month. You get unlimited calls. You can receive unlimited calls. You get unlimited calls to any UK landline and mobile numbers. You get to transfer your calls. And so if you want to forward your calls to your mobile, so you can work from an app. So you download the app. So you get all your calls through the app. So how do you distinguish what are your personal calls and what are your business calls? So if you got your mobile phone, what you can do is download the app. Once you've downloaded the app on your phone, any calls that come from the business will go through the app and any personal calls will come to your mobile phone as normal. You can set two separate ringtones, so there's no confusion there. And you can also install this on your laptop, your computing device that you have. You can put on your headsets and make the calls from your computer. And it's really, really straightforward, easy to use. Cloudphone is very simple and it's fairly cheap. But again, if you want to spend a little bit more, or I would say,
Ahmed.
Yep.
So go back to Cloudphone, go on the website.
Okay. Okay, so this is the option I would say probably would be a good starting point. We can go on their website, as it says here, get started or request a free trial. So you can get started. What you need to do is pick a plan. So it's £13 a month per user. You realistically, if you're starting this by yourself, just have one user. And as we said here, it comes with free UK numbers, unlimited landlines and mobiles, all the smart features, soft phone application. They offer also something called recording, and it may be an extra charge. But what this will do, every call that you receive and every call that you make is recorded. It's a really, really handy tool because sometimes you want to call to a client and you're overwhelmed or they call you off guard and you've just taken that call and you've taken out a very, very important requirement, which can make you tons of money. But the last thing you want to do is after that call, just shoot, I forgot what she asked, or shoot, what did she say? I don't really remember. And you don't want to lose out on vital information. So if you have the call recorded, you just go back to it. I do this all the time. Yeah, so I'm forgetful sometimes. So sometimes I get a call, very important, but I missed a number. I mistaken one of the digits on a mobile phone. I can't get hold of that client anymore. I'm losing out on this deal. What I do, just quickly go back on that call recording. And what you do is listen to the call again. And yeah, it's really, really straightforward. How do you get a call recording up? Once you register with them, they will drop you an email. You will just respond back to their support team. Just say, I would like call recordings, and they will tell you the price. I think it's an extra £5 a month or so, but it's that £5 of investment per month would save you tons of money, because a deal that you lose out on, it's not going to cost you £5. You're not making £5 deals. You're probably making £100 or £1,000 deals. So that £5 is honestly worth the investment for me. And Cloudphone is a really, really good tool. If you want to get another option as well, try Zoom phone systems as well. Just all you have to do is just register your details and they will send you their offers. I'm not too sure how much they charge. I think it's in the range between 10 to 20 pounds a month. So this is also another good solution for you to try out. And if you want to get something better in terms of quality, in terms of interface, in terms of reliability, I would recommend you go for a company called 3CX. I've been using them for years now. Really, really good. Fantastic when it comes to their interface. Very, as you can see over here, this is how it looks like. You can have so many people using it at the same time, transferring the calls to each other. You can have users from all over the world. We've got staff from the Middle East, from in Africa, in Europe. So we use this a lot and we transfer calls to each other all the time. It's a fantastic tool. So again, the options are yours for you to look into, but get yourself a phone line. It's important. First impressions are key. I know some people will say, can I not just use my mobile phone? Yes, you can, but again, it doesn't look professional. Okay, so the choice is yours, of course, if you want to invest in a internet telephone line where you look more professional, or do you want to use your mobile phone? I would highly recommend spend the extra 10, 15 pounds a month and get yourself an internet phone where it will display your landline number, whether it's an O2 number, 08 number, 0121 number, wherever you are based in the country, or again, whether you're abroad, overseas. So the telephone lines is something that is helpful and it gives good impressions. After that, what other tools do you need to get started? And how much do you need to invest? Last but not least, of course, without saying, you need a laptop or a computing device to store your emails, to store your CVs. Some may ask, can I just work from my mobile phone? Yes, you can, but you won't be as efficient. Get yourself a laptop computer, most people have these days, and good internet line. Internet and laptop is important. And why this is also really, really amazing and handy is you can be anywhere in the world. With your laptop, as long as you've got good internet and you've got that telephone line that is that telephone line that uses the online telecom, you can be anywhere in the world. You can literally work from a beach somewhere in the Caribbean, and the clients will assume that you are in the UK because you are displaying a 020 number coming across as you are UK based. So get yourself a laptop, have good internet, invest in the telephone line, have yourself a website, get the domain, get registered, and work from wherever you are in the world.
We'll be going through now the benefits of using recruitment agencies. Why are clients using recruitment agencies and why are candidates using recruitment agencies? And some of this we've sort of covered before, which is the extensive candidate database. I can't stress enough the importance of building a database when you are starting your own recruitment agency. Data, the value of data is honestly absolutely insane. And the clients are actually paying for your data. The candidates are paying for your data. Your service is all around the fact that you've got a huge database of clients and candidates looking for work or looking for staff. So the extensive candidate database, it's one of the main reasons clients are using recruitment agencies, because they cannot find staff themselves. They are short-staffed and they are looking for cover, but because of they're restricted in terms of the resources they have available to them, they cannot simply hire themselves, which is why they are reaching out to recruitment agencies who've got a huge extensive candidate database. So it's important as part of establishing and starting your own recruitment agency that you give much attention to building a candidate database. And we'll be going through how to build candidates, how to attract candidates, and how to attract clients. And that is essentially your database, which you are building. So extensive candidate database is one of the main reasons. Obviously, clients are coming to you as a recruitment agency because you are able to deliver. You've got the candidates on your books. You've got, and the reason candidates are coming to you is because you've got those clients on your books and you are able to provide them the service that they need. So that is the main thing, or the main reason actually, why recruitment agencies are so popular and are in huge demand, is because they've just specialized in candidates. They specialize in client. They are literally gapping the bridging the gap between the clients and the candidates. Therefore, they are the go-to company when it comes to recruiting. Another benefit of using recruitment agencies is including passive candidates, deep market knowledge, and industry-specific network, meaning that they have huge network of clients and candidates. For example, when a candidate is looking for work, they know a recruitment agency is just a go-to place for them because they know they've got the network, they've got the contacts, they've got all the industry contacts of the hiring, talent acquisition, the hiring managers, and they can get them interviews a lot quicker. They can get them a position a lot quicker. Likewise, when it comes to client, when they are looking for staff, their recruitment agencies are their go-to in terms of finding staff, because it's just very, very quickly when it comes to the turnaround. And as we said before, if they are short, if they are short staffed, they need cover tomorrow. Recruitment agencies your go-to. It's very hard to hire someone tomorrow, but it's a lot easier to find a agency staff tomorrow. Likewise, we actually get clients contacting us on the day asking us, can you find me cover? I've just been let down, so and so hasn't turned up, can you find me someone else? Or another agency has let me down, or one of our staff member has called in sick, can you provide me staff now, because we've got a room full of patients and they need to be seen, or we've got a classroom full of kids that need to be taught. So the network, the industry specific network, is one of the main reasons that recruitment agencies are just in huge demand, and why the market value is as where it is, because of the network that they have, the industry contacts that they have, the candidate database that they have. So recruitment agencies are in huge demand, and it's very important, as I stressed before, that you pay close attention to your database, that you are constantly uploading candidates to your database, you're constantly uploading clients to your database, and that you are constantly expanding your database. Therefore, you are able to reach a wider network of candidates. You're able to reach a wider network of clients, and making it easier to find candidates for the right positions. Another reason that another benefits actually of using recruitment agencies is, especially when it comes for clients and candidates as well, they offer different types of contracts. There's so many hiring options available, which makes it so easy for clients when it comes to the different hiring options that they need themselves. For example, if a client has been let down on the day, then they can just call in for a short-term cover. The recruitment agency is your go-to. If a client is looking for a longer term and they cannot find staff themselves, which happens a lot of the times, then a recruitment agency is the go-to. They will just call out to your recruitment agency, just say, I'm looking for long-term cover. So they've got so many different hiring options available. They've got permanent positions available. They've got short-term position available. They've even got temp to perm positions available, which is a position where the candidate initially starts as a temporary. So it's more like a trying before you buy. So before they commit into a long-term position, or before they commit into a permanent position, they would take the candidate on a temporary basis, and to see if the candidate is a right cultural fit, if the candidate is the right, are they the right fit for the practice, and likewise, if the candidate likes the client themselves and they want to engage into a longer term contract. So this the hiring options that are available to the clients and the candidates are so vast. It's no wonder why they reach out to recruitment agencies when it comes to finding positions or finding staff. Another reason that they are clients, and well, in this case, clients are actually using recruitment agencies, it just saves them time on advertising, screening, interviewing. As you can imagine, huge organizations who are recruiting hundreds and thousands of staff, to go through each independent interview and screening and going through all those advertisements can be time consuming. So what they do is they use recruitment agencies and they give them their requirements. If they need, for example, 15 members of staff over the next 8 weeks, instead of hiring those 15 members of staff just for a 8-week period, it's just more cost effective for them just to hand it over to a recruitment agency while they get into a contract with the agency, and the agency will find them the staff that they need. They will take care of the pay of the candidates. They will take care of the compliance of the candidate. They will take care of anything that's sort of associated with the candidates. All that the client will do is just say, this is my requirement. This is what I'm looking for. Can you deliver? And it's your job as a recruitment agency then to deliver and service your clients in order to get reputable, to build that reputable trust and relation between yourself and your client, and also to get return business, and potentially also for your name to be out there, because sometimes clients, they do refer you to other clients as well. So what happens is, but sometimes groups, they will have annual meeting, board meetings, general meetings, where they have a group of people So a group of either practices, hospitals, schools, counties coming together and exchanging their pros and cons of using recruitment agencies. And actually, so another benefit of using a recruitment agency, it just saves them time on advertising, screening, and interviewing. As you can imagine, huge organizations who are recruiting hundreds and thousands of staff to screen every candidate, to screen every interview every candidate, to go through all the documentation paperwork, it can prove to be difficult and long-winded process. So that's why recruitment agencies are just handing over these contracts to that's why clients actually are handing over these contracts over to recruitment agencies when it comes to hiring. It just saves them a lot of time advertising and screening and interviewing those candidates. For example, huge organizations who are hiring thousands or hundreds of candidates, which happens, for example, Royal Mail during the Christmas period. As you can imagine, they are very, very busy with all the deliveries. They take on hundreds and hundreds of staff. They use many agencies because it's just not practical for them to find all those staff in-house themselves. So they just outsource it to recruitment agency to find them staff. So likewise, big organizations will reach out to recruitment agencies and give them big contracts in order for them to find them the staff that they are looking for. Another reason why recruitment agencies are in high demand, and then one of the benefits of using recruitment agencies for clients, it just reduces them overall hiring costs. Instead of spending a huge amount on advertising, spending huge amount of resources on finding them staff, they just offload this over to the recruitment agency, who will take care of their complete recruitment needs. They will completely take care of the recruitment needs. That's why they use them as a service provider. They will take care of the candidate, their candidate's documentation, the compliance, making sure they got all the right to work paperwork. Everything is in place and in check. They take care of all the candidates' pay and anything that is associated with the candidate. That's why recruitment agencies are in high demand, and you don't want to miss out on establishing your own recruitment agency so that you can get a slice of that huge pie of the industry market that we mentioned, which is huge in the UK and absolutely massive in the US. Now we'll go through, do I need to leave my job? Which is a common question that we get asked all the time, which is, of course, a concern that many of you would have who are already in an employment. You may have been in your position for a very long time. Yes, you may feel like there's no growth. Yes, you may feel like you can earn a lot more starting your own recruitment agency, but the concern is always there. And it's a very common question that we get asked all the time is, do I need to leave my job? No is the answer. You do not need to leave your job to start your own recruitment agency. And how much can you make? How much you make, it really depends on you, but we will go through the perks and the perks of actually starting your own recruitment agency. First and foremost is the flexible hours. So yes, you don't need to leave your current position that you are in. You can work on your agency on the side. So you can do a few hours in the morning, a few hours in the evening in order to secure some deals and to make some money on the side. So the hours are flexible. And the location, of course, is flexible. So you can work from anywhere in the world. This is when you are established and you are not in a employment and you are working full-time on your recruitment agency. So first and foremost, the hours are flexible. You can start anytime you want and you can finish anytime you want. Therefore, you do not need to leave your current position. I would actually advise, if you have a steady income and you're already in employment, that you do a couple of hours in the evening. So do all your client calling during work hours. So on your lunch break, for example, make sure that you are calling all your clients and trying to tie any deals that you need to tie. And in the evening, do some admin work, whether it's chasing your candidates, whether it's just making sure you are sending invoices to your clients. And in the morning, if you get the time before the rush hour, is to do a couple of hours or schedule your day, look at what you need to do and try to make the most of your lunch breaks, for example, to tie any loose ends. So yes, the hours are flexible. You don't need to leave your current position, but try to put in as many hours as you can. And if you have already left your position, then my advice to you would be put in as many hours as you can. Do full-time hours, 8 hours, 10 hours a day in order to get to your goal and to hit your
in order to hit your goal and to reach your achievements really, really quickly. Of course, the benefits of recruitment, starting your own recruitment agency, and also if you don't leave your current position, is you can still earn a passive income whilst you're in full-time employment. What I mean by this is if you get a client and a client says to you, I'm looking for a doctor, I'm looking for an IT engineer for the next 6 months, and then you manage to find them a candidate, and the candidate interviews at the place and they get the job and they are in a 6-month contract. For the next 6 months, you've got a passive income coming in. Whilst you are in employment, you've got a contractor who's working for you on the side. You can potentially be earning more with this one contractor than your full-time position. So it's very, very lucrative, and you can actually earn a passive income whilst you are still in employment and whilst you still have a job. So you can earn a passive income from a recruitment agency. When I say passive, you can literally put a candidate in a placement who will be working weekends, who will be working evenings, who will be working nights, who will be working days, who will be working days when you're not working. So on the weekend, a contractor who can be making you money whilst you're off shopping, whilst you're enjoying yourself with your family, with your friends. You can be earning a passive income. A contractor who's working for for a placement that you put them in whilst you are sleeping in the evening. For example, if you have night shifts and your candidate is working 5 nights a week, every hour that they are working, every day that they're working, even though you may not be working, even though you may actually be asleep, you'll be earning a passive income from your candidates. You can also earn a passive income or lump sums from permanent placements. What I mean by this is, whilst you're currently in a position and you are in full-time employment, you can try to make deals on the side during the hours that are available to you, whether it's lunch break, evening, mornings, and try to make some deals. If a client reaches out to you via email, I'm looking for a IT engineer, the salary is 60,000 per annum, and you negotiate, let's just say 10%, just for easy maths, you've negotiated 10%, which is £6,000 as a finder's fee. The candidate interviews and they like the candidate. Even though you are in full-time employment, you can just earn £6,000 just from that one placement, which could be more than you'll be earning at your full-time position. No wonder why many people are starting recruitment agencies, and they are absolutely making a killing, and there's no reason why you can't. Another beauty of working for your own or working for a recruitment agency is literally you write your own paycheck. How many hours you put in is potentially how much you'll be earning. You can put in a few hours and still earn a decent amount. Like we said, for example, one placement that you make can actually be £6,000. I've seen placements for £22,000 to £25,000 just for one placement, and it can be as little as £1,500. So it really depends on the niche, depends on which industry you're in. And we'll be going through the next module will be niche mastery, which niches are busy, which ones are quite lucrative, and which ones should you try your best to get hold on or to take part in. So module 2 is niche mastery, how to select a niche. We'll be going through a couple of sub lessons on this topic and going through how to select a niche, the different types of niches, and what niches at the moment are the most busiest and has the highest market value. And we'll be going through different types of niches, how to select a niche, what is general and what is niche recruitment. So if we get into it, first one of them being difference between general and niche recruitment. So before we go into this any further, let's just try to understand what is general recruitment, what is niche recruitment. So if I give you some examples of companies that do general recruitment, some of them being Hayes Recruitment. So if we look at Hayes, they do a bit of everything: accountancy and finance, construction, education, engineering, human resources, tech, IT, sustainability, life sciences. So you can see here, general recruitment. So they don't just only focus on a specific niche, as opposed to if we go into like medical recruitment agencies, let's just select any of them here. So we've got Cromwell Medical Staffing, not heard of them, but or My Healthcare Recruitment. So if we go on their website, we'll notice is that these guys, as you can see here, specialists in in healthcare. So the difference between general recruitment and niche recruitment is general, you're going to be doing a bit of everything, whereas niche recruitment, you have your focused niche that you know that you are targeting and you know your market. So it will be more, personally, I would find it a lot easier to deliver to. And we'll be going through how to select a niche, identifying high value niches, which niches are high valued and are the hottest at the moment. We'll go through a couple of them to we'll look at the top 5, let's say. Then we've got temp recruitment versus perm recruitment, long-term placement, short-term placements, and temp to perms. So if we start with general recruitment, as we mentioned, general, you've got a higher selection of, or you've got a higher option. So your larger candidate pool, so you have a huge amount of candidates, but you have also a huge amount of unqualified candidates. So it's one thing to take into consideration. Yes, it's lovely having hundreds of applicants, but of those hundreds, let's say 65% may be irrelevant to you. So only 45% of those will be actually relevant. And when it comes to general recruitment, faster hiring process. So it's easier to hire, sorry, but you're spending a lot more time hiring these people because you're screening more candidates. You've got a lot of lack of talent, should I say, who are not matching the skills that your client is looking for. Then you've got general recruitment being cost effective is great because you can post so many vacancies out. You can recycle some of those vacancies. You can recycle those templates. Also expect to have potential mismatch in skill sets. You may have people with either who are too qualified may apply for your position, or people who are unqualified may apply for those positions. When it comes to niche recruitment, which is a lot easier in terms of when you've got a focus, you know exactly what your target is, who your market is, so you know how to deliver to those people. But as you've got highly qualified candidates, expect your candidate pool to be a lot smaller. Do not expect to have the same amount of drivers and have the same amount of doctors. Naturally, you'll have less doctors than drivers, as it's a niche, as it is a skill. So when it comes to niche recruitment, the candidates that you supply to your clients may be they'll be better skilled and it'll be a cultural fit. But to find those type of candidates is like, I was going to say like finding a needle in a haystack, but it's more realistic than that. It's just to find those type of candidates is going to take you a lot longer than when it comes to general recruitment. You know, to find a laborer versus finding a skilled nurse. When it comes to niche recruitment, you'll have stronger industry reputation. You'll have a deeper knowledge in your industry, in the market that you are recruiting for. Also to expect to spend a little bit more when it comes to the recruitment cost, and we'll go through job boards and the different types of job boards that you may find those type of candidates. Now you know whether you want to be a generalist or a specialist. So now we'll be going through, if you want to be a specialist, you want to select a niche, how to select a niche, and what niches at the moment are really busy. So first and foremost, once you go into a niche, you've got to know your industry knowledge, the terminology, jargon, etc. So you got to know the terminologies, whether you're going into healthcare recruitment, whether you're going into IT. If you're selling a candidate, you got to know what you are saying to your clients. So first and foremost, having whether it doesn't have to be deep knowledge, but you have some sort of base knowledge of the industry terminologies. Passion and interest. Some people say go into a field that you have a passion for and interest. I say is not a must, but it helps if you, let's just say you've got a master's or a degree in finance, or you're an accountant by trade, then it's a lot easier to go into something that you have a passion for or an interest in. And you know, let's just say you are an IT engineer and you're looking into starting your own recruitment agency, and now you're looking at what niches should I look at? Well, if you look at your own interest, your passion, and you say to yourself, you know, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to IT. I can sell a person like myself any day long. I can talk about my own skill set any day long. Then it'll be very, very straightforward and easy for you to master the niche that you have a interest or a passion for. How to select a niche, identifying your target. So looking at who is the target audience that you want to focus on. So again, if you come from a network of engineers, then your target audience is a lot easier. Then you can say, you know what, I know engineers, I've got a network of engineers on my books. I'm going to start with engineers. Let's just say you're a doctor by trade and you want to get into recruitment. Now you have a target audience of doctors on your books already, friends, colleagues. So it'll be a lot easier for you to go directly into this field. When it comes to selecting a niche, look at what industries are profitable and which industries are using recruitment agencies a lot. So we can even look at, you can just play around online. So if you go on Indeed, for example, and just type in whatever field you want to look at. So if you want to look at software developers, let's just say software developers, we've got, and just click find jobs. We've got over 6,000 jobs on software developers on Indeed. So if we look at how many agencies are actually being used to find software developers, we've got 432 agencies for these 6,000 jobs. If we look at nursing, we've got 2,652 agencies when it comes to nursing. So it just gives you an indication of, okay, this industry or this niche that I want to go into, there's a huge amount of agencies being used. That is actually a good sign. It shows you that there is a huge demand and agencies are required. So before you select a niche, have a little look around online and see which industries are more profitable, which ones are doing really, really well. Look at the fee structures. That's one thing that I look at when I select a niche. I look at, okay, so if I'm going into, let's just say, hospitality, the type of candidates I'm working with are on about £14, 15, £16 per hour. That shows me the market or the markup on profitability will be a lot less than someone who's earning a lot higher. So a doctor who's earning £90 an hour, it's a lot easier that you can make £10, £15 per hour every hour they're working, versus a cleaner who's on about £11 an hour. You're not going to make more than a couple of quid per hour. So look at the fee structure, look at the niche that you're looking into, how much are those candidates earning, and is it a high-end niche or is it a low-end niche? Then look at client budgets. Are clients looking for recruitment agencies in those fields? Are clients actually reaching out to agencies, or are they filling them themselves? There are certain fields that the demand for recruitment agencies is not as high as others. So when it comes to, for example, that's why I say, so you either want to be a generalist or a specialist. If you go down the route of a generalist, then your client budgets or the client budgets will be a lot lower. And an example of that will be if you are going into admin or office recruitment, you're looking at a much lower finder's fee, much lower commission structures as opposed to higher end niches such as engineers, IT, healthcare professionals. So look at the profitability of the niche that you are doing. Is it something that the candidates are already getting a really, really good salary? So you try to follow, or what I do is try to follow the market salaries. So if I'm recruiting engineers are going to be on top salaries. That means my commission will be a lot higher than someone who will be on a lower salary. So it's more of looking at white collar versus blue collar. Yes, it's amazing having blue collar, because so what white collar and blue collar is, before I go into it, is white collar is generally a specialist. So when it comes to IT, healthcare, engineering. These are white collar fields. And when it comes to blue collar fields, you're looking at laborers. So you may get a client asking you for 15 to 20 laborers, but those 15 to 20 laborers commission structure or the value of what you will actually earn from them may be equivalent to supplying one doctor or one private nurse. So selecting your niche, the way you should look at it is what is it that you are trying to, what is your goal? What goal do you have in mind? Are you open to going into a field that you may not have as much knowledge about and try to learn that field and really do really well, even though that field may be a lot smaller in terms of the candidate pool and the client, but the commission structure will be a lot higher, and the candidates are of course being paid a lot more. So I personally prefer going into white collar. Yes, the work will be a lot less, but it's like you're doing less work, but getting slightly better pay than blue collar in terms of the commissions and the finder's fees. And we'll be going into that shortly as well. What commissions are, what are finder's fee, what are terms and temp recruitment and perm recruitment. Now we'll be going to look at identifying high value niches. How do you know a niche is really high value and it's the right niche for you? So the best way to look at a high value niche is look at the industry growth. Look for the industry that are grown and have the highest demands for talent. Don't look at dying industries. A dying industry, for example, I would say is oil and gas. Oil and gas is not as in high demand as it was before. Now people are looking at renewable energies and sort of different fields at the moment. So renewable energies and wind farms, etc. So that is a really field that's really booming and is growing at the moment. And look at other industries that have a high market value. So that is how I look at the industry before you decide which one to go for. How much do they contribute towards the recruitment market value? And so some of the industries that are really busy at the moment is healthcare. And if we look at healthcare recruitment, how much have they contributed towards the market value? 5.1 billion. So in total, the temporary healthcare recruitment agency market is valued at 5.1 billion across the healthcare sector. So that's 11.8 over the last 5 years. So healthcare is a huge market. So, and it's really busy, as we know as well. People are always getting ill. People always need the healthcare, and it's an industry that's not going to be dying for the unforeseeable future. So next one we've got is evaluate the competition in your chosen niche. So look at, is there competition in the niche? If there is, that is a good sign. It shows that they are using agencies. Like I showed you in the previous slide, the best way to look at that is just go on Indeed, look at, let's say, for example, let's just say engineering, and let's see how many jobs we can find on Indeed. Over 28,000 engineering jobs. And you can see about 5,000 agencies. So competition is actually a good sign. It shows you that they are using agencies, and you would be very much welcome in that space as long as you're able to deliver. So never look at competition as, okay, this industry is saturated. It clearly shows that there is a demand, there is a need, there is 5,000 agencies working on that demand, and there is no reason why you can't work in that same space too. As long that clients, the way they look at it, and a lot of people, this is one thing they get wrong. They say to themselves, you know, why would a client use my agency? And I've only been trading for a month or 2 or 3. I don't have the same reputation, or I don't have the same industry knowledge as my competitors. But the way you should look at it is, clients, they only care if you can deliver. Some wouldn't care if you've been around for 2 years or 2 days. If you've got the right candidates for them, and they've got the right skill set they are looking for, they will bite your hand off and take your candidate as soon as they can. So look at the market that you're looking into. Are there other agencies in that field? If there is, great, jump on that field and get a piece of the cake. Temp recruitment versus perm recruitment. So what are the differences between temp and perm recruitment? The difference between temp and perm recruitment is temp is temporarily, so it's a shorter term placements or shorter term recruitment, as opposed to permanent recruitment, it's a longer term. So there's two types of vacancies. So even if we look back on Indeed, and we'll be able to see the vacancies here. So if we typed in engineering and we type engineering over here, find jobs, we'll find there's over 28,000 jobs. So of those 28,000, how many of them are temps? How many of them are perm? Permanent of those is 10,000, just over 10,000, and temps is 630. So permanent is when they're looking for someone on a permanent basis. So it's straightforward. You'll supply a client with a permanent candidate. You'll arrange a finder's fee, and we'll be going into what finder's fee is, I think, over the next couple of slides. And then that's a done deal. It's the candidate then belongs to them. They've paid you your fees, your finder's fees, your commissions, and whatever agreement you had between each other. And that's it. The candidate now belongs to them. So temp recruitment is slightly different. It's the candidate is on your books. The candidates you have to pay. The candidates are your responsibility. Once the candidates work, they will come to you for their pay and anything else. And we'll go into that shortly. So the pros of temp staffing, or the pros of having temp contracts, is it's a lot more passive. So you'll have, sorry, I've moved over slides. So pros versus cons. So the pros of temp staffing, you don't have to make placements every month, and you can have a candidate working for you for 12 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Is literally, there is no ending. It really depends on the client and what they're looking for. So it's very, very lucrative. You can earn, it's a passive income. What else about, I can say about temp staffing? And you can earn on whether it's days, nights, weekends. So every hour or every day that a candidate is working, you are earning. So it's fantastic when it comes to temp staffing. It's really, really great. It's very, very passive. It's like a regular income just hitting your accounts every hour that they're working. So every moment they clock in, you clock in. They sent you the hours that they've worked, and then that's it. You get to invoice your clients. And the cons or the downside of temp staffing is if that candidate is ill, they don't work, you don't get paid. If the candidate or terminates the contract, that booking is essentially void and it no longer stands. So it's another con or another downside to temp staffing is you have to pay for those your candidates up front and invoice your clients thereafter. And then we'll be going through how to invoice through the payroll modules as we get there. Pros versus cons on perm staffing. So look, perm staffing, having a permanent candidate is great. The pros, the first thing I can think of is the amount that you get paid. So the way it works is once you find a candidate on a permanent basis, you agree a salary with your client, whether it's 20% of the first year annual salary, whether it's a flat fee of 10 grand for the finding of the individual or the candidate that you found for them. So you agree a fee, whether it's a percentage or a flat fee. It's entirely up to yourself and your client. Once you've agreed and you've shaken hand and they've signed your terms, you find them a candidate. They will interview your candidate. If they like your candidate, they will place your candidate on a permanent position to work at their organization. They will then pay you a finder's fee for the candidate that you found them. Once they pay you the finder's fee, the candidate now belongs to them. They pay them, the candidate is on their books, and you get a one-off fee that you've agreed between yourselves, and that's it. It's very profitable, it's lucrative, and it's a lump sum, so it's great. So let's say, for example, in the healthcare industry, finding a doctor is not unheard of, getting a 15 to 20 grand placement. In the IT industry, finding a high-end IT engineer, you're looking at anything between 18 grand to about 25 grand as a finder's fee. That's a one-off fee they pay to you to say to you, thank you for your services. Thank you for finding us this candidate. So imagine £20,000 for one placement. That's a salary almost you're earning in one placement. So if you've got two of those candidates that you find per month, that's £40,000 you can earn every single month. These numbers are not insane. I know it might sound crazy to you, but this is absolutely industry standard. 20%, anything between, I would say anything between 12.5% to 20% is industry standard. Anything lower than that, of course, the client is getting a good deal. And anything higher than that, you are getting a good deal. So do you have to specialize in either temp or perm? I would say absolutely not. And as a matter of fact, whatever niche that you go into, I would recommend that you tackle both sides of the market. So for example, if you go into the healthcare niche and you go into the healthcare sector and you start your own healthcare agency, you will find a lot of hospitals and trusts and surgeries are looking for doctors, nurses, paramedics, what have you, healthcare staff. They will send you, or you'll get vacancies from them, or you'll find vacancies online for temporary placements. Once you got your foot in the door and you know how to do temp staffing and you've got your temporary pool of candidates, look at also the permanent side of things. Because what happens is clients are generally using temp staff in order to fill their short-term gap until they find a permanent recruitment and permanent member of staff to join their team. So look at both sides of the market. Why not tackle both? So tackle the temp side of things and supply temp staff. And at the same time, you can open a sister company. You can keep it under your umbrella. You can keep it under your company and focus on perm staff as well. So you've got a bit of both. You've got ongoing, lucrative, passive, daily or hourly rates coming in from the temp side of things. And then you've also got lump sums of finder's fees from the clients for the permanent recruitment. We'll be going now through long-term placements and temp to perms. So what is a long-term placement? And what is the difference between a long-term placement and a permanent position? Is it the same thing? So a long-term placement, it's more of a placement where you're not permanent. So it's potentially what some clients like to do. So I'll give you some vacancies examples. What they like to do is hire you on a long-term temporary position at the moment, and then gradually move you over from the long-term to a permanent. So if we look at some vacancies over here, we look at, okay, we've got a primary school here looking for a teacher, long-term to permanent contract. So having someone on a long term to eventually switching them over to a permanent member of staff. So long-term placements, why clients like it, or why some clients will say to you, I'm looking for someone long-term, it provides stability and predictability. You have less things that you lose over handovers, because whenever you hand over a short-term position, some things get lost in the work. So it does provide the stability side of things, and it's predictable as well, knowing that you have the same person coming in. So that will also bring us to the next point of long-term and why clients like it, especially sometimes you find in the healthcare industry, they prefer having long-term in the same person. It provides continuity of care to the patients. So, a patient gets seen by a doctor today, and then tomorrow they'll be seen by another doctor. Some hospitals prefer, or some trusts, they would prefer a long-term candidate who can just stay with the practice or stay with the hospital for a longer stretch of time. This minimizes disruption caused by turnover, because every time you have a new candidate, either something may get lost, or it may get misplaced, or notes may not be passed over correctly. So it does provide continuity of care to patients. And again, also other people who prefer, other clients that may prefer long terms are, again, schools, as an example that we saw. A teacher, they would have a teacher teaching a classroom rather than having in one semester having 6 different teachers. So long term is something that is definitely preferred by a lot of clients. Long term placements sometimes do come at a higher cost, So long-term placements are higher and costing than a permanent placement. But when it comes to long-term, some clients will say to you as well, since I'm going to be giving you a long-term position, is there anything you can do to negotiate on the rates? So expect to drop your rates down a little bit. Expect to not your commission to be down slightly, because you're getting a long-term placement in return. So for example, if a short-term placement would have cost the client £3,000, a long-term placement may cost them 2,500, because it's continuous business that they are giving to your agency. So yes, it may cost them a lot more than having permanent member of staff, but and it will cost them slightly less than having temp. So if that makes sense. So just to recap it, temp staffing would be the highest in terms of the costing long-term wise, and then you've got long-term placements, which would sit in the middle between that and permanent placements. Permanent placement, generally speaking, and is the most cost effective for clients. That's why clients would love to hire candidates permanently, but due to shortage of skills, or depending on the area as well, sometimes they find it harder finding permanent staff. That's why they resort to just, okay, we can't find permanent, let's look for a long-term placement in that case. Temp to perm is something also that you may offer your clients, and some clients are used to it already. Temp to perm is literally having your candidate on a temporary basis in hopes that you'll have them on a permanent placement. So this is like a try before you buy, before you commit and have someone working at your practice full time, or someone working at your school or your hospital or whatever field that you're going into. Before your client commits fully, they sometimes look at options of temp to perms. So what happens is they will have someone from you on a temporary basis, let's just say an hourly rate of £100 an hour. They pay you, you pay your candidate £60 an hour. You are earning £40 every hour they're working. So after 6 months' time, your client will say to you, okay, this candidate's been working with us for 6 months. We absolutely love them. We'd like to hire them now on a permanent basis. What can you do in terms of the rate? So this is then either something that you agree beforehand, or you take into consideration how many months they've worked for you and give them a slightly reduced rate. So had they come to you for a permanent placement, let's say you would have charged them 20% of the first year annual salary. Now, due to them having given you business already and had someone working with you on a temporary basis, you may give them a slightly reduced rate of 15% as an appreciation of their business. Long-term placements versus short-term placements, or versus temp to perms, is cost effective. So having temp to perm, I would say it's a really good way of selling the candidate, and it's cost effective. So there's no upfront cost. So generally speaking, when you hire on a permanent basis, you've got to pay a percentage of the salary, or agreed sum. Let's just say £6,000. So you've agreed £6,000 for the hire of Dr. Jonathan. Now, Dr. Jonathan turns up to his shift, and on his first day of his shift, the client will pay you £6,000 for finding Dr. Jonathan. What a lot of clients prefer to do is, before they commit to the £6,000, is, can we have your Dr. Jonathan working for us on a temporary basis for 2 weeks or 1 week or 2 months, or whatever, say they give you a specific time frame. Now, this is really cost effective in terms of they get to not only see your candidate, they get to see how he works, if this person is the right fit for them. It's very cost effective in terms of the way they recruit, because what some people do is they go in blind and they recruit and they find this person is not fit for the job, and it brings around problems. So now you've understood what recruitment is, what is required from you. You know what niches are, how to select a niche and identify a high value niche. Let's get into the heart of the recruitment process, which is finding talent. talent acquisition, finding the right candidates. So this is the part where you get your hands dirty. This is the part where you actually do the work. So the first two modules, let's just say, were more of the theoretically side of things. Now it's going to be very, very practical. I need you to pay very, very close attention to what I'm about to tell you. And honestly, from just these websites alone, you can earn thousands, and no exaggeration. Myself, I'm starting a new project at the moment. We are launching very, very soon, and we're literally just using one website to get pretty much all of our data from. And I'm going to be sharing with you what that website is and how you can do the same. So let's get into it. So on this module, we've got 5 sub lessons. We've got job posting and advertising, building and maintaining a talent pool, implementing and managing an application tracking system, an ATS, pre-boarding process and documentation, and also what else you can do in order to get candidates, which is thinking outside the box, and other ways of acquiring talent to your agency. So let's get right into it. Job posting and advertising. Creating and managing job posting. It is a must. If you are going to attract candidates, you have to create and manage job posting. You've got to be creating job posts. So you can make it a tailored job post. You can use ChatGPT. You can make it, as very, very appealing to your audience or your market that you're going for, and make sure then you are constantly posting on different platforms. We'll be going through the platforms I would recommend you to do. And first and foremost, one of them is your own website. You must have on your website a place where you have your own vacancies. So candidates will come to your website, your agency, look at, okay, this agency has these jobs on their website. So you'll get a huge amount of applicants from your website. This is really, really good. It's organic candidates and it doesn't cost you anything. You're not spending thousands or hundreds in marketing. You're just literally putting vacancies on your website. What vacancies would I recommend that you put on your website? So let's just say you've chosen the healthcare niche. So go on your competitors' websites, go on other agencies, go on, I would say go on other providers, NHS, and go on their website and see what vacancies they've got out there, and you want to have similar vacancies on your website. So make sure that you've got constant vacancies always on your website. It's a huge plus for candidates. It shows that you are a busy agency. It shows that you've got the work that they are looking for, and it shows that you are competent and you know your market very well. So website applications are very important. So make sure once you've created your website that you have a page for your vacancies to sit on, and candidates are able to apply, submit their CVs, their numbers, their names to your website directly. So for example, on the website applications, I will give you a website here and just to show you what it should look like. So make sure once you're building your website, you ask your web developer to build you something similar where you've got a page for your candidates to apply, submit their email address, their names, their contact number, their postcodes, etc., and a place where they can upload their CVs. So why is this important? You are capturing data, you're capturing your candidates who are applying for vacancies. And what happens is once they apply for these vacancies, those will be forwarded over to your email address, and you'll get in lifetime get to see who's went on your website and applied, what vacancies they've applied for, and you'll get a lot of candidates coming your way. So it's really good having a page on your website. So it's a very important thing. And do not forget, once you're building your website, to whether you're building yourself or you get someone to build it for you, that they include an application page where candidates can apply for vacancies on your website. Okay, then we've got targeting niche job boards. What is a job board before we go into the niche job boards? And I'll give you an example what a job board is. You've got one here, CV Library, and I'll go into CV Library very shortly. So targeting niche job boards. So if you're going into, let's say, the admin sector, receptionist, that sort of field, then what job boards are the right ones for you? Just having a quick Google online, and you'll be able to find the right job boards for you. Top of my head, when it comes to recruiting for admin and sort of medical and admin and clerical staff, I would say Reed is probably the right job board when it comes to finding medical staff, you've got total jobs and CV library as well. So making sure that you've got a job board where you can find candidates. So the one that I personally use myself is CV library, and it's very, very straightforward. You just click on CV library over here. You look for the industry you're looking for. So if you're looking for a, let's just say a dental dental hygienist, let's just say dental hygiene therapist. Cool. You just do view results. So you can narrow it down. Submitted since, I would say, last 2 months. And I'm going to leave it all open in terms of location wise. And we can find, let's see how many we can find here. Okay, so this is quite narrow. So if we just say dental. Okay, so we've got 5,320. You've got dentist over here. So the first one here, we've got Asif Mahmood, a dentist in Huddersfield. So what I normally do is click CV, and if I'm recruiting in Huddersfield and I'm looking for a dentist, this is the first candidate I find. View his contact details, and there you go. You've got his name, number, his email address, and yeah, and pretty much where he's worked in the past. So this is a really, really good way of building your database. Just you can download these CVs, and once you've downloaded them, you could store them somewhere safely, where you can always reference back to them. So this is a really, really easy way of building a candidate database. So you can go back on a CV library. Let's just say, for example, we're looking for a nurse. Bear in mind, you've got over 20 million CVs on CV library. We've just got 33,912 nurses being displayed. We've all submitted their CVs in the past 2 months alone. So it's a huge amount of candidates available. So the way I look at it is I look at the location. So if I'm recruiting in, let's just say, Northwest London, I've got 5,000 candidates in West London. So this is a really, really good tool to have in order to build your database and to find the right talent for your clients. And once you find someone for them, then what you do is you just download a copy of the CV. So let's say over here, we've got Tatiana, and all you have to do is download CV, and that's it. It's downloaded. CV done. And you can view the contact details, and it'll tell you their mobile numbers, their personal email addresses as well. So it's really, really good tool to have, and you just copy and paste this email. You can write her a nice email now, just saying, hey Tatiana, I just came across your CV on CV library, and I was just looking at or I was just wondering if you were available for any work at all. If you are, and I've got these vacancies in your area, and you can write down what you've got available for her, or you can ask her, hey Tatiana, I've just came across your CV and CV library. I'd love to have a chat with you. When are you available for a quick call? And then, yeah, you've got the number here, so you can get on the phones to her and try to find her work that suits what she is looking for. Okay, and then you've got finding candidates info on LinkedIn and Indeed. And just before I move on, quickly go back on the last slide, just to let you know, CV Library is a really, really good tool. So is the other job boards, but it's personally the one that I'm using. It depends on what package you go for. The pricing, it could start from anything up to £100 plus a month. It can be slightly dearer depending on the package that you choose, and it could be slightly less as well, depending on how many users, etc., you take on with them. But just to give you an idea overall on what this sort of website or this database will charge you is about, give or take, about just over £100 a month. But the returns on that is honestly really, really great. And yeah, so let's get back into finding candidates. So again, as I said earlier, this is literally the heart of recruitment. This is the part where you get really, really practical and go out there and find candidates. Candidates are not going to fall on your lap. You've got to go out there and find candidates. Another tool that I use is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is absolutely free. You can get LinkedIn Recruiter. which is quite dear. I'm not sure how much it is. Last time I knew it was a couple of grand. It's quite expensive, so it's not something I'd recommend that you get from the get-go. But what I liked about LinkedIn is you can use automations. You can use sort of other automations that are attached or extensions. And I'll show you what I mean by this. So I use a company called Lead Leaper. So Lead Leaper, what it does is an extension. So this is an email finder, and this is really good in terms of finding candidates whom you're looking for. So if you are looking, so let's go on LinkedIn and let's just search software engineer. Okay, let's try to find software engineers. Okay, so we go on LinkedIn and we look for software engineers. Okay, so you've got one over here, Tamim Safi. So if we do Tamim over here, we click on the extension and it'll read their emails if there's any emails associated on the LinkedIn. And if I view my list, then there should be one over here. Here we go. So we've got Tamim's email address. So I've got Tamim's email address over here, and I've got even his office number. So, and it tells me what he is. He's a senior software engineer at JP Morgan Chase and Co. So this is a really, really quick and organic way of finding candidates, for clients in order to get business from your clients. So what you do is just copy the email and you can just email Tamim with a nice email saying, I've got vacancies for senior software engineers in your area, paying really, really good rates. What is your best contact number, or are you available for a quick call? And yeah, you get on the phone to them and give them a quick call in order to get his CV. So once you have the CV, then you're a step closer to potentially placing your candidates and finding them work. Another automation that I like to use is Zoho Recruit. I'm not logged on at the moment to fully show you, but I'll show you the website here. What Zoho Recruit does is you put your vacancies out on Zoho Recruit, and it will then put it out on literally so many different job boards. It'll put it out on all the free job boards for you on your behalf. So one post that you do on this website will go on potentially 15 to 20 different websites, and it just widens your horizon or widens the audience that are able to reach you. So all these automations are really, really handy to have. And again, some of them you pay for, some of them are free, like LinkedIn is free. The extension I was using was called Lead Leaper, which costs, you can get a free version, which gives you 100 credit. So every email address you get is a credit, and then anything after that you have to pay for it, or you can get it for £50 a month, and for 50 quid a month you get 1,000 credit and 1,000 people. So it'll give you 1,000 candidates that you can download from LinkedIn. And even though it costs you £50, but you can literally make from one placement alone thousands and thousands of pounds. So it's really worth having. Zoho Recruit costs about 20 quid a month. And what that does is you post your jobs or whatever vacancies that you have on Zoho Recruit, and it will post it out to 15 different websites for you, like right away. And it posts out to 3 websites as well. So it's really, really cool tool to have. Now we'll be looking into building and maintaining a talent pool. So how do you build and maintain a talent pool? First and foremost, what works for me and is really, really, really effective is speculative and targeted mail shot. What are mail shots? So mail shots are just sending mass emails to your candidates, of vacancies that you have, of vacancies that you're going to have in the near future, and making sure that your candidates are reached by email. I like to send out speculative emails. So sometimes keeping it generic, keeping it vague, so that way you're not narrowing down your market and it just encompasses everyone. And also at times doing targeted mail shots where you are specifically focusing on a smaller audience of your candidates. And so mail shots are very, 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 very handy, and it's proven to myself. I've built my company on doing a lot of mail shots. We do about, I would say, anything up to sort of about 1 million emails a month, I would say, realistically. So we do about 200,000 odd emails a week, 200 to 250,000 emails a week. We send out speculative emails, we send out targeted emails. So and people, when you're constantly emailing people, people come back to you. Let's say you email people and they don't respond to your email. They may respond back to you a month later because they were in a position, or it wasn't the right time. Your email may land on them at the right time. So there's a lot of times when I've sent emails out even to my clients, and they've said to me, "You've contacted me at a perfect time. We were just recruiting and we were just looking for someone. I'm so grateful you've contacted me." So do never underestimate the power of emails. Honestly, it's really, really great. And I've get so many responses via emails. And I think it's a lot. Again, it's not. And I know some people prefer calls, but emails, I would say definitely start with an email before you get on the phones to any of your candidates. And what happens a lot of the times also is candidates, they will say to you, "Oh, I'm a little bit busy. Can you just email me?" So they try to fob you off with an email. Once you send them an email, they can see that you are a sharp recruiter. That as soon as someone says to you, "Can you email me?" You said, "I've just sent you an email. I'm just giving you a follow-up call and just wondering if you managed to see my email. If you haven't, have you got a couple of minutes, and I'll explain to you exactly what those vacancies were." So the emails are really good. It keeps your name fresh in their mind. So let's just say you constantly email them once a month or once every 2 weeks, you email them. And let's say 3 months later, they're looking for a position. The first company that they're going to think of is, yeah, this is the guy that emails me all the time for vacancies. I'm looking for something now. So yeah, so emails are a really, really good tool to have. We'll go through CRMs and the different types of CRMs there are over the next few slides. The reason I mentioned this is we use a mailing relay, an email relay, and again, we'll go through what email relays are as well over the next few slides. Another thing of building a talent pool, not to underestimate, and it can be very boring, but it's crucial: cold calling your candidates, getting on the phones and speaking to them, putting a voice to the name that they see via email is important. Cold calling, I target my staff to do at least 150 calls a day. So imagine you're making 150 calls every single day. Even if you get 5 of those saying yes to you, that's 5 deals that you made in a day. That is a good amount. So cold calling is important. Don't get, it can be repetitive. It can be a bit daunting initially, yes, but believe me, the longer you do cold calling, the more people start to return your calls. Those cold calls will turn into warm calls, which then in turn leads to a sale and profiting. Another way of building your talent pool: headhunting, going out there, going on LinkedIn, and finding talent and contacting them. Also on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn over here, and best thing to do is once you can connecting to your people, once you connect to them, you send them a message. So I can't send a message because I'm not connected to this person. So once you connect to them, send them an in-house message saying to them, "Hey, I just connected to you. I was just wondering if you were available for a quick call," and then get on the phone to them. Even though they may be working, they may be working for another organization, headhunt them, call them, offer them slightly better package, a better rate, offer them something better that your competitors offering them, and try to win business and try to persuade them to join your books. So headhunting is very important, and it's really proven to be successful. To the point that you find some organizations, they've literally got a department for headhunting where they've just got staff. All they do is just headhunt all day long, go on competitors' sites, go onto different websites and try to find the talent pool that they are looking for and get their details, get their names, their numbers, and email addresses, and try to reach out to them. It's also very important when it comes to building a talent pool that you regularly update your talent database. Never ever get complacent and say, "Okay, I've got a good amount of data now. I'm going to get into making money and get into recruitment." Yes, whilst you are focusing and making money and you are focused on what in servicing your clients, don't forget the importance of updating your talent pool. I've been up, so one of my companies have been running for 3 years. For 3 years, so I've got 8 staff members on the database updating. So all they do is they update the database, make sure the talent pool are up to date. And what they do, for example, just the way I showed you on LinkedIn, how we managed to get this chap's email address using the lead leaper. So what they'll be doing is just go on LinkedIn, go on, get email addresses, and once they get email addresses, populating it onto our CRMs that we are using. And then the recruitment team, their job is then to get all the cold leads that were added on from the admin team and turning them into potential sales. So what you need to do is make sure that you're constantly scraping data, whether it's from LinkedIn, various other websites that we'll be going through automations as well very shortly. And once you have that data, that if you do not have the time to constantly data scrape, because I know it can be time consuming, it can sometimes take hours and hours of just going on websites. It's boring, copy and pasting email addresses, hundreds and thousands of them. But making sure that you at least outsource this to someone else, that their duty or their literally their job role would be just purely making sure that they are just scraping email addresses, contact names, numbers from various different websites, and then you would collect them onto either an Excel sheet or a CRM. Again, is something that we'll be talking over very, very shortly. Another way of maintaining a talent pool is maintaining a good relationship with your candidates. Making sure your candidate is someone that you can speak to, someone they are very, very comfortable with, and in return, try to get referrals from your candidates. See if they got any colleagues, any friends, anyone else that they can recommend to you. Honestly, never ever underestimate the power of a referral. I've had a lady called Lisa. She referred me her friend, and her friend's been working with me literally till this very day. And so it's very, very powerful what a referral can do. It just builds automatically trust. They come to you, they know they've been told by a friend or a colleague of theirs that that you deliver, that you can find work, that you've got extensive knowledge in the recruitment space, and it just builds that trust. They are very comfortable sending their CVs, sharing their personal details with you because they know that you are someone that has been referred to them. So always ask on every I can't reiterate this enough. Always ask on every single call, on every single person that you speak to, a referral. Absolutely, you are more likely to get a referral from someone that you've built a good relationship with rather than a cold call. Even though, do not underestimate that too. Sometimes on a cold call, a candidate is not available. They've not got the capacity. They've not got the time to work with you. But what they say to you is, I'm not available. My friend Janet or my friend Joe, he's available for work. This is his details. Feel free to reach out to him. Once you reach out to Joe or Janet, they prove to be an absolute gem and they'll be working with your agency for God knows how long. So it's very, very sometimes underrated. Some people just don't bother asking, but asking a referral honestly makes a huge, huge difference and it can really, really prove to be successful. Another way of, I would say, building a talent pool, data scraping. Data scraping, again, it can be a bit boring. So that's what these are some of these tasks I would personally say to you is understand it, know it, master it, and then outsource it to someone else. Data scraping, going online. So for example, it depends what niche you want to get into. And if you want to get into, let's just say, for example, healthcare recruitment, go on the hospitals, go on to different, you go on hospitals, go on to GP surgeries, go on to trust websites, go on to clinics, go on their pages where it says candidates that work for them, find out the name of the candidates, go on to LinkedIn and try to find their LinkedIn page. Once you find the LinkedIn page, use extensions like Lead Leaper, scrape their email addresses and their contact details. And you've got also things like automations and bots. Honestly, these work fantastic. So again, this is something that it can be a bit technical and it's not a must, but it can be very cheap as well. So you can find a guy on Fiverr or on Upworks on people per hour, and you can just say, can you create me an automation or a bot that just scrapes email addresses and names and numbers from websites, and he'll just give you a command. I'll give you a little tutorial on how to use it, and you just copy and paste an email address, copy and paste the website on there, and you can literally scrape hundreds and hundreds and thousands of email addresses. So data is really, really important. It's literally the value of your business. The more you work on it, the more you maintain your database. And I mentioned earlier the importance of updating your database. And what I mean by that is constantly adding on new people and removing people. And how do you know who to remove from your database? Anyone that contacts you that says to you, I'm not interested and I'm not in this field, you could remove them. Anyone that says to you, I've retired, I'm no longer in this space, you could just remove them from your database. Anyone also that says to you, I'm not interested and I would not like to be contacted, by law, you've got to remove those people. But you do not want to have anyone on your database who's not willing to work. So constantly data scrape, go on job boards, go on LinkedIn, automation bots. There's so many different ways of referrals, your own websites. There's so many different ways of acquiring candidates. And candidates, honestly, if you are in the right market, if you've got a candidate, 9 out of 10 times you can place them for a really, really good finder's fee. If you're in the healthcare industry, if you're in the IT sector, if you're in the engineering space, if you've got candidates in these markets, you'll find clients left, right, and center. And we'll be going through how to find clients and how to acquire those as well. Now we'll be talking about implementing and managing an application tracking system, a way that you can manage all your applicants and anyone that's applied for any vacancies at your company. So first and foremost, the best way to do this is to candidate screening. So screen your candidates, asking the right questions on one call. A common mistake people make in recruitment is they ask some questions and they forget to ask other questions, and then they pick up the phone to call the candidate again, and sometimes they can't get hold of the candidate again, or you just look very incompetent and the candidate has lost interest. So it's very, very important that you get everything on one call and one call only. The way I look at it is, I say to everyone as well, is once you're speaking to a candidate, assume that this candidate won't pick up your next call. Make sure you get everything that you want to say to them on this call, and you look very professional as well. You don't look professional if you ask half questions and then you pick up the phone and ask again, and then pick up the phone and then ask. You just sound very, very incompetent. So screen your candidate, ask the right questions, know everything about your candidate. Your candidate is your product. What you are sending to your client is your candidate. You are saying, I've got a fantastic candidate that can do X, Y, and Z. But if you do not know your product, it's going to be impossible for you to sell your candidate to your client, and therefore you'll probably not make anything at all. So where people go wrong is lack of understanding regarding their candidates. They don't ask the right question. Therefore, in turn, they don't know the right answer. When a client says to you, we're interested in this CV, how far can this person travel? You didn't ask this question. So it's important to know how far can this person travel, what sort of rate are they looking for, what are their competencies, what are their do's and their don'ts, what can they do, what can't they do, and try to get everything all on one call. Another thing that's very, very important as a recruiter is that you tie all loose ends, meaning that if a candidate speaks to you on the phone during lunchtime and they say to you, give me a call back at 6 p.m., that you diarize it, that you organize yourself. Another common, and it probably looks, you probably say this is something simple to me. It's, it's irrelevant to me, but I see a lot of recruiters where they go wrong is they do all the hard work of cold calling, they do all the hard work of emailing, and they go wrong when it comes to organizations, not following up. If a candidate says to you follow up and you don't follow up, literally you look at it is that you've just lost out on a deal. And that deal could have been worth 10 grand. So to follow up calls, CBL. I can't stress enough how important a CBL, a callback list is. A callback list is basically any candidate that you try to speak to during the day. So during the day, your candidates are busy just like yourself. If I call you 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, more than likely you may miss my call because you're at work or you're busy doing some sort of work. Now, your candidates are the same. They may not answer your phone during the day. That's why you have a callback list. I have a list of everyone I want to speak to outside of working hours. So whether that is, I used to do this in my early days of recruitment. What I used to do was on my way home, I used to have a list of, let's say, 15 people that I wanted to contact, which I believed that they were the right fit for the vacancies that I was hiring for. And if I had a chance to speak to them on the phone, I'm very confident that I could close them. So what I do is I make a callback list of those people, and on my way home, whether you're on the train, on the bus, or on your drive home, or you're walking home, whatever, you just get on the phone to them and just say, hey, have you got a minute? Best time I used to find is anything after 6 o'clock. The golden hour for me was between 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. That is the time where generally people are more relaxed. They've come home. They're not as busy. Sometimes you find them sitting on the sofa watching something or just scrolling on their phone, and then you call them and they are more open to speaking to you. They are a lot more relaxed. They give you the time in a day, and there's less competition. Let's face it, a professional gets maybe 10 to 15 potentially calls a day from so many different agencies. So they haven't got the time. You're just another recruiter just hounding them during a busy period. But not many recruiters actually call during the quieter time. So this is a time where you literally it makes a huge difference. I can't tell you how many like deals I've closed during these times between 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Don't go too late, then then it becomes a bit evasive where you're just invading their privacy, where you're just contacting them during unsociable hours. So try to have a time where I would say 9 o'clock is the sort of the latest 9 o'clock UK time. That is, it's the latest I would contact someone. And anything after 6 o'clock, I find that people are either gone home already or they are on their way home and they've got more of a time to speak to you. So this is something that you should do. Follow up calls. Always follow up on calls. If someone says to you, and this is what I mean by tying loose, and if someone says to you, give me a call tomorrow, a not so smart recruiter will say, okay, I'll speak to you tomorrow. Whereas a sharp recruiter will say, okay, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow afternoon. Okay, what time in the afternoon suits you? Should we say 2 o'clock? Perfect. I'm going to put a note in my diary to give you a call at 2 o'clock. Another thing is when a candidate says to you, I'll forward you my CV. A not so smart recruiter will say, all right, perfect. I look forward to receiving your CV. Cool. You put the phone down, a day goes by, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. You may not receive a CV. But a sharper recruiter, what they'll say is, when can I expect to receive your CV? You'll get it from me this evening. All right, perfect. What I'll do is I'll put a note in my diary for tomorrow morning just to give you a quick follow-up call in case I don't receive your CV tonight. Is that okay? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And that's it. What you literally, that's just, all you did is an extra 10, 15 seconds of work, but you make a huge difference in terms of an actual sale versus a lost lead. So it's important, follow-up calls, organize yourself, have a callback list. Any candidate that you think they will be able to do the vacancy that you have, then put them on I'll make my own Excel sheet, or you can make your own little Word document. So you can literally just go on sort of Notepad, for example, and write down all the people during the day that you want to speak to tonight, and email yourself these people. And then just as on your walk home or wherever you are, just go from your phone, just click on the name, on the number, and start dialing. Another important way of keeping an applicant tracking system is, once you've done all that hard work of getting you scrape all the candidates from online, all these job boards or LinkedIn or whatever. Now you've got a good amount of candidates data. So you got emails, numbers, name. I can't stress how important that data is. That data honestly is worth, your company is your database. Without that database, your company is worth nothing. Literally, my company is worth zero. The name doesn't sell. It's my data that sells. So your data storage has to be on point, where whether you have a CRM. So a CRM is like a software, and I will show you a few examples of some CRMs that we have. So one of the ones that I use is Vincere, the recruitment software. So this software here, what it does is it just stores. Okay, I thought there'll be a picture of it here somewhere, but not to worry. So you've got here, this is a recruitment software. What it does, it stores all of your candidates, their names, their numbers, their email addresses onto that CRM for you. And from that CRM, you can email people from that program. And again, you don't have to have a CRM initially once you're starting. And that's why I said you can even have Cloud Drive, OneDrive, an Excel sheet. Excel sheet works wonders, by the way. Putting everyone on an Excel sheet your name, numbers, emails, postcode, location. So it's very much organized. And later on, if you are looking for a candidate, let's just say in Liverpool, you just go on your Excel sheet, search by Liverpool, and you can just pull up all the people in the Liverpool area and reach out to them. So very, very important that you have a good method of storing your database, whether it's on a cloud drive, an Excel sheet, a CRM. So let's go on to the next one, pre-boarding process and documentation. So on a pre-boarding process, what I like to do is have a welcome pack template. Anyone that I speak to on the phone, we have a template called CV request. We like to add those templates on our emails. So as soon as you speak to someone on the phone, send them an email, follow-up email saying, hey, it was fantastic speaking to you. If you can kindly send me a copy of your CV so we can move forward on securing you a position local in your area, paying really, really good rates. So if you can send me a copy of your CV, and then I will take the next step and find you the job that you're looking for. So this is just a standard template. You can use AI, ChatGPT, trying to find a nice little template for your candidates to welcome them and to try to get them to join your agency. And so once you do that, have that template, just literally just copy and paste it, and you'll see a lot more people are responding back to you because you are sending warm follow-up emails. Those emails are very important because sometimes you speak to a candidate or a candidate speaks to you on the phone and they'll either forget to email you or they probably won't have the time to email you. So you sending the welcome email or a nice little reminder email, or even saying further to our conversation, and it was really lovely speaking to you. If you could kindly send me your CV, and then have that email saved somewhere where you could just reference back to it for the next person that you'll send it to. I would recommend at least that you're sending at the minimum 50 emails per day. So of those 50 emails, even if your rate of is 10%, 5% are sending, so 5 CVs you are getting back is still a good amount. 5 CVs that you get a day, that's if you do that 5 times a week, that's 25 CVs a week. That's about 25 a week, so that's 100 CVs you're getting a month. So 100 candidates that you can potentially place and earn a very, very good finder's fee from. Another thing is another mistake I see people make is they are very compliance heavy. So do not be compliance heavy. Do not ask your candidates to email you things that they do not need to email you. Don't just send them. I see people, what they do, they even put it on their websites. They email, part of their welcome pack email is a huge, huge checklist of documents that they need from them. It's very daunting. A lot of people don't have time. Me and you are if we get an email from a agency or we get an email from someone requesting for a huge amount of documents, more than likely we're not going to respond. So your candidates will not respond, or not many of them will respond to a email with a huge checklist. Ask for the things that are necessary and get the rest later on during the recruitment process. So what I like to ask for initially is just a CV. I'll say to them, our registration is very simple. It's straightforward. All we just ask is a copy of your CV. We won't ask for your 5 years background check. We won't ask for your right to work. We won't ask for all of these documents because it's not necessary. And I haven't even secured you a position. So I'm not going to give you a pointless exercise and make my life and your life difficult. So I say, don't be compliance heavy and just ask for the right documents. Collect the right documents and wait for the rest later on. So get the documents that you need initially. Most places will ask you for a CV initially. Most places won't ask you for a copy of the passport or any other right to work documents before they start to recruit. So ask for CVs, let them know, and reiterate to them as well. We are a very, very fast, compliant agency. We only ask for the documents that we need right away, and the rest we'll take from you in your own time. This honestly brings a lot of confidence in your candidates and it makes them want to work with you. A lot of candidates don't work with agencies, and some of them say this to me as well, is I don't want to join your agency because all agencies just ask for a lot of documents. I say to them, no, we are very different. We just ask for a copy of the CV. As soon as you send your CV to me, you are registered and you are on our books and you will receive emails from us. So collect the right documents and offer them in-house DBS checks. This is a huge, huge plus if you're able to do so. So there's so many providers that you can use. I use a company called UCheck. So I'll just show you over here. UCheck. So this company over here will do your DBS checks for you on behalf of your candidates. What some clients will ask you is, you know, this candidate that you are supplying, we don't have a DBS, or the DBS, it's not in your organization name. Can you guys provide a DBS with your organization? So what you do is I just sign up to UCheck, and it gives you two. What I like about UCheck is it gives you two options. So it either gives you the option that you as an employer will pay for your candidate's DBS, or it will give you an option where it will say to you, would you want the candidate to pay? And if you do select it, then it will send them automatically a payment link to their email address that you've provided, and they will get contacted saying, please, could you make a payment? But once they've paid, you get notified that your candidate has paid and you can do the next steps. So the DBS enhanced DBS checks are about £52, 50 or just under £55 for the enhanced DBS. And offering these DBS, honestly, it makes your candidates attract, or you attract your candidates, especially if you pay for your the DBS for your candidates. But again, it's £55 or so. So I would I would recommend that you pay for your candidates DBS if they are someone that works for you on a regular basis, or someone that's part of your agency, has been with you for a long time. Then yeah, as a courtesy, what we'd like to do is pay for their DBS checks. Another thing that we like to do is the mandatory training. So mandatory training, there's so many companies that you can use. So mandatory training is anything like manual safety. I think it's manual handling or safety, basic life support, advanced life support, adults and children safeguardings. So they've got quite a lot of different training modules on here. One of the companies that we use is Healthier. I think it's Healthier Business Training. That's the one here. So it's an online training. It's an online training business. As an online training hub, should I say? And once you log on, your candidate, you can just send them a link, and they will do the training, and they will get a certificate. And the reason you need some industries, if you go into, especially in the healthcare industry, they will ask for these documents. So it's good that you have a process or a pre-boarding process where you can just say to your candidates, you know, we've got our own in-house DBS checking systems available. It'll just cost you £55, and they will make a payment, and you'll get a copy of the DBS. DBS can take anything between a week to about 6 weeks, and the mandatory training is normally 24 hours or so, and then they'll get a copy of their certificate, and it will have your company name on it. So these are the pre-boarding process and the documentation, thinking outside the box, ways of getting candidates, ways of acquiring candidates to join your agency. First one of them being completely different. Be a different recruiter. Do not follow the trend. Do not just follow the same way that everyone else is going, but what can you do differently to get candidates? And one of the ways that you can be actually different from other people, other candidates is, so from other recruiters, is poaching from your competitors. And if you speak, let's just say you speak to Linda and she works for your competitor, and you ask her, hey, how much are you earning, Linda? And she says to you, I'm earning £50 per hour. Then you've got an opportunity now where you can say to her, hey, I've got a similar vacancy, or I've got the same vacancy actually, and we're paying slightly more. We're paying £58 an hour. You know, for £8 an hour, it may not sound like a lot, but £8 every hour times that by 10, that's £80 a day difference that you could have potentially earned, and it does add up. So then Linda may say to herself, you know what, I'm going to join your agency if my agency can't match it. So it's a very, very effective way, actually, just getting new business. Another way, whilst we're on that topic as well of competitors, is reaching out to your competitors and just, you know, calling your competitors as a candidate. This is something that is industry standard and people do it all the time. Just they'll pick up the phone and they will act like a candidate and speak to their competitors in order to see what work have they got. Okay, so they're recruiting in a hospital in Milton Keynes. So now you start to call hospitals in Milton Keynes and try to find the business that they are working on in order to find them candidates and also try to get in with that client. That's one way of being different and thinking completely outside the box. Another way, what people do is they put out fake roles. So whether it's exaggerated job adverts or just fake roles. So this is just to spark interest from potential candidates. So that way, what people just see these roles, okay, fantastic. You've got a working from home position, paying really good rates. Let me apply. You'll get bombarded with CVs, you get bombarded with applicants, and even exaggerated job adverts. So when I say exaggerated, where it's slightly higher than usual, you're going to get a lot of traction your way. You're going to get a lot of people applying for those vacancies. It's a proven method that agencies use all the time. They constantly posting out vacancies out in order to get responses from potential clients who are not candidates today, but again, once they applied and they handed in the CV, they're a step closer to being completely compliant with the agency. And for any future roles that come up, they've got their CV already on file, they've got their details on file. So it's just a case of picking up the phone saying, hey, I've got some vacancies in those areas. Are you available for work? And 9 out of 10 times the candidates are available. So by being different, what else can you do? Go on online communities. This is very effective. Go on like forums, specifically if you're working in a niche, if you're in the IT industry, go on IT forums and post out vacancies that you have there. Go on online communities and trying to post out vacancies that you have out there. I will also say events and exhibitions. There's events like a couple of events actually most of the times in the year where a lot of, let's just say if you're in the healthcare industry, for example, there is a healthcare event where you get a lot of doctors and nurses coming together, and you've got an opportunity just to go out there, have a stand, show them your brand, show them your agency, what you are about, what you can deliver, and potentially meet and network with people in the niche that you are recruiting for. So these are all different ways you can attract more candidates. Another way is incentive schemes. So incentivizing by asking them if you pick up 10 shifts extra this month, we're going to increase your rate by X amount. You'll be surprised, but this sometimes works. So if you just put it, let's just say for every 10 shifts that you pick up, we're going to give you an extra £100. A candidate may actually be enticed, say, why not? I'm available. Let me pick up these shifts. Or a referral scheme. So every person that they refer and that is successful and is placed, then most industry standard, most agencies will give you a referral. Some agencies I even see saying we offer iPads for referring candidates to us. So these are all just different ways of you just sort of thinking outside the traditional way of recruiting and say to yourself, what can I do to be different? What can I do to be sharp and go out there and find those candidates? So today's module, we are going through corporate alliance, i.e. attracting clients, how to win new clients, how to win new business, how to maintain those clients, how to keep those clients and potentially grow and establish long-term relationships with your clients. So let's get straight into it. From the sub-modules that we have, we've got business development. So BD, business development, how to business develop, how to organically get new business for your agency, how to attract new clients organically for your agency. Then we've got building client relationship, those clients who you are working with or who have reached out to you in the past, how to keep a longer term relationship and how to build from those relationships. We're also going through online presence, what type of online presence will help you grow your agency, help you win new clients and new business. And last but not least, client retention, how to keep your clients. Because sometimes in certain fields, it's not too difficult finding clients. It's not too difficult winning business, but the hard part is actually maintaining those clients, keeping those clients, and making the most out of those clients. So we'll go straight into it. The first sub-module that we'll be going through today will be business development. So business development, or BD, in recruitment terms, and there's different ways you can BD, business develop. So one of them, websites. It is an easy way, and these are all free ways of winning clients, free ways of organically getting new business. You'd have to spend a penny on a lot of these things. So first one of them, websites. So what I tend to go is go on Google. So once you pick your niche, and let's just say you want to go into the healthcare industry, because healthcare is actually a booming industry in the UK and also in the US and many other countries. So what I like to do is in the UK, the biggest provider for healthcare is actually NHS. So if you go NHS jobs, yep, you can see over here, and go on the first website that you find here. Okay, and we go to search for jobs. So let's just say you want to work in GP surgeries. Let's just say GP surgeries, and we're going to keep this open. So we get all the GP surgeries in the UK who are recruiting. So we've got 3,769 jobs for GP practices. So we've got the first one, they're looking for a healthcare assistant. So if you're able to find them a healthcare assistant, look when this was posted. This was posted 27th of, oh, the closing date is on the 27th of June. So they're looking for a salaried healthcare assistant. I find this website to be a very, very cost-effective, easy way of finding new business. So you just click on the website and it tells you the name of the surgery, Croft Medical Center. Look at this. Emma Clark, you've got her email address, Emma Clark, and her telephone number. So all you have to do is go on to your emails, drop Emma a quick email with introducing yourself and who you are, what you guys do, and the type of staff that you have available. So we'll go through the targeted emails shortly, but this is just a quick way of finding new business. So we just found one client. If we go on the next one here, they're looking for a GP surgery receptionist or admin. So you just click on it over here. Again, we've got jenny.turvey@nhs.net. So what ideally what you want to do is use this website if you're doing healthcare, and just copy and paste as many email addresses as you can. It may be a bit tedious, just copy and pasting. It's a little bit daunting, but honestly speaking, this will bring you so much business, and it's free. Literally, you don't pay a penny for these contacts. So you've got another one over here, a GP surgery in Chessington Park or Chessington Park Surgery are looking for a receptionist. So you've got over here, mark.mensa@nhs.net. You've got contact numbers, you've got email addresses, and you've got the locations, the postcodes. So this is a really, really easy way of building a client database and finding new business. So this is one of the websites that I tend to use if I'm doing healthcare. And again, so there's so many different ways of winning business. So if we go back onto the module, so first way of BDing that I find is very, very easy is going on websites, and whether it's IT, go on IT, different tech websites. If you want to get into the construction industry, go on some company website. Again, if you want to go into, like, for example, hospitality, you want to recruit for hotels in the UK. Hotels are massive as well. You can sell them porters, chefs, waiters, receptionists, and you name it, and managers, front desk managers, hotel managers, security guard, SIA trained security guards. So what you can do is go on Google. Again, really it depends what industry you want to do. To type in list of hotels in England, let's just say, and you've got a number of hotels in England. So what you just do is go on their websites. So let's go on the first one here. You go on their website and go on their contact page. So you've got you've got to join here. Okay, so that's not what we want. So best way to do is trying to find their contact details. Okay, so if we look over here, sometimes you find them at the bottom. customer support. Okay, so this one here, we don't have a contact email address. So we go on, this is the Hilton. So again, this is a massive one. So if we go back to the Great House at Sonning. Okay, so let's see what we can find from their websites. So if you generally use websites, you'll find a lot of useful information for websites that you can actually grow your database and win a lot of business. So over here we've got contact number here. So we've got reservations. So I would email reservations. I would email the reception. You want to email as many people. Again, they will always redirect. So if your email lands into an inbox that it's not supposed to, or it's not the right person, they generally forward internally. So this is a really, really easy way of building a client database, business developing, and not really spending a penny on advertising or trying to win business. So this is one way. Go on job boards, go on websites, and try to find as many email addresses as you can. And just that way you can just later on send them a targeted email, which we'll go through very shortly. Another way of finding business is going on Indeed. So if we go on Indeed.com, okay, so if we just, so Indeed, and we can go on, for example, if we're looking for software engineers in London. So, and then what I like to do is go filter it by posted by. So what you don't want is agencies. You don't want to reach out to other agencies. Again, their agencies are competitors like yourself. So what you're trying to reach out is to employers. So filter it by posted by. So once you click on employer, now you've got all the employers who are looking for software engineers in London. And you've got 2,231 jobs. So you've got 2,231 vacancies looking for software engineers. So if we click on the first one, we've got a company called Clear Course. They're looking for a senior power platform developer. So what you can do is very easy. Just go on their website. Okay, so who do we need to contact? So we've got here Christina Hamilton. She is the CEO of the company, so she'll be a good person that you want to potentially send her some CVs of available candidates. So if we copy and paste Christina, we can then put this into LinkedIn. So we go on LinkedIn and click search Christina Hamilton. Here we go. We found her on LinkedIn. Christina Hamilton, CEO at Clear Course. So what you can do, there's a couple of ways. You can either connect with Christina. Once you connect, you can drop her a message. So once you connect, it will ask you, would you like to add a note? So you can add a note. You can say something like, "Hi, Christina. Hope you're well. We've got available software developers or software engineers in the London area looking for opportunities. If you are looking for anyone, feel free to reach out to me and just drop her your name and email and just click send." Another thing that you can do, I know we went through this last week, was if you've got an extension like Lead Leaper or Swordfish or any of those extensions, you can just click on the extension and potentially scrape any details that you can find on here. So you finding an email address, a telephone number, which will be very useful in order to contact her. But honestly, LinkedIn message works fine as well. You can just drop her a line, and if she is available, if she's interested, she'll come back to you. So again, there's another way of business developing for free. So we went through using the websites, using job boards, using Indeed, and LinkedIn as well. We just went through. So LinkedIn is really, really good for finding candidates, finding clients. There's tons and tons of work available on LinkedIn. So you can just use LinkedIn as well. Just try and find clients who are looking for candidates, and you want to bridge the gap and find them the candidates they are looking for. Targeted mail shots. So what I tend to do is once now you've collated let's just say 50 to 100 email addresses from either LinkedIn or Indeed or those various websites that we went through, then what I do is I send targeted emails out to clients. So your email should look something like this. So over here, I've just got an email script which we use. So this is, for example, if you're targeting nurseries, and again, that's another industry that is quite busy at the moment, and there's always children in nurseries. Nurseries are always short-staffed. So just to drop in an email like, good afternoon, I'm Joe Vlogs. I'm a senior recruitment consultant at Education Division at ABC Recruitment. We are one of the leading agencies collaborating with a number of educational staff and teachers seeking opportunities in nurseries within the local area and all across the country. We have a pool of candidates available for full-time and part-time positioning, including. And then what you need to do is mention the type of staff that you are targeting. So if you're targeting hotels, as we said, you mentioned security staff, front reception staff, admin staff, hotel managers. If you're targeting nurseries, nursery practitioners level 3, level 2, deputy managers, nursery managers, cooks. So what you want to do is target and put down at least 5 or 6 different type of staff that they use at the chosen industry of yours. So if you're going into hospitals, you want to say A&E doctors, I've got ward nurses, maternity nurses, you've and all the different types of clinical staff that they have in the hospitals. So what you want to do is send this email to all those emails that you've collated and hopefully see which of the ones respond back to you. So targeted mail shots are very, very effective. Honestly, it's one of the ways I've grown my business is targeted mail shots. As I said on the last modules, we send out a lot of emails per week even on a daily basis. So don't underestimate the power of a email. An email will land at the lap of the client at the right time, and they will get back to you when they need someone. Okay, so if we go on the next slide, then we've got cold calls. Cold calls are fairly straightforward. Okay, so as we said before earlier, let me see if we can let's get that example up again. So we had NHS jobs. So what did we do? We went GP surgeries. Okay, so go back to this example that we had earlier, Emma. So what you want to do is go on pick up the phone, give Emma a quick call. And the hardest part of cold calling is getting past gatekeepers. Gatekeepers generally are reception staff, the first point of contact who answer the phones. I'm sure they get a lot of calls. They get a lot of agencies calling them on a daily basis, all offering them their services. So getting past them sometimes does prove to be difficult. They won't let you actually speak to the right person. In this case, the practice manager, Emma Clark. They may say to you, "Oh, she's in a meeting." That's the most common line that I hear all the time. "Oh, she just went into a meeting. Can you drop her an email?" Or she's not available, or she's not available to take any calls, or she's not here. So cold calling, it does work, but I find emails to be a lot more effective, and that's my personal experience. But cold calling, what you want to do if you do cold call is send an email before you cold call, because what generally happens is as soon as you pick up the phone and you want to speak to Emma, and if they do put you through to Emma, Emma will just say to you, "Hey, thank you, thanks for your call, but could you actually drop me an email? Can you just email me these details?" But what you want to do is email Emma before you pick up that phone, just so you can say to Emma, "Hey, Emma, just give me a quick call, and I've got fantastic healthcare assistants available in the local area, and really, really good rates as well. So I just thought I'd give you a quick call." They literally live 5 to 10 minutes up the road from you, and I've mentioned the practice that you guys are potentially hiring, and they're really, really interested. So is there any way we can potentially schedule a telephone call or an interview so you can meet the candidate and go through their competencies? And if the candidate is a right fit, it will help you save you a lot of time recruiting, and you can get on with more productive things rather than just looking for staff. And so you just take away the headache of recruiting and you find them staff. But what I tend to find is the the sale or your pitch is the most important thing. Again, we will go through the the sales, how to negotiate the pitches and all of that very, very shortly. But cold calling, very, very effective. But make sure before you pick up the phone that you've dropped them an email, you've dropped them a line, and they've got your details in their inbox so you can get on with their call. So now what we're going to go through is building client relationship. How to build that client relationship is very, very important that you build client relationship. Obviously, the first and foremost is face-to-face meetings. If you are able to, and again, if you're recruiting locally, then you've got the time, you've got the capacity of meeting your clients in person. It does really, really work wonders. People like to put a face to the name, get to see who you are, get to meet you, and so it does make a difference. You do stick out, and you do win business as well. You do not just only win business, also you build a relationship with your client. If you're recruiting for overseas, if your clients are overseas, then this may not be an option. Zoom meetings. Try to schedule a meeting with your client if it's deemed necessary. Some industries meetings aren't as uh, they're not focused on meetings as others. So if the industry that you are in requires meetings, try to schedule meetings. Try to put a personalized touch on your recruitment service. So speak to your clients, ask them, you're available, or if you're in the area, just say, I'm just in the area. Do you mind if I drop by? Bring a box of donuts. It does work really well with a lot of clients. It does go down well as a treat. So just say, I'm in the area. Do you mind if I pop in and we can go through your recruitment needs, how we can establish a longer term relationship, and then yeah, it really works well. So if you have the capacity and you're local, try to meet your clients face to face. If you're not local or you don't have the capacity to carry out the meetings, try to schedule a Zoom meeting once a month, once every 2 months, once every 3 months. It really depends on the industry and the niche that you are in. Another way of building client relationship is a personalized service. Speaking to your client, understanding what they are looking for, letting them know they've got a dedicated consultant looking after them. It does make the difference. Some clients prefer to speak to a designated consultant rather than being sort of passed around the office and having so many different points of contact for one agency. So let them know that you are focused on their requirement. What I like to do is to make them feel special, to make them feel that it's very much personalized. Let them know, I'm going to prioritize your requirement. I'm going to work this as a matter of urgency, and I will update you by the end of the day on the progress that I've made finding you your candidate that you are looking for. This really does work. It's personal service. They really feel that you are out there looking after them. And understandably, you've got so many clients, but if you make every single one feel like they are your main priority, if you make everyone feel like they are your main client, it does work well. It does sit well with them. So whenever they have a need moving forward, they know, okay, so and so looked after us, so and so delivered and promised to not just delivering, because delivering is not just the only thing. What's the most important thing is also communicate with your clients. Don't ghost them. So if you can't find someone, just don't disappear. Clients would prefer that you just say to them, you know what, you call them before the end of the day. Hey, I know we spoke earlier today. I've looked around. I've called literally everyone on our books. We've emailed. We've texted. We just couldn't find anyone available. They really appreciate that you've put in the extra mile and that you've contacted them and just let them know. What a lot of rookie consultants, what they do is they over deliver. They promise the world, and sometimes they don't deliver. And what so they over promise and not under deliver. That's what I meant to say. So what you want to do is stay in touch with your clients. Make sure it's personalized. Make sure that you are giving them regular updates, and that will go on to our next one. Is that you do regular follow-ups. So follow up with your client. If your client is looking for a healthcare assistant, as we saw in the example, or your client is looking for a reception staff, or if your client is looking for a whatever it be, a software engineer, just follow up with your client, find out what they're looking for and what what are the budget that they have in mind, and work on their requirement. And by the end of the day, just touch base. It doesn't take much of your time, but it makes a huge difference to your client. So touch base with them. Just say, hey, just to keep you posted. I've not managed to find anyone yet, but I'm really hopeful, and I'm sure by tomorrow someone will respond to our emails. So this what we'll do is it'll build trust. It'll also retain that client, which we'll come on to it soon. But it allows the client to build, not just to have full trust in you. So rather than them reaching out to other agencies, they're like, okay, cool, I'll give you the 48 hours that you said that you can deliver. So I'm going to give you that time. So in that time, don't ghost on your clients. Don't disappear. If you can't find someone, be honest with them. Say, hey, it's been 48 hours. I know I said to you, I'm going to try to find you someone. I really couldn't find anybody. Apologies. But again, if there's anyone else, or sorry, not anyone else, if in the future you've got a bit more time, or if you give me a little bit more notice, hopefully that way we can secure you the staff. And whilst I'm on the phone to you, is have you got any recruitment needs over the next month or so? So follow up and upsell, upsell. So upselling is so important. So when I mean by upselling, if your client reaches out to you, they say, I'm in need of a doctor. So you find them a doctor, and don't just don't just end it there. Upsell. So whilst I'm on the phone to you, and I've also got nurses available, and fantastic nurses. What else are you short of? Now you've seen that I can deliver. Now you've seen our services. What else are you looking for? You want to be a one-stop shop. You want to be the only agency that they go to for all of their recruitment needs. So don't be recruitment consultant who, once they find the client, the candidate that they desired, that's it. You're happy with the booking that you've made, and you have a 2D vision. You all should always be 3D. Don't be 2D. So don't be narrow-minded or have a view where you just find them their requirement and that's it. Always think of, what can I do? What can I do more? How can I potentially get the most out of this client? Okay, hey, now I've delivered and I've got you the doctor. I've got also nurses available in the area. Really good feedback all the time. And we've got fantastic references for them. We've also got healthcare assistants. We've also got practice staff. So see what else that do they need. What else can you sell to your clients, especially at a time that you've delivered? That is the key point of time that you can actually build trust. You can grow as well because you've literally delivered. You've delivered and you've serviced the client, and you've managed it to meet the expectation. So it's a really vital time to try to upsell and see what else that they require. Another thing that builds relationship with your clients is show them your track record. So if I'm working with a new client, or I'm trying to break in with a new client, so I've not worked with this client, but I'm trying my best to really work with this client, but they're proving to be difficult, what I just do is show them our track record, just to let them know, show them our testimonials, our track records, mention similar providers that you are trying to break in with. So for example, if it's a huge organization, let's just say Royal Mail, for example. So if you're trying to get in with Royal Mail and you just can't get in with this client, let them know. Just say, hey, we also work with, big organizations like DPD. We work with FedEx. We work with DHL. We work with other couriers as well. So this shows them that you have the capability and the capacity to work and deliver, because potentially you are working with their competitors. So what I like to do is let them know that we are also working with their competitors and we are doing really well with them. They are constantly using our services and we are delivering to them. So this builds the relationship with the client and also builds trust in them that, okay, you've delivered to other big organizations, so why could you not deliver to us? So they will use your services. And yeah, this is just all the different ways of you can build your client relationship and to get the maximum out of your clients. We will go into how to maximize clients. Now we're going to talk about online presence, different ways of having an online presence in order to attract clients. The first one of them is having a website. It's fairly straightforward. What you want ideally on your website is a page where clients can visit your web page and submit any vacancies or any inquiries that they have. So it should look something like this. So once they go on your website, they've got to submit a vacancy. They put in their details, their name, their company name, number, and a bit more about what they are looking for. So this way, you get some traffic coming into your website. You get clients emailing, so messaging on your website saying, "I'm looking for a software engineer. I'm looking for a doctor. I'm looking for a web developer. I'm looking for whatever they're looking for in your chosen niche." So what you want to have is a website and have a page where your clients, where the employees can come onto your website and submit any vacancies that they have at their organization. So first one, have a website. It's fairly straightforward, but it's effective. And it doesn't cost you anything for those clients, for this sort of leads, for this business to come your way. You just have a good website. Doesn't have to be fancy. Just make sure you've got the functionality of having a submit a vacancy page. Next thing, again, this is a little bit, this, it does get technical, but this is more a little bit more advanced. What you can, and it's not a requirement, it's not a must, but it does help. And what we're trying to do here is trying to maximize and trying to grow your agency and get as big really quickly as quick as we can. So what we want to do is, once you have the capacity, you've got the time, and you've also got the funds, what you want to do is go on like websites like Fiverr, People Per Hour, and Upworks. There's so many websites. So Fiverr or People Per Hour. So we can go and just click on People Per Hour. So this is one of the websites. You just log in, and once you log in, you type in what you are looking for. So you can just type in, "I'm looking for an SEO and person for my website." Now, what is an SEO, and how does this actually help your business? How does this help your agency grow? So what SEO is this is what it is pretty much in a nutshell. So it's, you know, when you go on Google and you type in, let's just say you type in hotels. So the top ranking ones generally are the ones that spend money on SEO, so they rank to the top. So when a client is looking for a recruitment agency, they'll type in hotel recruitment agencies. Or if they're looking for an IT recruitment agency, they'll type in IT recruitment agency. Ideally what you want to do is you want to be ranking somewhere near the top, where the client will be like, "Okay, let me just quickly call this number," because they're not going to scroll on page number 15 or page number 14 in order to find your agency. So what SEO looks like is just increase the rankings. You get to the top of the pages rather than being, down the bottom somewhere. And in turn, this will increase your organic traffic. So more and more clients will be on your website because you are ranking somewhere near the top. So they'll click on your website and you get more traffic coming into your website. What that means is more traffic on your website is potentially more calls. So the more people that actually visit your website, more clients that visit your website, they'll submit their vacancy on your website, or they will pick up the phone and just like, "Hey, I just found you guys on Google. I'm looking for a software engineer, and I can see that you guys are an IT recruitment agency. Do you have anyone available? I'm looking for someone over the next coming months." So this business literally all came from those SEOs. And then what that means is increased sales. So the more clients are calling you, the more chances from turning those client calls into a sale, which will increase your revenue. So this is literally it in a nutshell. Increased rankings, increased organic traffic will increase your calls and your web forms, the vacancies that we talked about, and it will increase in sales, and increase in sales means increase in revenue. So this is SEOs in a nutshell. So if you are able to, again, if you come from an IT background and you know how to do this yourself, it is fantastic. If you don't come from an IT background like myself, just invest in someone. You can just pay someone. It can cost you anything from like £50 a month to a couple of £100 a month. Really depends on the type of keywords, but it's something that you can go on People Per Hour, this website here, or Fiverr, or so many different websites as well. People Per Hour is just, it would work wonders. Just type in that you're looking for an SEO person, and you'll get someone responding back to you with a rate, and you can negotiate. And so after this, and we've got social media presence. So social media, certain industries, certain niches, it does really work. And other niches, it doesn't really work as much. So if you're in an industry, in a niche where social media is very much used, then go on social media. You can find your clients on potentially, I don't know, on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. It's not something that I personally use for my industry, for the companies that we are running. But again, if it's a recruitment agency in in the niche, in the field that you've chosen, if it's something that you could potentially get clients, doesn't cost you anything, why not create yourself a social media account, Twitter or X or Instagram or whatever platform you want to use, and you have an online presence on social media and potentially get some clients coming back your way. Another way of advertising and getting clients is LinkedIn. LinkedIn, you can potentially get a lot of clients from LinkedIn. So go on LinkedIn and you can attract a lot of clients, you can attract a lot of candidates on LinkedIn. So post vacancies on LinkedIn. Whenever you post a vacancy on LinkedIn, hundreds and thousands of candidates and clients will see that you are recruiting. And also this, if you're recruiting for other agencies, if you're recruiting for other organizations, then a hiring manager may actually contact you, say, hey, we are also looking, do you mind finding us some candidates as well? So LinkedIn, you can use the free LinkedIn the version, so it doesn't cost you a penny. You can also go on Indeed. Indeed actually has a way of actually posting jobs. So you can post jobs on Indeed for free. So once you post your jobs on Indeed, it does ask you at the bottom, do you want to sponsor this vacancy? And you can just click no, post without budget or post for free, and you can post for free. There are so many other free job boards as well that you can go on. So if you go onto Google and type in like free job boards, it'll give you some websites that you can actually just go on and post for free. Okay, so one of them being Adzuna. I've not used Adzuna before, but it's a free job board posting, so it doesn't cost you anything. Why not just post on Adzuna, post on Found It, we previously known as Monster. Glassdoor, I've used personally before in the past, and we've had quite a lot of candidates coming back to us from Glassdoor saying we've found your vacancy on Glassdoor. So it's a free job board. So if you just go on, you can always go on Google, just have a little look around here. As we said, LinkedIn as well, it's free. Simply Hired and Career Builder. So these are just a couple of examples of free job boards that you can post out your vacancies to the wider public and have people coming back to you and get more organic traffic coming your way. And now we're going to go through client retention. So given that you've followed all these steps and you've managed to get clients and you've sort of built a relationship and you've got those online presence, now how can you keep your clients, you maintain those clients? So sometimes servicing the clients is the hardest part because what clients tend to do is they use your services, and if it's not up to scratch, or if you haven't delivered to the level that they wanted to, then they will find another agency. So what can you do to keep those clients on your books and keep them sort of within your reach? And first one of them, what works wonders, of course, is competitive rates. If you are competitive in your rates, when I mean competitive, as in you're not overcharging, you're not extortionate, you're not, an arm and a leg compared to other agencies, then the clients will actually use your services. They'll come to you more often, and is a way of keeping your clients. Another way of keeping your client also is, when I say competitive rate, is slightly going lower than your competitors. Again, this is more of a, you have to weigh it up. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? It's a call that you have to make. There's pros and cons to it. I initially, when I started my agency, I was actually charging the same rates as industry standard. I wasn't reducing my rates at all just because I was a one-man band, just because I was a solo entrepreneur. I wasn't reducing my rate, because the way I looked at it was I'm going to be doing the same amount of work, but I'm going to be earning less, or I'm going to be making less. So I didn't want to take that hit. It's a bit of a gamble, because sometimes they're like, well, why are we going to use your agency if you're just going to be like everyone else? What I said was, I can deliver. I've got fantastic candidates available who they can hit the ground running. And once you meet them, once they pick up a trial shift at your organization, you would love them, and you will literally come back to me and say to me, can we have this person long term? So it's how you deliver, how you really like sell, It depends on your pitch, and we'll go through the sales technique very shortly over the next coming modules. So competitive rates, it's you have to try to strike a balance and see, okay, am I going to reduce my rate and work harder and work on more on volume, or are you going to keep those rates? I would say just if you are going to reduce your rate, reduce it slightly just in order to entice those clients in, but don't go too low. Don't go to a point that, okay, you are incredibly cheap and you're working on a higher turnover or higher volume of candidates. So keep your rate competitive. And another thing that keeps your clients what they like is flexible payment terms. So this is whether you are doing temp or you are doing permanent. So I know we went through the pros and cons of temps and perm. So hopefully by now you've decided what you wanted to do. But if you still haven't, then flexible payment terms applies to both. So flexible payment terms is basically where clients are not that you don't demand the funds from your clients right away, because some clients will like, okay, what are your payment terms? But if it's very quick payment terms, or if you're not flexible, some clients are like, well, we can't afford it, because a lot of the times they get funding as well from a third party, so they are waiting when they get their funding to pay you. So industry standard is 30 days, between 14 to 30 days. So some of my clients pay within 14 days, some of my clients pay within 30 days, and we have those odd difficult clients who pay 3 months later. So flexible payment terms. So generally speaking, most of your clients will ask for 30-day payment term. Some of them will ask, can you be a little bit more flexible, and would you allow us to pay you within 45 days or 60 days? The more flexible you are, the easier you can retain your clients. And so this works for both perms and temps. So when I say perms, whenever you find them a permanent member of staff, they will pay you something called a finder's fee. And generally speaking, you will invoice your client on the first day, and we will go through how to invoice clients over the next coming modules as well. But you will invoice your client on the first day that they started the job, and they on our payment terms, we've got actually 14 days. So within 14 days, they pay us the invoice in full. So for example, if a candidate started on the 1st of June, then they pay us on the 15th of June, or on the 14th or 15th of June, the full amount. So this is a 14 days payment term. And again, this also work on temps. So if you are doing temp recruitment and your client, you placed a candidate, and when it comes to temp recruitment, you are actually in charge of your candidate, so you pay them from your own pocket, and then you will invoice it from the client thereafter. Generally speaking, they will pay you within 30 days, and so you've paid upfront to your candidates, and they will pay you back in 30 days. So flexible payment terms is one way of definitely keeping your client sweet, keeping your client and retaining your client. Another way of retaining your client or getting clients, definitely getting clients your way, is enticing CVs. So when it comes to sending emails, so I know we went through an example of what a email looks like to your clients. What I like to do is send an email similar to this. So just saying, hey, I'm so and so calling, emailing from this recruitment agency. I specialize in, the education division in this case, or in the IT sector or the healthcare sector. And I've got a pool of candidates available. And I will, generally speaking, I will attach a CV of one of each. So I will attach a really enticing CV, a really good CV of a nurse practitioner that's a level 3, a nurse practitioner that's a level 2, a good CV of a deputy manager, a nursery manager, a SENCO, a special education need coordinator, and a nursery cook. This is for the nursery side of things. So once you've attached enticing CVs of these candidates, you will actually get a lot of clients coming back your way. What I like to do is, once I do attach the CVs, make sure a couple of things. So one, when you are sending CV to clients, make sure you remove any personalized details. So you don't want to have names on there. You don't want to have email addresses on there. You don't want to have addresses on there. You don't want to have any means for your client to be able to find these candidates themselves. You don't want to have that LinkedIn profile or the URL, the link on their website, because what you are then essentially doing, you've just literally handed them on a plate a candidate, and they can just speak to the candidate themselves and book this candidate in behind your back. But of course, if you make sure you've always got terms signed, and we will go through what terms are very shortly over the next coming modules as well. But the importance is when you are sending CVs, make sure that you are always making it anonymized, remove any personalized details. So it's called a blind CV or a send out approved CV, whatever terms you want to use. Make sure you send out approved CV, so a CV that has not got any personal details of your candidate. So that's one thing. Another thing that I like to do as well is to remove anywhere that they worked in the past. So if it's a nursery, because we've got the example here of nurseries. So if this nursery practitioner level 3, I would remove any nurseries that she or he worked for in the past, and I just will write nursery and remove the location, because the location will give them an indication of where this candidate is based, especially if you are doing nationwide recruitment. So if you're recruiting for all over the UK and you've targeted this client, you want them coming back to you with their requirement. But if they see that you've only got CVs of candidates in Newcastle and they're based in London, they're not going to respond to your email. But if you send them an email of a CV that is just very vague, so it doesn't give the location, the geographic location of where they are based, then they will come back to you, say to you, hey, the CV looks good. It doesn't actually say where they're based, but we are looking also, we're looking for someone, we are based in Northwest London. Can you find us staff? So make sure remove personalized details. So don't have any contact details, even references. So don't remove personalized references as well. And references are also one way of business developing. So when you find on the references, a lot of the times is a candidate will put on the reference, I was working at this tech company and the hiring manager is my reference, or the manager is my reference. They put the email address of the manager and their number as a point of reference. So it's a really good way also just reaching out to them saying, hey, I came across your details on one of our one of our candidates. You were a reference for Miriam, or you were a reference for Jonathan. So just wanted to just to let you know, and we also got brilliant candidates like Jonathan, who used to work for you in the past. And do you have any needs? Do you have any requirements at the moment that we can help you with? So it's an easy way of business developing from CVs. So don't overlook this part as well. On the CVs, you've got a lot of references on there. Copy and paste those references and put it into your CRM or your Excel sheet or whatever way you are organizing yourself. So enticing CVs, very important. It will catch their eye and it will bring a lot of business back your way. And I've done this hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of times, and it works all the time. Enticing CVs is very, very important. Another way is shadow booking. So what is shadow booking? Shadow booking is basically, okay, so before we go into so let's go into shadow booking, and then I'll go into the next slide, and it'll give you a bit more content. So it'll give you a bit more context, sorry. So shadow booking is when your client comes back to you. So let's go back to this example that we have right now. So a client sees this email and they will respond back to you saying, hey, Joe, I've got a deputy manager vacancy at the moment in Southwest London or Northwest London, wherever. I've got a deputy manager in Southwest London. We are a nursery based in Chelsea and we are looking for a deputy manager. And we're looking for someone next month, 4 days a week for a period of 9 months for maternity cover. This is something common. Maternity cover is something that you see in recruitment all the time. So what you can do is shadow book. And this is a typical tactic that recruitment agencies use. It works and it's a way of retaining clients. So what you want to do is respond back to the client and say to you, hey, thanks for getting back to me. I've actually had someone available in Chelsea, literally looking for work 4 days a week. It's a perfect match. As a matter of fact, your email came at a very good time. I've got the right candidate available for you. Send them a CV of a potential candidate, even if they may not be available, and they will say to you, perfect, we book this candidate in? And a lot of the times they will just say, can we lock this booking in? So what you want to do is you lock in the candidate, even that they may not be available. So this shift is locked in. So that way it's not going to any other agency. And because as far as they're concerned, your agency, you've delivered, you found them someone. So you've retained this booking, you've retained this contract before it goes out to other agencies. And it's a common tactic that agencies are using all the time. And it will go back, and then that will lead us onto our next slide, which is multiple email accounts, multiple email contacts. So what I mean by this, it's very cheap to go onto GoDaddy. So for example, GoDaddy.com. So you can go on GoDaddy and type in a domain that you want. So let's just say, for example, we want ABCDEFG recruitment specialist. Okay. And okay, I may have misspelled it, but the point is, so we've got the website here. Okay, ABCD recruitment specialist. Okay, got it right. .co.uk. This is going to cost you a penny, 1 pence. So you can buy this email, sorry, this domain, and then you'll get an email that comes with it. So then you'll create an email and recruiter info or mark at ABCDEFG recruitment specialist.co.uk. So now that costs you 1 pence. So then what you want to do is go on GoDaddy again, find yourself another email. So you want to have a couple of email addresses, 4, 5, 3, whatever the number is. So why do you need multiple email contacts? So this way, what a lot of agencies they tend to do as well, and this is a common tactic, is have multiple contacts. So you reach out to clients and you can lock in these shifts that we said shadow booked. Because one of the first thing I'm sure that came to your mind was, well, if I've just shadow booked, if I just ghost booked a candidate who doesn't exist or who's not available for those shifts, well, will that not affect the reputation of my agency? Will I not lose credibility? So what happens is you use many different multiple email contacts, so aliases or whatever you want to call it, and you can shadow book via those contacts. So what you don't want to do is shadow book via your main agency, because you don't want to lose or tarnish your image. What you want to do is make sure you are looking after your image when it comes to your agency, that you deliver, that you want to have a track record and testimonials of your services that you've provided. And what you do instead is have those multiple email domains, and honestly, you don't even need a website. So a majority of them, they won't even check out your website. They'll just see Tom or Mark or whatever, Jonathan sent an email out, and they send an email out that looks like this, and it looks really good. We're looking. They will respond back to your email, and they will ask you, may we book this candidate in? Now you've just locked it in, you've retained it, and the contract's not going anywhere. So it gives you a bit of leeway, it gives you a bit of time, especially if the contract, let's just say they're looking for someone for next month. You've got now 30 days leeway. You've got 30 days of time where you don't have competition, where you don't have other agencies competing with you, trying to fill the vacancy as well. Because as far as the client are concerned, you've delivered and you have filled their vacancy. We are on module number 5, and we are going to be talking about sales strategic success, how to successfully get a sale, how to turn those potential leads into a sale and close deals. So in this module today, we'll be covering a few sub-lessons. So we'll be going through building rapport and trust. How can you build rapport and trust with your clients and your candidates? Understanding the product. So your candidates are your products, your clients are your product. Totally understanding both of your clients and candidates in order to be able to sell your client to your candidate, and again, your candidate to your client. We'll also be going through perfecting your pitch, the best sales pitch that you can make, because the most important part of your sale is the pitch that you deliver, ensuring that you are delivering the best possible pitch to get the best possible results. We'll also be going through negotiation techniques, certain techniques that you can use to hopefully overcome those difficult, stubborn sales that you can't just get over to the finish line. So potentially we'll go through different techniques and tips for you to be able to get a sale. And last but not least, we'll be going through time management, how to organize your day, how to manage your day so that you can get the best possible result out of your day in order to get more sales and convert those leads into potential sales. So we get right into it. Building rapport will be the first lesson that we'll be going through today. So the difference between a sale and a non-sale, or potentially killing a lead. So the way that you look at it, every single candidate that you speak to is a lead. It's either a warm lead or a cold lead.
a cold lead or a warm lead. So it's your responsibility, it's your job now to try to get this candidate, whether they're warm, whether they're cold, to get them over the finish line. And the finish line is for them to accept the offer that you are offering, whether it's a vacancy, whether it's a permanent vacancy, a short-term vacancy, whatever that vacancy is, whatever that product that you're selling to them. So the most important part of your sale is your report, how you get yourself across to your candidates and how you articulate yourself, how you speak to your candidates. It's very important, and it literally makes the difference. The first few seconds of the call or the first few minutes of the telephone conversation that you have with your candidate will be the deciding factor whether or not they will want to continue or they want to engage in the conversation. So it's very important that you build a rapport with your client and your candidates. Now, what I say is discuss, even sometimes you take the call away from the sale, so take it away from what you're trying to sell to them. So there's times when I speak to my candidates and they say to me, I'm literally at the airport, I'm going on a flight today. So, oh, not to worries, I'll give you a call back on Monday, anywhere nice that you're going, and then just sort of try to have a 5-10 minute conversation with them about their holiday. And if you've been to those destinations, also mention where you've been, if you enjoyed it, any recommendation that you have for them. It's just something that even just to move the call away from the sale and now sort of being a bit more personal and interactive with your candidates or your clients. And again, a common scenario I'm in sometimes is when I speak to my clients and I'm trying to book a candidate in for a shift, and I call them maybe on a day off, and they say to me, I'm just walking a dog. And if you've got a dog at home, you say, oh, what dog do you have? I'm into pets myself, and trying to build a relationship with them over uh, whilst taking the conversation away from work and away from the cell. It really, really works, and it builds that connection with them. So if they do remember you, they say, oh, it's this the chap or the lady I spoke to from the agency who recommended me to check out that restaurant whilst I was on that holiday. So trying to discuss interests with your clients and your candidates, and do not be shy to take the call. You don't have to be professional all the time in terms of, it doesn't have to be just work related. You can just be yourself and try to just build a relationship with your clients and your candidates. It really does work. And smile and dial is a common theme that we hear all the time, which is speak to your candidates whilst you're energetic. Do not don't come across dull, don't come across boring, don't come across daft on the phone. You need to really be it's sometimes what we like to do is we stand up on the whilst we are on that call, and we like to speak to our candidates at just an hour a day. Instead of being sluggish and sitting down the whole day, get up on the phone, smile, try to deliver your best possible pitch that you can in order to sell to your candidates or your clients. And that will move over to the next one, which is energy is key. I can't stress how important it is to have good energy on the phone. You've got to have that energy. You've got to have the buzz, and you've got to be energetic and live, because what it is, it's people will bounce off your energy. If you come across on the phone, you as I'm sure when you're working or when you're out and about, you pick up the phone, and sometimes we get calls from, whether it's a telephone provider, whether it's an energy provider trying to sell us something. It's really how they come across to us on the phones that makes us either stay on that call a little bit longer than we anticipated, or we get off that phone right away. It's the energy levels. It's important. I can't stress how important it is to be energetic when you're on the phone. Stand up if you have to. Drink plenty of water, stay hydrated, and be energetic, be buzzing, and try to sell to them. Be excited for them. Tell them you've offering them a fantastic opportunity that they don't want to miss out on, or you're offering them a fantastic candidate who's just become available and he's just in the market as we speak, and I'm sure he'll get snapped up right away. So I thought I'd get on the phone to you first and to let you know we've got someone available before he goes elsewhere. Or if you're speaking to your candidate, say to them, I've just got a vacancy fresh, it just come in. The client just spoke to me on the phone and said, can you please find me a engineer or a software developer or a doctor or a nurse, whatever the field that you've decided to do. So let them know you've handpicked them. It's not just that you've just picked up the phone and you've been calling around. You've handpicked them. You specifically went out of your way. You saw their CV, you saw their credential, and you said to yourself, I need to speak to you because I've got a fantastic opportunity that you really don't want to miss out on. So your energy level is key, and it's really how you deliver to your candidates and your clients that will get you that sale across the line. So that being said, that will help us cover. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is going to give you an example using ChatGPT on how you can build rapport, what sort of scenarios that you can sometimes find yourself in, and how to overcome those challenges. So if we go to ChatGPT, and so I've just put in we want to simulate a sales call, and where I will speak to my candidates and we will get potential responses. So my pitch generally would be hi, my name is Ahmed. I'm calling from ABC Recruitment. I'm just giving you a quick call regarding fantastic work opportunities I have in your local area. So this is my starting sort of pitch. What I always like to ensure is when I'm on the phone, just to ensure them it's a quick call, because no one likes to pick up calls and stay on that call for a lengthy period of time. So I just reiterate to them, hi, my name's Ahmed. I'm calling from ABC Recruitment, and it's just a quick call, and to let them know I've got fantastic work opportunities. So be excited for them. I've got fantastic work opportunities in your local area, paying really fantastic rates, or paying really, really good rates. Now, I was just wondering, what is your work availability? So now I'm going to ask AI to give me potential or possible answers and how we can overcome those scenarios. So we've got a few responses. So with the first one is the interested response, and that one is generally the easiest, which would be, hi, Ahmed, I'm actually looking for a new work opportunity. Can you tell me more about what you have available? So this one is fairly easy, which would be go straight into your pitch, let them know what you've got available, and then sell to them. Seems like they're already interested. So it's just now all you have to do is just tell them more about the vacancy, more about the position, and then get them across the line and book them in for those shifts that you wanted to book them in for. And then you've got the neutral, polite response where they say, hi, Ahmed, thanks for reaching out. I'm not actively looking right now, but I'm always open to hearing about new opportunities. What do you have in mind? So they've given you a door, they've given you a window for you to take the floor, to take the mic and to deliver, and to say to them, fantastic, thank you so much for giving me a few moments of your time. But as I said to you, I won't take too much of your time. I've got a fantastic role in your area. It's just it's literally 15 minutes away from your postcode, and they're looking for software engineers like yourself and to join their team. They're a really, really great bunch. And I saw your CV and I thought I'd reach out to you and to get your interest. So this one now, you've got their interest. They're neutral. They're sort of on the fence, and it's just all they need is just that little bit of a push, and that can be done with your call. And then you've got the potential responses of I'm busy or not interested, and I'm sure you get this a lot of the times. And you'll speak to your candidate, and your candidate say, it's not a good time right now. Can you send me more details via email? So these ones are just more of I'm interested to hear, but not right now. So send me an email. What I would do is I'd get myself a little email template that and I will be sending to my candidates. So whilst I'm on the phone to them, I'll just copy and paste that template that I have, and I will just ask him, perfect, not to worry at all. I can send you a quick email with the opportunities that we have available in your area. Can I just confirm your email address, and just get their email address whilst you're on the phone to them, and send that email as you're on the phone to them, and just say to them, can you just kindly confirm that you received my email? I've just sent it over to you as I'm speaking to you on the phone. Sometimes it may land into the spam folder, so do check. And it's important that you say to them, because a lot of the time, sometimes you may find that your clients or your candidates aren't getting back to you, but the reason for that is they actually haven't seen your email. So just say to them, it may have landed into your spam or your junk folder. If you could just double check and kindly confirm you've got my email whilst I'm on the phone to you. And then 9 out of 10 times they'll be like, yeah, not to worry, just give me a second. And they'll say, yeah, that's it, I've got your email, Ahmed from ABC Recruitment. No worries, thanks for that. And yeah, thanks for sending me my email. So what I'd like to say in that case is they're busy, just because they're busy and they may give you a not interested response, it does not mean they're not interested at all. It's just they're not interested right now. You can say to them, okay, perfect. Do you mind me giving you a quick call back potentially some point next week after you had a look over my email? And then if they say to you, yeah, so just make sure that you try to close them on the day that you want to call them back. So do not leave it open. Say to them, oh, do you mind if I give you a call back next week, Wednesday? Yeah, no worries. What time suits you Wednesday? 12 o'clock? Perfect. I'm going to put this in my diary to give you a call 12 o'clock next week, Wednesday, and we can discuss on the phone a few options that may be a great fit for you. So now you've got that potential, I'm not interested right now because I'm busy, to try to schedule a time with them where they free up their time. They'll be a bit more relaxed and a bit more open to give you more of their time and potentially their availability for work. And then you've got the I'm not interested response. Thanks for calling, but I'm not interested in new opportunities right now. Thanks for your call. Those ones, they're not interested and they've made it clear they're not interested. What I like to say to them is, what I say to those kind of candidates is, because they're not interested and they're in an opportunity right now, I'd say that no worries at all. Let me just tell you about the opportunity, and just now you've got to sell that opportunity just in case it may spark their interest, or it may make them change their mind in the future. Just to let you know, the opportunity was for a software developer. It was in Northwest London, which is about 15 minutes from you. They were paying £65,000 per annum and 6 weeks annual leave. Really flexible, hybrid. Sometimes you get to work from home as well. So that was the opportunity and what I was presenting to you. But no worries, I can see that you're not interested. But if in case you do change your mind, what I'll do is I'll drop you a quick email, and you can always let me know. This opportunity may be around for the next couple of days or so. So if you do change your mind, you can let me know. And whilst I'm on the phone to you, would you happen to know any friends or colleagues that may potentially be interested? And then ask them potentially if they've got a friend or colleague available. And if you do, kindly forward them my email and we will pay you a referral fee. So this person that was not interested at all in your position or the vacancy that you're offering, but you've told them anyways what it is and how much of a fantastic opportunity it was. And you almost make them that, you're kind of missing out on this fantastic opportunity. Here it is. You're not available, but I'll leave it in your inbox anyway, in case you do change your mind. And then you've got the curious, cautious calls. Can you tell me a bit more about your company? And they've got their guards up a little bit. So those ones, you let them know, I'm calling from ABC Recruitment. We're a recruitment agency. We actually specialize, and let them know whatever field that you're calling in from, that you're a specialist, that you're not just a gimmick, you're not just a rookie recruitment company, but you're a specialist in their field. We're a specialist in IT, and we've got so many IT opportunities available. We've been around the market for X amount of years. You don't have to, if you're a new agency, you don't need to say, we're new in the market. You can just, it's all about your perception and how you carry yourself and how you come across. You can say we work with so many providers in the IT space and they trust us, and we've built years of reputation working with these companies. So we've got so many opportunities, and I know you're not interested, but if always try your best to leave at least some form of communication open for them should they change their mind in the future. Whether you drop them a text message just so they've got your details, whether you drop them an email so if they've got your details for future reference, try to always keep a form of communication open for them and leaving the ball in their court. So if they ever do change their mind, that they have a form of communication to get in contact with you. And then you've got the skeptical response, which is, I get a lot of calls from so many different agencies, and what difference are you from the other 101 agencies that call me? Or the skeptical responses that I get sometimes is, how did you get my number? How did you get my details? Who are you? What I like to say to them, how did you get my details, is you've got to just be careful how you word it, because of course that's just GDPR, which we'll go into over the next modules or so. So what I like to, how I respond to when they say, how do you get my details? I sometimes keep it vague, because there's so many ways of obtaining our candidate details. Sometimes we say it could be CV library. which is a job board that you've applied on, and we've got your details from the job board. You could have got your details from LinkedIn, and potentially you responded to vacancies that we had, or Indeed, or any of the job boards, or potentially you could have been a referral, a colleague, a friend, or a colleague referred you to us and saying that you are fantastic, a candidate who may be suitable for positions that we have available. So I just keep the response quite vague and open for them to sort of keep it open. So I don't say, this is how we got your details, but these are, it could be one of many options. And whilst I'm on the phone to you, and just wanted to, all the call was regarding was just really opportunities that we had in your area. And so we had salary opportunities, locum opportunities, contracting opportunities. So let them know of all the different opportunities that you have in the area. And these are some of the responses and how to deal with them. So now we're going to go through understanding the product. Who are your products? So you have to understand what your product is. Your product is your client, and your product is also your client. When I say your product, it's what you are trying to sell. So for example, I'll try to simplify as much as I can. So a mobile phone. If you're trying to sell a mobile phone, an iPhone, to a random person on the street, this iPhone is your product. So you got to learn about the iPhone, what are its selling points, and what the iPhone does, what is great about the iPhone, what features it has. So you're able to sell this product now to the wider public. So your candidate is your product, and it's a product to your client. The best way to sell your product is by learning your product, knowing everything about your product, learning your candidate inside out, knowing what they do, what are their competencies, and what are their skill sets, what are they looking for, what have they studied, what are their experiences. So learning everything about your candidate, so then you can deliver and sell it to your clients. So when your clients ask you about your candidate, you know your product inside out, and you can sell it and you can deliver it to your clients. Likewise, your clients are also your product to your candidates. So you got to know about your client. What are they looking for? What is the package that they're offering? And what are the benefits and the perks of the company? How long have they been around? What is the company ethics? So these are all the questions that your candidate may ask you. And if you don't know your product, you're just going to and ah, and you're not going to be able to deliver and have the best sales pitch. So it's very important, before anything else, learn your client, learn your candidate, understand everything about your client and your candidate. And this moves us to understanding the USP, the unique selling points. So what are the unique selling points of your candidates? What I like to list out as the USPs are the few bullet points. So whatever I'm sending an email, I put in a bullet point the few USPs, the things that stand out about my candidate. If my candidate is a doctor, for example, I would say this doctor can see all patients. This doctor can do home visits. This doctor can use all clinical systems. This doctor has 25 years plus experience. This doctor can do all the shared admin of the GP practices. For example, these are just things that will stick out to the client, like, this is a fantastic candidate, this is what they're able to do. Likewise, you can apply this also to your client. What are the USPs of this company? They are offering £60,000 per annum. They are offering remote working. They are offering whatever they're offering 6 to 8 weeks annual leave, holiday. These are the packages that they're offering. So now you know what the USPs are. These are the first things that you want to mention to your clients and to your candidates. Don't go in about what they can't do. This is a typical mistake people say is, and I've got a candidate who can do everything except for this. Don't emphasize and don't focus on what they can't do, and focus on what they can do. Focus on selling them to your candidates, or focus on selling your client to your candidate and mentioning all the unique selling points that once they hear, they say to themselves, this sounds like a fantastic place to work for. I'll be interested to go for an interview. Or this sounds like a fantastic candidate and will be keen to move forward and schedule an interview. So ask the right question, and that is the only way you can understand your product, by asking the right question. Know everything about your candidate. So it depends on the field that you're in, but always make yourself a checklist. This is what I like to do. Make myself a checklist of all the questions that I'm going to be asking, because once when you're making the calls and the cold calls that you're making, you literally are speaking to candidates back to back. Whether you speak to the next 20, 30, 40 candidates back to back, you're going to be asking the same things. So have yourself a checklist so that way you don't miss out. For example, if you are recruiting dentists, ask them all the right questions. And what clinical system can you use? How far can you travel? And what is the rate that you are looking for? And this is universal, by the way. You can ask this to any of your candidates. How far are you willing to travel for work? What is your salary expectation? What is there anything that you don't do? Is asking all the right questions. So then when you present the candidate to your client may ask you, oh, perfect, this sounds like a fantastic candidate. And how far are they willing to travel? Because we're based in Northamptonshire. So you know already how far they can travel, or your client may say to you, okay, this sounds like a potential match. What is their salary expectation? Or so you've asked all the right questions to your candidates, so you can absolutely deliver and sell it to your client. And likewise, ask the right question to your clients, because people can, especially candidates, they ask a lot of questions in terms of the opportunity that you're presenting them, because they're not going to jump board, they're not going to jump ship without asking the right question. Is this opportunity that you're presenting, is it the right opportunity for me? So they're going to ask you about the hospital or the company or whatever place that is hiring. So they will ask you, how much are they paying? They will ask you what are the bonuses and the perks of working at this company. So ask the right questions so you have a deep understanding of both the client and candidate, and you are able to make a match. Sometimes what happens is your candidates will send you their CV, and that CV, of course, you need to screen the CV, you need to look at the CV before you send it out to your clients. Tweak it if you have to, make sure that they match the right profile. So whether you tweak their CV, their profile, for example, I like to put in the keywords that they are looking for. So if you are right now hiring for a software engineer, and they say to you, we're looking for someone that can do coding, someone that can do web development, someone can do this, ensure that these keywords are in their CV so they can see it, whether you put it at the top, I can do coding, I can do web development, I can do SEOs, whatever they were looking for. So those keywords are important, because when they are looking at your CV, they will see, okay, this person has those credentials that has the experience that we were looking for. So it's important, make sure once you know from your client, you have a brief understanding of what they are looking for. You can ask them for a job description. The job description will mention key requirements that they have. Try to use those words in the sell of your candidate, whether you put it in the body of the email, say, I've got a fantastic candidate available who's happy to interview. He can create websites, he can do SEOs, he can do coding, and they will look at and say, this is exactly what we were looking for. So it's very important, always use the keywords that your client is looking for, and tweak your CVs of your candidates, of course, after speaking to them and ensuring that they have the skill sets and they are able to do those things, because a lot of the candidates are actually more experienced and they can do a lot more what actually states on the CV. So what you want to do is make sure that you have the best possible product or best possible CV, and so you can put this forward to your clients. Manage your client and your candidate expectation. This is also very, very key. So understand what your client is looking for and understand what your candidate is looking for, and manage the expectation. Don't over deliver, and don't. So when I said don't over deliver, is, and if your candidate says to you, I'm looking for 100,000 per annum, this is way outside the industry standard, or way outside the client's budget, they'll say to him, yeah, I can definitely find you that rate. The best way I like to manage my candidates is ask them. I never go first. I just ask them, what is this rate that you are looking for? And then once they tell me their rate, I just say, what I'll do is I'll take this back to the client. I can't promise I can get you that rate, but I'll see what they're looking for. And if they can't, I will come back to you with an offer that they can match. So that way, I've not over promised. I've not come back now disappointed my candidate where I've said, yes, I can get you that rate, and I come back and say to you, sorry, I actually can't get you that rate. I can get you 80 instead of the 100. What then they more likely will say, thanks for trying, but I don't want to pursue this anymore. So don't over deliver with your candidates and let them mention the rate first. And we will go through the sales techniques and negotiations very, very shortly. So if I go over to ChatGPT and we can go through, we can simulate recruitment agency sales calls. So we're going to write a list of questions a potential company will ask about your candidates and how to overcome those questions. So the first thing a client may ask you before scheduling an interview is, what are their qualification experience? This should be clear and visible on the CV. If it's not, you want to make sure that their CV, before you send it out, it's clear what their skills are, what are their qualifications, so this is very important. Also, another thing that needs to stick out on their CV and your client may ask you is, what are their previous job roles? What were their responsibilities? So every job that they've worked for before, if to make they have to ensure that, you know, if you've got it mentions where they worked for in the past and the types of responsibilities that they carried out at that company. It's very important that it's all clear and visible to your client. That way you want to minimize these sort of questions or these potential objections that you will get from your clients. And another sort of typical question is, how long has this candidate been in the industry? What are their experience in the industry? With how long has he been a dentist, or how long has he been a software engineer? How long has this person been a doctor? So make sure it's written either on the CV, or it could be one of your USPs, to your unique selling points. He's been a doctor for 25 years. He's got all the experience and know-how in the industry. And other questions that they may ask you is, how do you know this person will be a cultural fit between the candidate and the company? And that way, the best way I answer normally is by suggesting a trial shift. So I say to them, I believe will be a great fit for you, but the best thing I genuinely believe to move forward, so you don't commit right away, is interview the candidate, see if it seemed like a good fit for you, and if you're happy after the interview, we can potentially schedule and organize a trial shift. So this way, you charge them just for that one day. For having your candidate, and the candidate will work a shift or two at the hospital or at the company that you're hiring for, and to see if this candidate is a good fit, and vice versa, if the client finds the candidate to be good. So this way, I always say to them, so you're not committing, you get to try before you buy, you get to see how he works or she works, and if you think they're a fit, then this will be an ideal situation for you. So these are some sort of objections that you may get from your clients when it comes to putting forward candidates. So I hope you've enjoyed this and you've benefited from this lesson. Now we'll be going through perfecting your sales pitch in order to have the best possible pitch and the best possible delivery to get the sales that you are trying to get. So perfecting your pitch, firstly, when it comes to a sales pitch, always ask open questions. And what do I mean by open question? Is don't ask questions where the outcome will be a yes or a no. For example, typical mistake that people make, and why we want to ask open questions is because we want the conversation to be engaging. We want to continue that call with our potential candidates who we are trying to place for work, or even with clients. So you can, as I said before, you can apply all of this module to both your clients and your candidates. So asking open questions. So if you're speaking to a candidate and you're trying to get their availability for work in order to find them work, what you don't want to say is, hi, my name is Ahmed. I'm calling from ABC Recruitment. Are you available for work? The only answer you're going to get is either a yes, I'm available, or no, I'm not available. And if they are not available, that conversation has kind of died there because they've just given you a no, and you're ended the call pretty much. So what you want to do is ask open questions for your candidate to continue engaging with you, and for you then to continue engaging with them. So how would I ask that same question, which was, are you available for work in a way that it's an open question. Now, I would say, hi, my name is Ahmed. I'm calling from ABC Recruitment. I was just giving you a call regarding work. I was just wondering, what is your work availability? So now you're saying, I was wondering, what is your work availability, rather than saying, are you available for work? Once you do ask that question, I was wondering, what is your work availability? You're not going to get a yes or a no. You're going to get a, I'm currently not available, and then you get to potentially continue that call, or yes, I'm actually available every whatever Mondays and Thursdays. So these are just ways of making sure that call just sort of continues, and you want your candidate to do most of the talking. Another open question or a closed question that people ask all the time is, if the candidate's potentially not available, okay, do you have any friends or colleagues who would be interested in work? No, I don't have any friends or colleagues. Or yes, I do have friends or colleagues. So you're going to get a yes or a no. So how can you ask that same question now, whether they have friends or colleagues? So what I would say is, I could perfectly, I know you're not available at the moment. Who do you know that may be available? Who do you know? Um, so now you've asked that question. So there's a little bit of an assumption you've got to make, is never assume that they don't know anyone. Never assume that they are not available. Never assume. So I'm going to ask an open question, which is, who do you know who's available? And so now it gives them the opportunity to respond back to me. I don't actually have any friends or colleagues, or I potentially have a colleague who will be available. So ask open question to your clients. Ask open question to your candidates. Now, these are just examples of how to turn those potential closed questions into open questions. So always try your best when it comes to sales, when it comes to your pitch, when you're delivering your sales call. Don't ask closed questions. What that will just do is it will end the conversation a lot earlier. And what you want to do is try to build that rapport and have the conversation flowing. And another thing is, do your homework. What I mean, do your homework is prepare yourself before the call. And this is where a lot of recruiters go wrong. What they do is they pick up the call, and as they're on the call, the candidate will say to them, okay, yeah, this sounds fantastic. Do you know what they're paying? Not too sure actually. Just give me 1 second, and they're ramming through, sort of scamming through their emails and trying to find the client. So make sure you are prepared. And you know what they say: if you fail to prepare, then you prepare to fail. And this is so true in recruitment. Prepare every single call before you get on that call. Get your candidate's postcode. Get your client's postcode. Know the destination, the distance between your candidate and your client. So when you're on that call, the candidate may say to you, I potentially may be interested. Do you know how far it is from me? Yeah, give me a second. Let me look for it. And you sound incompetent. What you want to do is, yeah, the hospital's literally 15 minutes from you. I'm just looking at it on Google Maps as we speak. You sound competent. You've done your homework. You know the distance between your client and your candidate. Again, you can apply this to your client as well. How can we apply this to the client? Know your homework, know about your candidate, as we previously mentioned in the previous slides. Know your candidates, know what they can and can't do. It's very, very important. So when you're speaking to your client, if your client says to you, okay, perfect, this nurse sounds fantastic, can she do baby immunizations? I'm not too sure. Give me 1 second. Let me go through her CV. Honestly, you don't sound competent. You need to be like, yeah, I've got it right in front of me. I can see here she can do baby immunization. As a matter of fact, she can do all the duties that you require. And so you sound a lot more competent. So do your homework, prepare in advance. It may take you a little bit longer to go through your emails to have everything ready, but you want to do that. You want to sound competent. You want to sound that you are able to deliver. Understand your client and your candidate's pain points. So what do I mean by this? Understand your client and candidate's pain points. And we'll go through the potential objections that you may get from your clients and your candidates. It's understand, and a lot of the clients' pain points sometimes will be how long it's been taking them to find the candidates. Why is it taking you that long? Are you in a geographical location which is slightly remote? Are you is it that your if is it that the package or the salary that you're offering it's not really competitive. Try to understand why is it that they can't find the right candidate, or understanding your candidates also, and why are they not able to find the right opportunities that is for them. So understand them, look, see what they are looking for, try to get a good picture of what they want, what is their ideal. And I say to them, to understand the pain point, I say, what would be your ideal scenario if you could have your dream job? What would it be? And then write it all out for them. Write it all out. Key point, the bullet point, the key points that they mention. What would be the ideal job? Again, you can say this also to your client. What would be the ideal candidate? If I can find you the right candidate, what would be the ideal candidate for you? And write down the key points of the ideal candidate. In that way, you can understand what their pain points are and try to find them the right person for the position. Be confident in your delivery. It's so important when it comes to perfecting your pitch on or your sales call. Be confident in your delivery. If you are not confident on the phone, if you come across awkward, if you come across like you don't really know what you're talking about, client honestly will, some clients will just rip you apart and say to you, listen, you don't really sound like you've got a clue on what you're talking about. Be confident, know your product, understand your product, do your homework. That way you can confidently deliver to your clients. So if we go through Chat AI now and go through potential, so we're going to write a list of questions a potential company may ask me as a recruitment company regarding negative experiences when it comes to hiring candidates and how we are different. So a lot of clients will probably have used recruitment agencies in the past, so you may not be the first one, and they may have had bad negative experiences. So what are the type of questions that they may ask you, and how are you different? A question that may ask you is, how can you handle situation where, so let's just go back to the top. They may ask you, can you describe how you handle situation where a candidate does not meet the expectation after being hired? And this can sometimes be common, where the candidate is hired by the client and after a certain period of time, they just don't seem to be the right fit for the job. So what is it that you would do, or what is it that you can do? So for example, this happens in recruitment a lot of the times, and not every single placement that you make is going to be fantastic, or not every single placement that you make is going to be the right fit for the practice. So how can you ensure your client that that this person will be suitable, and if they're not suitable, how do you handle these sorts of situations? What I say to them is, if you deem that the candidate is not suitable, we will ensure that we'll find you a like for like replacement. So we give them another option, where if this candidate wasn't suitable, we give them another option where they can have the like for like candidate who has the same skill set and same competencies that they were looking for. This is one option. And another option is, it's giving them the assurance of a rebate period, where if the candidate doesn't work out, because I'm sure they're going to be spending some sort of money for you delivering a candidate to them, let's just say on a permanent placement, it will be a finder's fee, just reassuring them that if it does not work out, you are entitled to a portion of your finder's fee that you've paid back to you. So that gives them reassurance that, okay, if it doesn't work out, they have some sort of a refund policy that is in place. Another typical question that a candidate may ask is, and how can you verify the authenticity of your candidate's qualification and your experiences? So let them know that you as a company, that you're competent, and you want to come across very competent as an agency, because you want to build that trust with your clients, that you do all the necessary background checks. So if you are hiring, for example, a doctor, that you've done the background checks, you've checked their PIN, it's actually on the registration, and they are legally allowed to practice in the country. And what I mean by this, for example, if you're working with a nurse, you just type in search the NMC register, and this will just bring up this is a PIN. So every nurse will have a PIN. You just type in her PIN number. You will ask her or him, and what is your NMC PIN registration? They will give this to you, of course, because this is a key important factor that you've got to verify before placing them into work. And then you ask for their first name, their surname, and once you click, it will let you know how long they've been a nurse, how long they've been practicing. So now you sound very competent when you say to your client, and this could be a pain point that they have all the time, is agencies are just sending through the door and people without doing all the necessary checks. So when it comes to the question that they say to you, what measures do you take to verify the authenticity of your candidate's qualifications and their experience, is that you say we do all the background checks, we ensure that they are who they say they are. And you can also say is we ask our candidates and to email us a copy of their passport, their driver license, all their right to work, and we verify they are who they say they are. So this is just to mitigate any risk and also to build that trust with your clients. Now we go through negotiation techniques, certain techniques that you can use which will help your pitch and will potentially get you better results. So first and foremost, never throw out rates. This is a rule I teach to everyone in recruitment, to my staff as well. Never throw out rates. It's very, very important that you sit back and let your candidates throw out rates, or you let your client throw out rates. What I mean by this is, let's just say you are working with a candidate and you're trying to find them a contracting position that has become available. And you're going to ask them, what is the rate that you're looking for? They may say to you, what is this rate offering? Or as soon as you're on the phone to them, you say, I've got fantastic work opportunities in your area. How much is it paying? It's the bottom line for all of us. Let's face it, we are all trying to earn as much as we can. Doctors, the first thing sometimes they will say to you is, how much is it paying? A software engineer will say to you, how much is it paying? So the bottom line is the pay rate. If it's the correct rate, is it the attractive rate that they are looking for? So never throw out rates. Ask them always, what is it that you're looking for? What is a rate that you are looking for? And I will speak to my clients, I'll speak to my candidates, and I will come back to you. So ask them first, what is it that you want? If they don't give you a rate, try not to throw a rate. Just say I'm speaking to the client and they've actually haven't mentioned specifically what the rate is. So I'm taking interest as we speak. What is it that you're looking for? Again, when it comes to your client and when it comes to what they want to offer to your candidate, don't throw a figure first. Let them throw out a rate to you, and then you can grow and you can counter that rate, because what you don't want to do is throw a rate yourself and then they're going to counter it. So give them let them put a ball in their court, let them throw a rate out to you, and then counter the rate that they have given you. Another thing, it's ABC. This is sort of basic when it comes to recruitment. ABC, always be closing. You want to make sure you're always closing a deal. You're always closing a lead. You are always closing. So you've got to have that mindset of ABC, always be closing. So even when it comes to a candidate's on the phone to you and says to you, oh, I'm not available right now, it's a very busy time, you've called me, and can we speak later on? Absolutely fine. What time later on suits you? Don't just say, yes, I'll call you later. What time later on? In the evening. Perfect. No worries. What time in the evening? At 8 o'clock. Perfect. Expect to receive a call from me at 8 p.m. today, and then we can take it from there. Always be closing. Never leave a lead untied. Never leave it sort of just a potential candidate, or even a client. When it comes to client, for example, if a client says to you, oh yeah, if you just call me, I'm in a meeting, no worries, I will give you a call back. When is a good time later on? What time? 3 p.m. Yeah, I'll give you a call at 3 o'clock. Make sure specifically that you diarize, that you put this in. We'll go through and organizing yourself very shortly, but make sure you are constantly closing any potential loose end, and you don't want to leave it untied. This is very, very important in recruitment. Is something you'll find is people will try to fob you off. They'll say to you, yeah, give me a call later on. But a competent recruiter will follow it up. A competent recruiter will know ABC. I've got to make sure I'm going to close this candidate. I'm going to close this client. I will follow up. I'll give you a call at 8 o'clock, and then we'll take it from there. Another important factor, and this is a very key. This is probably one of the most important things actually when it comes to negotiation techniques, is move the conversation away from rates, move it away from money, because the longer you stay on this topic, the more of a door and opportunity you are giving them for them to counter, for them to increase or decrease the rate. So what I like to do as a technique is, if it's via email, I will so if an email, generally when they will see my the speculative CVs of candidates available in their area, a lot of clients will come back to me, say to me, "Hi Ahmed, we are interested. Can you kindly let me know how much this candidate is?" So if you are then going to email back with the rate, and when it comes on the phone, I will just generally try to let them for a rate first. If it's via email, for example, I will just let them know if it's a doctor and we charge, let's just say, argument's sake, we're charging £115 per hour. I will just put it in the email. Thanks for getting back to me. This doctor, the rate of this doctor is £115 per hour, and I wouldn't just leave it there. This is very important. Ask a question, ask an open question for the conversation to lead. So I would just say is, the candidate's rate is £115 per hour, and what dates are you looking for cover? What can you kindly let me know of the availability of the shifts? And then I've moved the conversation away from rates. Now I've given her the rate or him the rate, and now I've moved the conversation away from rates. Now we're discussing about the shift. So now we're moving even forward. We're talking about the future of the shift that I potentially want to book him into. So even if you're on the phone, for example, to a candidate or a client will say to you, "What is the rate for this candidate?" And if they don't throw a rate first, and you go back and forth and you throw your rate, you say to them, "Okay, the rate is £65 per hour for this nurse. But once I've got you on the phone, this nurse can do X, Y, and Z." So I've just mentioned the rate. I'll tell them what the rate is, but then I'm going to drag the conversation away from staying on the rate and talk about the competencies now. So I'll be like, yeah, the candidate hourly rate is £65 an hour. She can do blood, she can do immunization, she can do pretty much everything you are looking for. What dates are you actually looking for cover? So we move the conversation away from talking about rates, and now we're discussing the dates and the shift that they are looking for cover. So it's very important. This is going to be, you're probably going to get this on a daily basis as you're speaking to candidates, as you're speaking to clients. The first questions that we'll ask you is, how much? What is the rate? If you do mention the rate, do not dwell on it. Do not stay on it. Do not give them the window for them to say. A mistake, or what you don't want to do is saying, you're on the phone to your candidate and they say to you, "What is the rate?" "Hi, the rate is £65 per hour. How does that sound to you?" You've just opened the door now for them to counter it. Even if they were happy with it, the fact that you said, "How does that sound to you?" You're giving them the opportunity for them to contest that rate. "It's a bit too low. Can you not get me 70? Can you not get me 75? But what you want to do is say, "Hi, the rate is £65 per hour. It's a really fantastic surgery. I'm sure you'll love it. They've got all the high-tech equipment. Do you want to book a trial shift potentially for next week? See if you like it. And if you do like it, I'm sure I can get you more shifts at that place." So now I've moved away. I've mentioned the rate. I've moved and shifted the topic to the shifts and getting them through the door. So that is what you want to do. Ensure that you don't dwell on the rates for too long. Maximizing your clients and candidates is also key. When I say maximizing, so it's important to, this word maximize is so important. So you want to maximize your candidates as much as you can. You want to get the most out of your candidates. So for example, if you're speaking to your candidate and your candidate says to you, "I'm not available. I'm only available sort of 2 days a week, and I'm fairly booked up at the moment." "Okay, not to worry at all. What is it that you do?" I'll work 2 days a week." "What about the other 3 days?" Trying to get the most out of your candidate. "What about the other 3 days?" "Oh, the other 3 days I'm actually off. I don't like to work." "What if I can get you a shift just a one odd day a week?" "Okay," and then that candidate may potentially be swayed. Or if you speak to a candidate and they say to you, "I'm not available at the moment, and I'm working full time." "Okay, I know you're working full time, and I appreciate that. What about the odd weekends? Would you be interested in potentially working the odd Saturdays or the odd Sundays? And I can get you a slightly higher rate, and and you don't have to commit to it all the time. And they may say to you, yeah, I wouldn't mind actually doing the odd Saturdays or the odd Sundays. If they say to you, I'm not available for work during the weekdays, ask them, okay, would you potentially be interested in evening work? Try and get anything out. So you're trying to squeeze as much out of your candidates as possible. If they can do evenings, offer them. If they can do potentially a few hours in the evenings, can they do nights? Can they do weekends? And just try and get more out of your candidates and your clients. Likewise, your client say to you, I'm looking for someone every Mondays and Wednesdays. Can you find me a software developer to join our company 2 days a week? Okay, so if you find them a candidate or you find them a client, sorry, if you find them a candidate who's able to work the 2 days a week, but he can do Mondays and Thursdays, do not assume that it's a non-starter or that they only will take. Just ask them, are you able to do anything? Are you able to move things around? Try to maximize as much as you can from your clients and say to them, are you able to move things around? He's a fantastic candidate. I'm sure you don't want to miss out on him. I know he can't do the Wednesdays, but he can do the Thursdays instead. Do you want to give him a try? And if they say, yeah, okay, what about, and he's just become available also on the Fridays as well. And would you have happen to have any room availability at all to take him, or would you have any space or a capacity for him to work the extra Fridays? Ask that question. Don't assume just because they asked you 2 days a week that they may not want more dates. And if he's available on weekends, just let them know. Oh yeah, he's also available on every other Saturday. Would you need the extra pair of hands every other Saturday? Also, try to maximize and get the most out of your candidates as possible, and your client as well. So when it comes back, so we go back to candidates now. Then if they say to you, I'm only available 3 days a week. Ask them, what is it that you do on your days off? If they haven't, let's say they don't do much on their days off, ask them, would you be interested just a couple of hours, on your days off, or just a couple of hours on the weekends? So trying to get just a little bit more out of your candidates and your clients, and try to maximize them as much as you can, because you never know. If you don't ask, you don't get. Ask them. Don't assume that just because they ask you for 2 days a week that they can't do an extra day. Don't assume just because they asked you for a 3 months contract that they won't be able to extend that contract. Never assume, always ask the questions, because if you don't ask, you don't get. Another negotiation technique is FOMO, fear of missing out. This really works with your candidates, and it works with your clients. So it's very important when you are speaking to your candidates. So if I'm speaking to a candidate, I'm saying to them, I've got a work opportunity in their area. It's just become available and it's paying really good rates. A lot of the times, people will need a little bit of time to think on it, to sleep on it, to take their time. So this is your opportunity as a recruitment consultant to give them that little push that they need to get them through the door. So let them know that you've contacted them first. So what I will say to them is, just to let you know, I've just contacted you first. This role just came in. The client, I've just got off the phone to the client, and they are looking for a candidate who literally suits you literally suit all the requirement that they have. I thought I'd pick up the phone and speak to you first before I reach out to anyone else. And this, if they say to you, I'm potentially they're and and they're interested, but they don't want to commit. And they say to you, can I think about it? This is a common thing. Can you just email me? I'll think about it. Can you give me a couple of days? Just let them know. Yeah, absolutely, no worries. You can sleep on it. But just to let you know, I've came to you first, and I'm not sure by tomorrow when we next speak if this is still going to be available. I know this is going to be in high demand because it's really good rates. It's quite local. It's a fantastic company, and it comes with all of these perks. So I can definitely check in with you and touch base with you tomorrow, but I can't guarantee this opportunity still will be available, because I've got my colleagues at the moment as we're speaking also calling around trying to find candidates for this position. So I just thought, I don't want you losing out on this opportunity, and it's probably best thing just to get your foot through the door, send your CV across to them, and try to arrange an interview for you. How does that sound? And then trying to give them that little push, give them that fear of missing out. And you can also apply this to your client. And how can you apply it to your client, you may ask, is by letting them know you've got them a candidate who suits exactly what they are looking for. The candidate has just become available. He just ended a long-term contract and he is free as we speak. And you send them the candidate, they will say to you, yeah, looks good. All right. We're going to discuss this internally. Can I come back to you in a few days? Let them know. Yeah, absolutely. You can get back to me tomorrow or whenever. But just to let you know, this candidate has just become available, and I know he's going to be in demand, as you know, to find a software engineer and in these days, especially in this area, and let them know whatever area they recruit for in the London area is really rare. And this candidate, I'm sure, is going to be snapped right away. So many clients will be interested in taking him on. So yeah, you can definitely come back to me by tomorrow, but I can't guarantee you he will hold his availability and he still will be available. So probably the best thing, honestly, would be is just so you don't lose out on this candidate, is schedule an interview, see if he's the right person for you, and if he is, then you've got nothing to lose. But I wouldn't be able to guarantee you if it will still be available tomorrow. So that way, you're giving that push, you let them know, you're giving the fear of missing out that if they don't act now, that this candidate may not be available tomorrow. You know how they say today's price, not yesterday's price. So I hope you've understood this. So we are on the last lesson on module number 5, which is time management and organization. Time management and organization, it's probably one of the most important parts of recruitment, making sure you are able to organize yourself and you can manage your day so you get the most and be the most productive and get the most out of your day as possible. So let's get straight into it. What you want to do is set yourself up with daily and weekly to-do list. It's so important because what you want is to visualize and see all the tasks that are ahead of you. So what I like to do is I split up my, and I just use a diary and I just put a line that's straight down the middle and put on one side clients and one side candidates. So on the client side, any clients that I need to chase, that I've put forward, candidates that I need to schedule an interview, I need to schedule a meeting, any client, anything that is sort of client related, I put on the left side, and I will just jot down anything that I need to do for that day. And on the right side of my page, I will have my anything that is candidate related, whether it's I'm waiting for a CV from Jonathan the doctor, or I'm waiting from a CV from a software engineer. So anything that is candidate related, or even follow up with a candidate who I've placed for a shift last week to touch base just to see how they got on, and sort of and just to see if there's anything else just sort of servicing your candidates. So anything that's sort of candidate related, I will put on the right side, and this is how I personally organize my day. So every morning, first thing, as soon as I come in, I look at my to-do list for today. So I've got this, and this to do. So as I look at my to-do list, I will tick it off. So if I've just received a CV from Jonathan the doctor, then I can just tick it off and say, all received, perfect. So my list will generally should be getting shorter throughout the day, but then of course you'll be adding on more tasks and more things that you need to do. So have a daily to-do list and also have a weekly to-do list. So you know by the end of the week, I should have accomplished and I should have achieved this and this. And what you've not achieved at the end of that week, drag it over to next week. So copy and paste it, or just write it out, or whatever method that you organize yourself. Just ensure that you drag the to-do list from last week and put it into this week's to-do list if it has not been completely done. So that way you're not missing anything, you're organized, you're staying on top of things, and staying on top of things in recruitment is by far the most important thing. I see recruiters come and go based on organization. So for example, let's just say you get a position in East London. They are looking for a construction manager. Okay, so you write this down, in your list of vacancies that you have, and write down, I've got a position for East London, a construction manager. So when you're speaking throughout the day, let's say a construction manager becomes available in the East London area, because you're going to be speaking to hundreds of candidates on a daily basis. Let's say a few days later, that person may not be in your mind. You will look at your to-do list for the week, and you can find that you have, or on your availability list, or however you organize yourself, you'll find that you have this candidate available, or you've got this position that become available. So all you have to do is just now tie the two together. Because you've got a candidate in the East London area looking for a position, and you've got a client in the East London area looking for a candidate. So all you have to do is just marry the two up and just make it a match, put the candidate forward to the client, and arrange an interview or a booking, whatever method, whether it's a permanent, or whether it's a temporary position, but just sort of to match the two together. What I see is people not organizing stuff, not writing down. You're not expected to have a fantastic memory in recruitment where you have to remember everyone and everything that happened in the day, but you've got to make sure that you are constantly writing things down so you don't lose anything. So when this candidate calls in, you know, if you don't remember to the top of your head that vacancy, you look at your vacancy page or however you organize, whether you use the Microsoft Outlook for organizing your roles, or you can use just literally a Word document, putting in all the vacancies that you have, or on your diary. So ensuring that you organize yourself and you write everything down, so that way you are not going to lose anything. So another thing is prioritizing high value tasks. When it comes to recruitment, it depends on what niche you're in, but generally speaking, in most niches, you'll have different disciplines or different grades of candidates. So for example, if you're in the healthcare industry, you've got doctors, you've got nurses, you've got healthcare assistants, you've got clinical administrative staff. So it's about, let's just say you get so many vacancies, which one are you going to prioritize? Try to prioritize the high value ones first, the ones that are going to make you the most money, the ones that are going to get you the better return of interest. So because at the end of the day, when it comes to recruitment, you're going to spend the same amount of time speaking to your candidates, whether you're speaking to a doctor who's earning much higher than a healthcare assistant who's earning a lot lower. So you're going to spend the same amount of time when it comes to speaking to them on the phone, sending them a CV request, getting their CV, screening their CV, putting it forward to the client, waiting for the client to respond back to you, then booking the candidate in for an interview or booking them straight into the shift. Generally speaking, it will take you the same amount of time. So if you've got now a position where they are hiring a GP or a position where they are hiring a healthcare assistant, you look at, okay, which one am I going to get the most for from the time that I will spend on? And that is the one I will prioritize, and that is the one that I will work on first. So look at your day, as we said, organize your day, come in the morning, look at your to-do list for the day, and make sure, try to get everything ticked off during the day. And as you are looking through your schedule for the day and the vacancies that you've got available on your desk, look at which one is going to make me the most money, which one is going to make me the more profitable, and try to prioritize that one over the ones that are not going to, you know, make you the most profit. When I say this, for example, you may have a hospital that contact you, say, I need a nurse just for 1 day a week, and then you've got another hospital who will contact you and say, I need a nurse for 5 days a week. So it's quite obvious that the one that you should prioritize is the one that is going to make you the most. So you should prioritize the one that is going to that are looking for a nurse for 5 days a week. Saying that does not mean that do not prioritize, or sorry, do not give any attention or do not work on any roles that are not of high value. There's times when it comes to if you don't have enough roles, or you don't have other vacancies, work on the ones that you have available at your hand, and understand also that a 1 day a week role can turn into a long term. A short term position can turn into a long term. You can so I've had, for example, where they wanted a candidate from me for literally just a few days, and this candidate's been working there for at least a good 8 to 9 months consecutively. So you never know, that 1 day can turn into a longer term. So don't also underestimate it, but prioritize the high value task over the non high value tasks. Diarize and follow up. So I did touch up on this, but just diarize everything that you are doing. So for example, if a candidate says to you, I'm not available at the moment, I'm just walking my dog, and can you give me a call back later on? Yes, no problem at all. What time later on? Can you actually give me a call next week, Thursday at 11 a.m.? Perfect. Put that in your diary. You're not expected to have a fantastic memory to, you know, next week, Thursday, that you wake up in the morning and say, oh yeah, I need to speak to this candidate. Write it down. So whether you use your phone and you use Siri, and just if you've got an iPhone, and just say, can you remind me next week, Thursday, or you use Outlook and you put a reminder in, so it just pops up on your screen. Put it into your diary as well. For just write it down. And I'm quite old fashioned, so I have a physical diary, but I just write everything down. And on a daily basis, I'll be coming into the office and looking at my diary. Okay, what have I got to do for today? So then I will see on Thursday morning, 11 a.m. I've got that call with Jessica, the candidate, that told me to speak to her at 11 a.m. So that way you're not missing anything. So ensure that you are always diarizing everything and that you need to do, and follow up things as well. It's so important. It makes the difference because you never know, just that follow-up call can get you the sale that you need. So for example, a candidate will say to you, yeah, I'm really interested, can you give me a call at next week Thursday at 11 a.m. and let's say you did not follow up, that you've just lost out on a deal. That candidate could have been a long term. That candidate really could have opened up doors for you for more work, not just only long term. No, don't just always think about the candidate, also think about the client as well that you're delivering to. They could be a big organization that could give you potentially more work from that same client as well. Not just from that client, they can also have had it before where that client will recommend you to other big organizations where they say to you, so and so has recommended us that you guys deliver and you're doing quite well with them, and we are also looking for X, Y, and Z. So just that one candidate, just that one follow-up has opened up so many other doors for you that you did not anticipate. So it's very important. Always diarize things. Make sure that everything is in the diary and that you are looking in your diary at your diary daily basis. There's no point just writing things in your diary if you're not going to look at it. So you've got first thing in the morning, as soon as I come in, I turn my computer on, I will just sit down and say, okay, what is on today's to-do list? What have I put down? And because I've diarized everything that I'm supposed to, everything that I'm supposed to follow up is in that diary. I know what I need to do and I know what I need to follow up. And organize your work and your candidate availability. So how do you do this? The way I organize my work and my candidate availability is I put, for example, on it can be very simple. You can use an Excel sheet. Make sure anyone that you speak to who's potentially available for work, put down their name, their number, their postcode, their email address, and their availability. So I just have a section where I just write availability. So if I speak to a candidate and they say to me, I'm available every Thursdays. My name's Jessica. I live in East London. I'm available every Thursdays. And this is my postcode and this is my email address. I'll put it into my availability list. So later on, as I'm working throughout the day or throughout the week, a client will call and say, hey, I'm looking for a software developer in the East London area. So the first thing I will do is go to my Excel sheet. And if you've got your niche that you're working on, then it's straightforward. But if you're, let's just say you're doing general recruitment where you're just sort of not focusing on one niche and you're just doing a bit of everything, then have a section where you write down the candidate's profession. So then go to an Excel sheet and just go through the filters and trying to filter through by the profession. So if you're looking for web developers, it will just bring up all the web developers on your availability list that you've spoken to, and then try to narrow even more by going into, for example, London area, and then you'll find all the people that you spoke to in London who are available for work. That is the first thing that you want to do, is look at your candidates availability list as soon as a role comes in. What you don't want to do is get on the phones and start cold calling when this same candidate that you're going to cold call was already on your availability list. It's not about working hard, it's about working smart, making sure you're working efficiently and that you are diarizing, organizing your work, you're writing everything down and have a candidate availability list. If you don't have a candidate availability list, I'll be honest, you probably will not succeed in recruitment. And it may sound harsh, but it's the reality. Because what you're going to do is you're just going to work hard for no reason at all. You're just going to speak to candidates who you've probably spoken to a couple of weeks ago who are available. But had you write it down in your availability list, you would have gone straight to them from the get-go rather than having to cold call, and on the 100th call, you've got hold of that candidate who you could have got hold of on your first call. So it's very, very important. Anyone that you speak to who is even remotely interested, even they show a bit of interest in working with your agency, make sure you put them on your candidate availability list. This availability list is literally gold dust. It's your returning point. Anytime you have a vacancy, go back to it. First thing first, go back to this availability list and see who is potentially available and matches the area that your client is looking for. And structuring your day so you get the most out of your day. How to structure your day. So for example, I've got an example here how you can potentially structure your day. So for example, 9 to 10 in the morning. Again, you don't have to follow it. This is just an example how I'll structure my day. 9 to 10 in the morning, I'll come in and go on to job sites and find the potential jobs that are available, go on job site and trying to put new CVs, and I will speak to candidates. My target may be 25. I'm trying to get hold of at least 25 candidates, 5 qualified candidates, 2 potential leads. I want to get hold of 2 managers so I could potentially put forward candidates to her, put 5 new CVs onto the CRM. But again, if you've got an admin team, this is not something that you need to do. But in case you are just a one-man band, try to get at least 5 new CVs per day from your candidates. So then 10 to 11, I will target specific candidates. So I'd go on job boards or LinkedIn. 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. I would go on to the job boards or candidates that I've spoken to. I will update notes for anyone, any relevant information from a call. And 12 to 1, I will call managers. So I've moved. So if you notice, from 9 to 1 p.m. it's mainly sort of all candidate focused. Now 12 o'clock, I will call managers. I'll put forward CVs. I will try to sell CVs. I'll try to arrange interviews. I'll put forward as many candidates as I can after lunch. What you want to do is business develop, try to speak to companies, get on them on the phone, cold call companies just to say, hey, I've got candidates available in your area. Try to follow up leads that you had from this morning calls. Bring up, or even try to find some managers. You can always find managers on the job boards. So you can cold call just to say, hey, I got your details from the CV library, or I've got your details from LinkedIn. I can see that you guys are recruiting. And yeah, so we also supply X, Y, and Z to that we can supply to your company. 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Now try to follow up and get feedback from the CVs that you put forward this morning. So say, hey, just touching base with you. I know it's towards the end of the day. I just wanted to see what are your thoughts on the candidates I put forward to you. And so just try to have an hour in the late afternoon for all the follow-ups of the candidates. Between 5 to 6, let's say you this is based on you working or in an office, but if you're already at home, we can take off the driving home. So in the evening, what you want to do is have a callback list. I know we went through this already, but a callback list is very, very important. This is really crucial. This makes you a lot of money. Callback list is basically all the candidates who were potentials, who you knew if you've spoken to on the phone that you can potentially get them to pick up the shifts and get them through the door, but you couldn't get hold of them because they're working, because it's during the daytime, they weren't available. Have a callback list after 6 p.m. in your own time, at home, on your drive home. Speak to them. The candidates are a lot more chilled in the evening. Between 6, I would say between 6 to 8 is a really, really good window for you to speak to candidates, because they've just come home from work and they are a little bit more relaxed. They can take your call. And also in the evenings, prepare yourself for tomorrow. So start writing emails, a mail shot if you're doing mail shots. So get the mass emails ready to go out first thing in the morning. So this is how I would structure my day so I can get the most out of my day possible. So we are almost finished on the recruitment course, and we are on the last module, which is the business operation side of things. So this is probably the most interesting part of the course. This part here is like literally the last piece of the puzzle. So now we've established how to start a recruitment agency, how to pick a niche, and what different types of contractors there are. This is literally the last piece of the puzzle where you are now managing the operation side of things, how to have a remote team, how to outsource staff, the back end of things. So this module will consist of 5 lessons. The first one being payroll. The importance of payroll is literally the backbone of the company, and the different tasks that will arise in the payroll department. And we'll go through back offices, the back office of the company, the admin side of things. We'll go through policies and procedures. We'll go through outsourcing a team, and then also how to manage that team. So if we get right into it, we'll go and we'll start with the first lesson, which is payroll. So on payroll, we've got invoicing clients. This is one of the first things that you will find that you need to do. So once your contractors are working for you, and they will submit something called a timesheet. So that we'll go through what timesheets are just in the next slide or so. So just to give you a sample of what an invoice would look like. So I've got an invoice over here, ABC recruitment invoice. So an invoice will look something similar to this, where your contractors whether they are working for you on a temporary basis or on a salaried basis, you'll send your client an invoice. This invoice will just show them that they've any work that they've carried out, or use your services, and when the monies are due, and to which bank the payments are made to. So if you look at this invoice over here, you've got at the top the invoice number. And if you're a startup recruitment agency, I would just recommend, just so it looks better for you as well, not to start with 001. That will just show that you're freshly sort of new into the industry, and it may give some clients a indication that you may not have the knowledge or the experience that they are looking for. So if you are starting from fresh, best thing is to put a number before 001. So even if you put like 2001, it looks like it's your 2001st invoice. It's just first impressions are sometimes important to clients. And then after that, you've got invoice date, invoice due date. So if your payment terms are 30 days, then you'll just write 27th of June, for example, and 30 days thereafter would be the 25th of July. And then you've got the payment terms where you just state the amount of days they've got to pay that invoice to, and then you've got the PO reference. So PO reference is sometimes you will find that some of your clients, when you work with them, they'll say to you, and these are our PO numbers. Can you please state the PO numbers into the invoice? So it'll just gives you a little tab where you can put the client's PO number and any sort of account reference that you have. And then if we move over to the details, you've got Dr. Joe Blogs, for example. He worked 5 hours. His hourly rate is £118 an hour, or that is the amount that you'll be charging your client, £118. So 5 times 118 is £590. And then you've got the VAT, if you're VAT registered, or if you're in a VAT registered country, then you add 20%. So £23.60, and that is the total 613.60. On the left-hand side, you'll find a column where you'll have the name, the bank, sort code, and account number. It's very important, obviously, you put your bank details in for your clients to pay you into. So this is what a invoice typically looks like, and you'll send to your client on hopefully on a daily basis, which indicates obviously that you're doing quite well and you're busy. So this is the first thing when it comes to payroll, that you are invoicing your clients and you are sending over invoices to your clients, and according to the work that were carried out by your contractors. Now, how do we know when your contractors have carried out work? So presuming that now you are doing temp recruitment, it will move you over to the next slide, which is contractor's timesheet. What is a contractor's timesheet? So a timesheet looks something similar to this over here. So over here, we've got ABC recruitment timesheet. So over here, we've got Dr. Joe Blogs, for example. He did a shift at Amazon. So he did a shift at Amazon. So you've got client name Amazon, first name Joe, surname Blogs. So once he has done his shift, and this is again assuming that he's working on a temporary contracting basis, he'll input the hours. So he worked on the 26th, 9 till 5. He did an hour lunch, so a total hours of 7 hours. What he will do is he will submit these timesheets over to you, but before he submits them, ensure that these timesheets are signed. It's very important because this is basically at the bottom over here, you've got an authorization signatory name. So once you get a signature by the client, you can actually release payment to your candidate because your client has authorized that these hours are worked. Sometimes that you may find is contractors, they will incorrectly put hours that aren't correct, sometimes by mistake, or what they do is they make an error and put the wrong dates, for example. And if you don't double check with your clients, and so if the timesheet is not signed, I would highly recommend that you email your clients and just confirm that these hours that are stated on the timesheets are correct before you make any payments to your candidates. And if the timesheet is signed, then you obviously you've covered your back, and they've put a signature authorizing the timesheet, so you can make full payment to your candidate. So this is typically what a timesheet looks like. And this is basically just to let you know how many hours that they've clocked in, how many hours that they've worked, this week, and they'll submit them to their timesheet to yourself, and then your payroll department or yourself, if you're just a startup solo entrepreneur, and you will just ping this over to your clients. If it's not signed, they will confirm, and once it's signed, you can make a payment to your candidate. So that will move us over to the next slide. So once you've received a timesheet from your candidate, you will send your candidate something called a remittance email. So a remittance email can be simple. It can literally just be an email to your client, just something that looks like this, just to say, "Hi, Joe Blogs. This is just a courtesy email to inform you we have paid you for the work you have carried out with us." Client name, Amazon, as we said. So amount, for example, £800. So assuming that his hourly rate was £80 an hour, and 10 hours at £80 is an amount of £800. And then just something at the bottom saying, "Many thanks for working with ABC Recruitment. We appreciate your business." And so this is what a remittance looks like. It can be something simple. You send them, your client, an email, your candidate email, just appreciating their business, informing them that payment has been made to them. And this is just so they can also keep a reference or keep on top of things, knowing that a payment has been made to them. And so this is generally how you send your remittances. Again, it doesn't have to be in this manner. Some people will prefer sending PDFs. You can send a document attachment, or it can be just as simple as just an email, just saying in the subject as well, just saying ABC Recruitment Remittance. So this is just showing that the work that they've carried out, and also a notification that a payment has been made to them. So that is that really. So that is the candidate's payment remittance out of the way. So that will move us over to umbrella companies, because I know a lot of the questions that some people ask is, how do we pay the contractors? Do we pay them directly to their bank account? Do they have to have a limited company? Are they self-employed? Or can we pay them PAYE, pay as you earn? So the answer is fairly straightforward. If your candidate has a limited company, then you can pay them directly into their limited company. If they are self-employed and they have a UTR number, for example, you can pay them into their self-employed bank account. If they do not have a limited company and they are not self-employed, and they ask you that they want payment to be made directly to them with their pay slips, etc., the best suggestion I would recommend is an umbrella company. And if you want to know what an umbrella company is, or how do umbrella companies operate, this is just a simple chart in front of you. So an umbrella company is basically, once your contractor he will submit his hours to the umbrella company. So so there's two options really. So you will find your contractor work. So in this case, Joe Blogs. So we found Joe Blogs shifts at Amazon. Joe Blogs done those shifts at Amazon. He completed his timesheet. He submitted a timesheet of, how many hours did we say? We said 14 hours. So he submitted a timesheet of 14 hours. Those 14 hours, he would like to be paid PAYE. So he would like the national insurance and the taxes deducted automatically from his pay. And so he doesn't want to deal with any sort of self-employment side of things. He just wants to be paid his hourly rate minus all his taxes. So instead of the candidate being paid and being on your books, you can instruct a umbrella company to operate, be the middleman between yourself and your contractor. Why is important, or why do companies prefer doing this? One is it cuts you a lot of costs in terms of having to pay for their national employers and NI. So sometimes it can be a little bit technical having hundreds of contractors on your book. So an umbrella company, what they will do is they will take care of the national insurance, the social benefits, the taxes, and they will just charge you a small amount. Sometimes it can be £2.50 to £3 for every timesheet that you submit to them. That £2-3 will save you a lot of headache, and it saves you a lot of legislations that you have to be careful of, which we'll go through when we get to the policy side of things. So an umbrella company, it's a third-party payroll company who will do all your payments for you. if you if you instruct them to do so. So this is something that a lot of companies are using, and a lot of, I would say, candidates who aren't paid that well. So if if you're working with doctors, if you're working with like web developers, if you're working with software engineers, more than likely they will have their own limited companies, which then you can pay directly into their company, and you will not have a need for an umbrella company. But if you're looking at sort of lower end side of things, if you're looking at laborers, if you're doing cleaners, if you're doing potentially healthcare assistants, if you're doing receptionists, administrators, lower earners, they generally they won't tend to have a limited company. They would like to be, most of them would like to be paid directly into their account, have all the taxes and the NI and the social benefits already deducted. So an umbrella company would be your best bet and your best place to go. There's so many umbrella companies that you can look at, and you can just go and Google and find sort of what umbrella company works with you. You can schedule a meeting with them. Majority of them, to be honest, if you're a recruitment company, they will come out to you, drop off some merch, some stationery, and try to win your business, because of course they are making money from every timesheet that you submit to them. They make a couple of pounds. So for example, if you pay your candidate £100, you'll probably pay the umbrella company 103 or 104 pounds. They will pay the 100 directly to your candidate, and they will charge you £2-3 for processing those timesheets and processing the payments to your candidates. And so that's that when it comes to the umbrella company side of things on payroll. And then you've got finance factoring. So finance factoring is basically once you invoice. So let's say, for example, your Dr. Joe Blogg's done a shift, and we've paid him £550, and we invoice the client £613.60. So from that shift, or from these shifts that Joe Bloggs has worked, you've profited £113.60. Now, of course, it's going to be very expensive. Now, this is again presuming now you're doing contracting recruitment, temp recruitment. It's going to be very expensive when it comes to paying all of your candidates. Let's just say you've got 5, 10, 15, 20 candidates working for you on a daily basis, or even on a weekly basis. You're going to have to fork out that payment up front yourself, and then wait as we said over here. Generally speaking, this payment terms are about sort of 14 to 30 days. So you will pay your candidate at the end of their shift or at the end of that week, and you will wait a period of between 14 to 30 days before your client will pay you. So what in that case, if the amount, or the if the amount of contractors increase, which of course is a good thing, but the payment will also increase that you will have to make on a weekly basis to all of your contractors. And if you can't keep up with this with the demand, there's something called a finance factoring company. So what they do, finance factoring company, it's fairly straightforward. So you will send an invoice to your customer. So an invoice can look like this. So once we send this invoice to our customers of £613.60, then what you will do is you will submit the same invoice to the factoring company. So assuming that you've of course have an agreement with a factoring company, there's hundreds out there, and there is a couple that I can recommend, and I will do so at the end of the video. Assuming that you've already got a preferred and chosen factoring company in place, what you will do is you'll submit the same invoice to the factoring company. The factoring company will then release a payment there and then. So generally, they will release a payment the same day. And so they'll give you access to a back-end portal, and you will submit your invoices to the factoring company, and they will pay between 80 to 90%. It depends on really what you negotiate. I would recommend that you negotiate 90% of the invoices, so that they will pay 90% of the invoices. So let's just say, for example, for easy maths, you've had an invoice of £1,000. So you submitted an invoice to your client to pay you £1,000, and they will pay you after 30 days. of course, you need to pay your contractors by the end of the week. So what you'll do is you use a factoring company, you'll submit your timesheet to that factoring company. The factoring company will then release 90% of that invoice. So that invoice value was £1,000. They will give you £900. That £900 will cover you to pay your candidate, let's just say £800 and £200 was profit. So of that £900, you pay your candidate £800 and the £100 is your profit that you made. So once your customer pays you, so now we are on step 4. Once your customer pays you the full amount, then the factoring company will release the other 10% that they held back. Generally speaking, once you are in agreement with once you get into an agreement with a factoring company, the bank details that you will place into the invoice will be their bank details. So it will say, for example, factoring company, their bank, their sort code and their account number. So all payments will go to your factoring company. They will actually give you your own pot where you can see your own account, how much money is going into your account from all of your customers. So once the payment is made to you by your customers into your factoring company account that they've given you, the factoring company will then send you the remainder of the invoice value to you minus their factoring fees. So for example, we said £1,000 you submitted, and they will then give you £900, which is 90% of the invoice value. And after that, your customer pays you into your factoring company account that they've allocated for yourself. Then they will pay you the difference of £100 minus a factoring fee, depending, of course, what you agree with your at the beginning of the agreement with the factoring company. So that is pretty much how a factoring company works. And this is more once you sort of expand and you've got a pool of candidates who are working for you on a daily basis, where it doesn't become viable, or of course when it even if it is viable, but you want more of a cash flow where you don't want to tie a lot of your money in and paying for your contractors, then you can have a factoring company who will do most of the payments for you, and they will only hold 10% of your invoice until the payments are made in full. So this is pretty much how the finance factoring work, and that is pretty much the payroll side of things. Now we're moving over to back office. So we're looking at the admin side of things, the different sort of tasks that you will do when it comes to back office, or even allocating these different tasks to staff members. So the first one of them being data entry. It's very, very important that you are constantly doing data entry, that you have at least a time in the day where you allocate it specifically and solely for data entry. If you are doing this yourself, I would recommend doing this in hours where you're not trying to get hold of clients or candidates. So whether early hours in the morning or late in the evenings, where you can just focus and dedicate it on admin time. You don't want to use that precious hours during the day where you can close deals and get hold of clients that you're wasting time doing data entry. So if you are doing data entry yourself, it's important that you do it sort of times where you're not it doesn't get in the way of you making deals. And data entry is very important that you go on different websites. So as we said before, you can go on Google and just type in let's just say NHS jobs. NHS is of course the biggest healthcare provider in the UK. So if you go on NHS jobs, you will find a list of jobs available in GP surgeries over here. So we just typed in GP surgeries, and we've got 3,822 jobs found in general practices. So if we go on the first one, we've got a GP surgery receptionist that is needed. They're paying £11.44 an hour, and the closing date is the 8th of July. So if we click on this vacancy over here, we've got potential data that we can add to our database. So we've got Jodie Byrne, and one at nhs.net. You've got her contact number. You've got the practice details. You've got the postcode of the practice as well. So this one here, I think they're called the Oaks Medical Center. So what you want to do is you want to have a tab, for example, where you can just type in the data that you found online. So this is what I would normally do. The client name will be the Oaks Medical Center. So just copy this into your Excel sheet. So it doesn't have to be anything fancy. If you don't have a CRM, it's not the end of the world. You can use an Excel sheet. Excel will absolutely work fine. And so you've got the Oaks Medical Center, and then to get the email address is over here somewhere. So it's just a case of copy and paste this into the Excel sheet. Then you've got the client contact name. So who's the point of contact over here? I believe we said it was Jody. Okay, we've got Jody over here, so just copy and paste this. And the postcode must be over here somewhere. We've got B74. And the contact details. Over here somewhere. There we go. So this is an easy and a quick way of building your database. So now we've just done one, and it just took us literally a couple of minutes to find one contact over here. So we can go back and go on the next one. They're looking for a receptionist in Southall Medical Center, and then you've got a GP surgery receptionist. So there's clearly seems to be a shortage of receptionists and administrators in the GP practices. And you've got over here again, senior receptionist, admin GP, operation manager, temporary. So this is temporary cover. So this, they will definitely look, it's looking like they will definitely take a recruitment agency. And these and the rest of these generally are salaried posts. So if you can find a GP, for example, for Bloomsbury surgery, let's have a look over here. So the closing date is the 4th of July. They are looking for a GP, and they're willing to pay 11.5 grand, almost to 12 grand a session. So a session is generally half a day. So for every half a day, they will pay 12 grand, let's say, to the GP. So if we get our calculators out and just to see how much potentially you can make from this deal, and if you was to find them a candidate, they look at sort of 12,000 per session. And some surgeries will say to you, I'm looking for 6 sessions a week, which means 3 days a week. So if they're looking for 6 sessions, and the annual salary here, it's 72,000 per annum for 3 days a week. And if you agree a finder's fee of 20%, which is industry standard, by the way, you will earn a finder's fee of £14,400 for finding a GP for them for this practice. And this is very, very normal. It's not something that's insane or unheard of to charge about between sort of anything between £10,000 to £25,000 for finding a GP for a general practice. And they are willing to pay, and because they do struggle to find GPs in GP practices. That's why you've got hundreds of jobs out here. If we continue looking, you've got medical receptionists, you've got again another salary GP, they're looking for another GP. So you can see there's a huge shortage of GPs, senior GPs needed. And if you do get into this field, it's a white collar field. So the finder's fees are going to be quite high, and it's a very lucrative market. So data entry is something that you should be doing on a daily basis. Give yourself a target of at least trying to find 50 clients a day. So if you do 50 clients a day, and as this client over here literally took us a minute. So if you spend an hour and a half to 2 hours a day trying to upload at least 50 clients on the data on the Excel sheet, so you have 50 a day times that by, if you work at least 5 days a week doing this, that's 250 new clients a week, times that by 4, that is 1,000 clients a month. So within 6 months, you should have a database of at least 6,000 clients on your books. So you can imagine, of the 6,000, I'm sure you're not going to be working with every single one of them, but if you send an email out to those 6,000 and at least, let's just say 50 of them respond to your email, giving you vacancies, giving you work, and of the 50 you manage to fill, let's say they're half or even just 10% of that, of the 50, and you manage to, even if you manage to fill 5 to 10 clients, that's still a massive deal. As we said, it's about £14,000 per deal that you can make on a permanent side of things. So it's very, very important that you constantly are uploading candidate client onto your database. And that will move us over to the next one, which is database management. So now once you have, and presuming that you've got a CRM, and there's a couple of ways you can do this. You can manually upload, so do it one by one. So and it depends what CRM you're using. If you are using, for example, this one I use over here is Eclipse. And so it doesn't have the option of uploading my Excel sheet that I've collated. So let's say you've collated an Excel sheet of 100 to 400 or 500 clients. Some CRMs will allow you to upload that CSV file, which is the Excel sheet, the file, onto the CRM directly, which then uploads it onto your database, and which is really, really handy. But some CRMs like Eclipse over here doesn't have that feature, so you will either have to upload it manually yourself, or you have to contact them, and they do generally charge you an extra fee for that. So that is database management. It's important that you constantly have, at least if you're not able to do it, you don't have the time, you're working full time, for example, you're doing this sort of on the side, at least hire an outsource, and we'll go into outsourcing shortly, someone to do this task. And if you are able to do it and you do have the time and the capacity yourself, it's important that you at least allocate an hour or two a day and try to aim for the 50 client mark per day. And so if we move over to vacancy management, so how to manage your vacancies. So whenever you find a vacancy online, it's important that you have some sort of tracking system where you can share with your team if you're part of a team, or doing it yourself if you are working alone. So what I will do, for example, is over here, medical receptionist, 27 hours a week is needed in the, what area is this? In the Herefordshire area, in Hereford area. So it's a HR1 postcode. So what I would do is go on to an Excel sheet and just have a tab where I have all the vacancies of the client. So I have two tabs. So where we have one, the clients who are looking for staff. So over here, I would put in Cantaloupe surgery, medical receptionist. They're looking for 27 hours a week. I'll copy paste the address. I'll copy paste the contact details of the person. So when I'm looking for what to work on, I've got an Excel sheet in front of me. If I ever have a candidate, for example, in Hereford, and I'm speaking to a candidate who says, I'm a receptionist, I'm in the Hereford area, I will just go on to my Excel sheet. I will filter it over here at the top and just search by, for example, Hereford, and it will list up all the candidates in the Hereford area, and I can just directly contact those people who applied for work, or I can contact all the clients who posted their vacancies online. So it's a quite an effective way of working, is having a management system where you've upload all your vacancies onto an Excel sheet, and then you can share this Excel sheet. You can make it a shared sheet, so the rest of the team can also see what vacancies you guys have, and you can just even write here status. That's what we do sometimes. So we can say, so this is filled. So then it saves the time of the other consultants, or you can say pending, not worked on, currently working. So the other recruiters will know what to work on, what is still outstanding, and what is filled. And so we move over to the CV uploads. So what I tend to use is the CRM system, which allows us to upload CVs. So you've got a couple of ways of sort of uploading CVs. You can once you speak to your candidates, first thing you should do is, every candidate you speak to, you should be trying to get their CVs from them. So there's a couple of ways you can get the CVs that we mentioned in the previous modules. There's something called a mass mail shot, where you just constantly mail shot in your candidates in order to get and sending them enticing roles and enticing vacancies to get their CVs. Other ways is, once you are cold calling your candidates, you're making sure that you're following up every single call with a an email saying to them, it was lovely speaking to you on the phone earlier today. Please, could you forward me a copy of your CV so we can go forward and find you work in the desired areas, or for the for your desired job role that and that you are looking for. And then what that will do is you'll just have your details in their inbox, and 9 out of 10 times they will send you a CV. And if they don't send you a CV, you can always follow up. And it's important that we mentioned before, following up with every single candidate that you speak to, every email that you send, make sure that there is a follow-up, that you are diarising and you're putting everything into your planner so that you are not losing out on anything. So CV uploads is very important, that you have a team, or whether you have the time yourself. So these sort of tasks, I would highly recommend, if you are doing these tasks yourself, that you don't take it doesn't take much of your day, especially during the working hours between 9 to 5 p.m. when you can get hold of clients, when you can get hold of candidates, that you're not wasting too much time on the admin side of things. These admin tasks can be done in the evenings, can be done in the morning, can be done really any time of the day. There is no specific time that it needs to be done by. Okay, afterwards we've got, so now we've done the CV upload side of things, then we move over to compliance. So again, compliance, it's very important that you are following all the right procedures and legislations, of course. What you don't want to do is you don't want to send out any candidates to your clients to any positions without having all the necessary checks done and accordingly. So this is mainly for temp recruitment. Of course, if you're doing perm recruitment, then the liability will fall on the client who have hired the candidate. They will do their own checks, they will do their own DBS checks, they will do their own right to work checks, etc. But if you are a contracting agency, for example, where you're sending cleaners out to schools, or you're sending out teachers to schools or nurseries, you have to do the right compliance, and one of them would be DBS. It's very important that you are doing the DBS checks. So DBS checks will look, there's so many different companies that you can use. I'll recommend a company called UCheck. So if you go over here, so we've got UCheck over here. So this is what they do. UCheck is a DBS company. They will do all the DBS checks for you. You can just contact them, and I believe they charge you a small fee for joining up with them. And then once you do join up, they give you access to your own platform, your own portal, which will then look something like this. So you click on check a new applicant. Once you go to the new applicant, what I like about UCheck, it's very easy and straightforward. So for example, the applicant name, email address. So we've got joe@gmail.com. So let's say Joe is our candidate. Now his first name is Joe, surname is Blogs, and his mobile number is 079442233. Just put any sort of digits, and it will gives you the option. So what is it that we're going for? So it's, some clients will say to you, we need an enhanced DBS done within the last 2 years. If your candidate doesn't have one, if your candidate does not have a DBS, then you can go on the UCheck and get this done. So you can select enhanced, which would cost you £53.70, for example, and then it gives you the option, charge the applicant for the check. So yes or no. So if you are going to charge the applicant, and the applicant will pay for this themselves, you just click yes, and then they will get an email saying and the company ABC Recruitment has applied for a DBS on your behalf, and here is a link of £53.70 that you've got to pay. Once they make that payment, then you'll get a notification saying your candidate has paid, and you can follow the next steps. And if you're not charging your candidates, then you just click no, and it will charge you. So then you will get the link directly to yourself, and you will make a payment. And once the payment is done, it will tell you to follow the next steps. So this here, it does quite a few different things. So you've got a disclosure and borrowing service. You can even get the right to work. It will do the identity check for you. If you want a credit history check on somebody, it costs you £6.20. They'll do a credit history check on someone. So yeah, this is a very important tool, and it's quite handy to have when it comes to doing all your compliance. Similar to what I said before on the other points that we made, compliance can be done anytime, so it shouldn't again waste much of your time during the day.
where you should be on the phones and trying to close deals. So this can be done, all the back office, you can just do it in your own time, late nights and evenings or early mornings. Policy. So this is a little bit boring. It's the boring side of the recruitment, but it's essential. It's important that you have all the right policies in place. So first one of them, of course, being your terms and conditions. It's important that you have something called terms and conditions, and that you do not work with any client until they have agreed to your terms and conditions. This is just to cover yourself. It's to make sure that you are get paid on time, that you actually do get paid for the service that you provided. And of course, also no one is poaching your candidates without your consent. So terms and conditions are very important. It's the foundation of your organization. It's the foundation of your company. And without terms and conditions, honestly, you cannot function. And your clients haven't adhered, or they haven't agreed to any of your terms and conditions. Therefore, if they don't pay you on time, or if they do not pay you at all, and you don't really have much of a leg to stand on, even though there is tribunal and dispute and other sort of courts, you can go down that route. But again, this is just to save yourself to save yourself a lot of headache and a lot of problems. It's important that you have terms and conditions, and it doesn't have to be something fancy or out of the ordinary. You can even go to, and as it can be as easy as going to ChatGPT and going and just typing in sort of ChatGPT, write me terms and conditions for a recruitment agency. So it will just give you the standard, the templates that most agencies will use. They will just write terms and conditions for your recruitment agency name. So here we'll say terms and conditions for ABC Recruitment, and the first one is welcome to your recruitment agency, we, our, us. So this is more of a introduction. And then you've got services, and again, what you sort of provide. You provide recruitment services, registration of use and services. Then you've got employer obligation, job seeker obligation, fees and payments. These are the payment terms will be specified in the agreement between us. So making sure that it's laid out clearly what your payment terms are, confidentiality and privacy, intellectual property, disclaimer, liability, termination, governing law, dispute resolutions, changes to terms, contact information. So this is typically what terms and conditions look like. Of course, the wordings may vary from the industries that you are doing. If it's important that you have your limited company, which is your legal entity name, as the on your terms and conditions. It's also important once you are, I would highly recommend once you are this is definitely something you can start with initially, but once you start making money and you are expanding and starting to grow, I would recommend that you have your terms and conditions looked over by a solicitor. It doesn't cost much for them to look over your terms, and just to give you a bit of recommendations on what you can do to improve it in the best ways for you to cover your back and not have clients potentially screw you over. So terms and conditions are important. And when do we send our terms and conditions to clients? I will say at the time of them requesting a candidate from you. So for example, let's just say, going back a little bit, and this is something we may have covered before, but just sort of a short, quick recap. Let's just say you reached out to Bryony and you said, I've got a medical receptionist for you. You sent out an anonymous CV, a CV that does not have any personalized details, no contact numbers, no postcodes, no email addresses, no personal details. And the client will have a look at the CV that you sent over, say, you know, the CV looks great. We were actually looking for a medical receptionist to work 27 hours a week at our general practice. Are they able to do this? And you respond back saying, yes, they're happy to cover Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays as per your request. They will then say to you, that's great. There's two options, or there's two general responses. Either, yes, may we interview this candidate so we can potentially get them in to work for us, or if it's more faster paced recruitment, and it's something that we get on a lot of the times, is, yes, this person looks great. Can you send over the rest of the documents and can we get booked in? So depending on what they ask for, if they ask for the interview, or even if they're asked to book the candidate in, the next step now is to send them a copy of your terms and conditions. You want to make sure that you send them a copy of the terms and they sign your terms. So that way you have covered yourself and they cannot screw you over or sort of play around. They've got the terms and conditions that you've sent up to, and they've agreed
to your terms. So this is the first thing. One of the policies that we'll be going through is terms and conditions. Ensure that you have a set of terms and that you send it to your clients prior to you working with them. I always reassure my clients because sometimes it can be a little bit, I don't know, it's not just daunting, but I would say sometimes it gives them the fear of commitment. So when you send them a copy of the terms, then sometimes they ghost on you. Sometimes they don't reply to your emails. They don't reply to you at all. So I like to give them the reassurance by saying, by signing our terms does not obligate that you have to work with us. There's no commitment that that's taking place. It's just to cover ourselves so that any candidate that we submit to you, that you cannot take them on without our consent. But by no means necessary you have to work with us at all. So this just gives them the reassurance that they don't have to commit, because sometimes people do get fear of committing. So just let them know that by signing the terms, they don't have to commit, and there is no fees involved for them interviewing your candidates. Because sometimes what happens is they don't want to take that step because they think, okay, if we don't hire the candidate, do we have to pay the recruitment agency a fee for their time? So I let them know that, one, there's no commitment involved by signing the terms, and two, there's no fees involved until you actually hired. So even if I supply 3 candidates for you to interview, you interview all 3 and none of them were successful, just to reassure them, there is no fees that will be that you will incur. So that is the terms and conditions. And then if we move over to indemnity insurance, why do we need indemnity insurance? I would say only get it if you need it. And because just like everything else, once you are starting a company, just get the bare minimum, the requirements and the necessities for you to start your recruitment agency. But we will mention indemnity insurance because you may come across this when you're dealing with larger organizations. Sometimes when you're dealing with bigger clients, or even if you're trying to get on a framework, which is let's just say an NHS framework, which is a preferred supplier list, which not anyone can work with them. They have an approved set of agencies, and one of their conditions, of course, will be having public or indemnity insurance, or public liability insurance. So it's important that you have this. So there's so many different companies that will offer this to you. You can go on Google, type in indemnity insurance. A company that I use personally is Hiscox. They are fairly straightforward, very easy to deal with. You just get a quote, make a claim, or sorry, get a quote, and they will send you quotes over. They cover public liability, professional indemnity, employer's liability, cyber and data, product liability, and other type of cover. The one that you would need, especially if you are going to use a factoring company to do your financing for you, they will ask you that you have a public liability, I think also professional indemnity and employer's liability. Either way, before you get into committing and buying these products, the companies who are requesting insurance will tell you what type of indemnity, what type of insurance cover they will require for you to work with them. So then only once they tell you which one you require, then you can go on websites like this and purchase the right one for your agency. And these are generally cheap. They're not expensive. You can just do on a pay as you go, so on a monthly basis. I think they charge about sort of 10 to 15 pounds a month, and that will cover you up until from $1 million to about £5 million worth of claim. Again, more than likely, it's not something that you'll be needing or you'll need to make a claim, but it's just companies and big organizations like the agencies that they work with to have the right insurance in place before they will do any business with them. So if you do come across an indemnity or indemnity insurance or public liability insurance or whatever type of insurance that you need, these are the types of websites you can go on and you can get that in place. So it's important just to know what type of policies and companies may require, just so that you can get those right policies and it doesn't stop you from doing business with them. And then we'll go into direct engagement. So this takes us back a little bit to our terms and conditions. Why I specifically mentioned direct engagement is because the direct engagement clause is probably the backbone of your terms and conditions. And this is basically what, so I've got over here. So direct engagement, and there is a couple of points. So it's quite important if you have direct engagement in your terms and conditions. Yeah, I'm sure even if we type into ChatGPT, add direct engagement, it's something that it probably will do. Or if you are going to have a solicitor or a lawyer to look over your terms, then I would recommend for you to ensure that you add direct engagement. Direct engagement, pretty much what it is, it covers you, and so if we look at direct engagement clause 9.1, if the client engages a candidate who was introduced by the company without reference to the company either. So the company is the agency, is yourself, and the client is the hospital, the warehouse, the client that's giving you the business, that's asking you to find them staff. So once you find them a candidate, there is something called a grace period of, generally speaking, industry standard is about 12 months. I know some agencies are doing 6 months, but industry standard is anything between 6 months to 12 months. So over here, we've got 12 months. Within 12 months of the introduction, if the candidate is within the client's country, so if you are recruiting for UK and the candidate is also in the UK, then it's a grace period of 12 months. They cannot work with your candidates whom you've introduced to them. So that's why it's important you have these terms signed. So once they do sign it, you've got a grace period of 12 months. So they cannot hire your candidate that you've introduced. Let's say, for example, argument's sake, we're going to say Chelsea Hospital. You've introduced a candidate to Chelsea Hospital. Now, Chelsea Hospital cannot hire your candidate for a period of 12 months without your consent if they are in your country, and if they are outside the country, and for a period of 24 months, because of course you need a longer time to undergo visa requirements, etc. So if an assignment has taken place, and or within the assignment, so if we look at clause 9.1.2, during an assignment of or within 12 months after the assignment, then the company must notify the client in advance in writing, which includes and shall pay a company a direct engagement fee. So, for example, if Chelsea Hospital, after 8 months, contacted your candidate whom you've introduced, then they must notify you saying, I know we are within the 12-month period, the grace period. It's 8 months. We are interested in having Dr. Joe Bloggs back again. Can we have him back? So they should go through you, as you are the ones who's introduced them. Now, what happens if they do not go through you? Now, that will move us over to clause 9.2, which is if they have, so there's two options. So sometimes you'll find them a staff member, and they will say to you, we've interviewed your candidate, we're not interested in your candidate. So there's no assignment that has taken place, but you've still introduced a candidate. So if you've introduced that candidate, even though no assignment has taken place, meaning no actual work has been carried out, but the fact that you've introduced them, you've got a grace period of 12 months. Now, if they take your candidate on without your consent behind your back, which sadly does happen quite often in recruitment, there's two things. If the candidate hasn't done any work for you via this for the client via your agency, then the terms state that you will go on websites such as jobs.nhs.net or indeed.com and find similar job roles as to the person that you've poached, and charge them 20% of a similar salary within a 200 miles radius. So this is assuming that they haven't worked with your candidate through you. So you've just introduced them, they've interviewed, they say to you they've not been successful at the interview, and then they've poached the candidate behind your back. Then, because you had no history with them, there was no booking or invoices that were sent to them previously, therefore the fee would be 20% of the nearest jobs within a 200 miles radius by going on jobs.nhs.net or Indeed or whatever you have on your terms and conditions within a 200 miles radius. So then let's just say, for example, you find the job title for that doctor was about £100,000 per annum. You will charge them 20% of that £100,000, which will be 200. So which will be £20,000 as a direct engagement fee. So this is assuming that they've not done any work with them before. Now, let's say they have done work with them, which will take us to point 9.3, which is where an assignment has been agreed and a direct engagement shall be 20% of the fee that would have been payable if the engagement had been arranged between the client and the company on the terms of the most recent booking form. So what that means is if you were charging the client, let's just say you were charging them £115 per hour for the doctor who was working there, and they've taken your doctor on behind your back. So let's just say he did 2 shifts, he did 4 shifts, he did 1 month, 2 months of work via your agency and working at that client. Now the client said to you, thanks for providing us your candidate. And at the moment, this is, sometimes they give you all sorts of excuses. We don't have the funding, or we don't need any extra pair of hands at the moment, or we're quite staffed, or we've managed to find salaried staff, so we don't need your locum anymore. Thank you for finding a staff. So then they will take you out of the equation. They take you out of picture. They will contact your doctor directly and say to them, okay, so the agency was offering you £90 and they were charging us 115. Why don't we give you £100? We save ourselves 15 quid and you increase yourself. You earn an extra £10 per hour. So it's a win-win for both the contractor and the client. And of course, is a loss for the agency. So this is where your terms and conditions come to play and covers you. So where an assignment has taken place and a previous booking form has been sent to the client, then you will charge them based on your last booking form according to the terms and conditions in your direct engagement. So for example, if you are charging them £115 per hour, and this is what you had an agreement with them previously whilst he was working. So it will be based on a full-time work basis. So full-time meaning times that by 40 hours a week. And that will equal, and let's get the calculator out. So you will charge them 115 times 40 is 4,600 a week, times that by 52 weeks in a year. So the full-time equivalent will be quite a substantial amount. So it will be 239,200, and you will charge them 20% of the full-time equivalent had they taken them on for 40 hours a week. So that will be times that about 0.2, and the direct engagement in this case will be a whopping amount of £47,840. And I know you probably think this sounds absolutely ludicrous, but this is industry standard. It's not unheard of, and it's not unnormal at all for clients to poach your candidates directly. It happens all the time. They will give you all sorts of excuses. I've heard from, she's left something in the practice. Can you send me her mobile number just so I can let her know what she's left behind? To we don't have the funding. To we're quite staffed at the moment, or just ghosting you in totality, not just responding to your emails and to your calls. And likewise, also the candidate, funnily enough, not also responding to your emails and calls. So it's sometimes can be a little bit fishy. Hold up, the client is not responding, the candidate's not responding, and what's going on over here. So you can do a bit of digging. How you do the digging, there's different ways. You can contact the hospital, for example, and just say, hi, may I speak to Dr. Joe Bloggs? And if Dr. Joe Bloggs is in, then that gives you an indication that he's working there and he's not working there through you, which is a breach to your terms. So the breach to the terms, it does not mean that the client has hired them behind your back. So it's whether they've hired them behind your back or they've poached them and they haven't hired them, but they're paying them on a contracting basis, or they hire them on a salaried basis, or they've even using the same locum but now via another agency, because these terms and conditions are to cover you, to say that you've got a period of 12 months where this candidate is exclusive for you at this at this hospital only. Does not mean that you own Joe Bloggs now. And if Joe Bloggs wants to work in, let's just say, Lewisham Hospital, he wants to work in Hackney Hospital, that he cannot work there except for you. No, he's a free agent. But when it comes to this hospital in Chelsea, you've got an agreement with Chelsea Hospital to say that Joe Bloggs is exclusive to your agency for a period of 12 months. And this is industry standard. So I would highly, highly recommend that in your terms and condition that you have something called a direct engagement. So as this will save you a lot of money and a lot of loss as well. So not only will it save you a lot of money, also it will reduce the loss that your company will incur, and also it will stop a lot of your clients from hiring and poaching your candidates behind your back, which is very common in recruitment, unfortunately. Okay, so this is an example of an email I would generally send to the client. Direct engagement has taken place. The first thing I would just do is just send them an email saying it's been brought to our attention that so-and-so has been working at your surgery, in this case, or in your hospital or at your company, despite the fact that it was ourselves who has introduced this candidate to you. And then just attach the email of your first introduction to them, and also attach an email of you sending them the terms and condition, and then obviously signing your terms and accepting them, and a copy of your timesheets just to show that the candidate was actually working via your agency. And then I will just put into the email and what our terms state. So just what we went through now, once you introduce them, if an assignment did take place, then it will be 20% off the most recent booking form. Or if it didn't take place, then it will be 20% off the nearest same job title in the up to a 200 miles radius on NHS Jobs or Indeed or whatever websites were stated on your terms. Of course, you will change this according to the industry that you're doing, and it doesn't make sense to have NHS Jobs if you're doing the IT industry. You'll make this more IT or websites that are more IT related, or you can even do generic websites such as Indeed, Total Jobs, etc. So this will just cover you and keep it generic as well in case you do get into different fields. Where an assignment has taken place, then this is quite straightforward. So if an assignment did take place, then it will be 20% off the total full-time earnings. So for example, here, this is a example of a candidate who was being a client that we were charging £47 per hour. So you do 47 times that by 40 hours or 8 hours a day, 8 hours a day, times that by 5 days a week, which will be a full-time earning equivalent of £97,760. So of that, you will do 20%, and 20% of that will equal £19,552. And you should let them know an invoice will be processed separately. So you'll send them this email initially, and you will send them an invoice email separately from this email. So then I just, in 9 years of recruitment, issue a direct fee is not something that you take lightly. So what will normally happen is they've got a payment terms of the direct engagement we state to be 7 days. Within 7 days, they generally will pay. If they don't pay, you put on this email all collection costs incurred as a result of instructing a solicitor. So you'll be liable for all these extra fees. So please ensure that you pay promptly to avoid additional unnecessary costings. And what will happen generally is they will come back to you, and when you send them this huge amount, and you're not always guaranteed, when I say guaranteed, as in the surgeries will not always be, they'll be reluctant most of the time to pay, even though they are in the wrong, and they will ask you that you don't take this via solicitors or go through legal proceedings, and if they can come to an agreement with yourself and have some sort of settlement. And what happens is sometimes they will offer you to pay, 50% of the invoice. So they'll say, 19.5 grand is a huge amount. Can we pay, let's just say, for example, 9.5 grand or 10 grand to settle this invoice, so that then you are sort of more you are in control. The ball is in your court, and it's really entirely up to yourself. But you've got to bear in mind that a lot of the clients, if they poach your candidate, they are in the wrong. So even though the ball is in your court, you don't have to settle at what they've proposed at. and you can counter them as well. And then or you sometimes do get the stubborn ones who just completely will ignore your email. And I've only in literally in 9 years of recruitment, I think 9 years or 10 years now in recruitment, I've only instructed solicitors twice, and yeah, and it's proven to be successful. But again, a lot of the times they would prefer not to go through solicitors, of course, because they've got to pay for the solicitors' fees, and they'll try to negotiate with you a settlement outside of court, and you will have the option to settle. But of course, don't get too greedy when you see a huge amount and say, no, I'm not going to settle anything less than what I stated. If they do come back to you with something reasonable, bearing in mind, especially if the candidate wasn't working with you a lot of the times, then it's huge numbers, and just say to yourself, you know what, I'm gonna find them for the majority I can get out of them. Sadly, also it does break relationships. So after they do pay the invoice, majority of the time they don't want to work with you thereafter. But again, it's not entirely your fault, because they're the one who have breached the terms and have poached your candidate. But yeah, it's something to take into consideration as well. Once you do go down this route, reputations generally, not reputations or relations, sometimes does get tarnished, and most of the times, as a matter of fact, and they prefer that you don't contact them thereafter. And I'm sure as well, you wouldn't want to work with a client who are poaching your candidates behind your back. So yeah, this is important. This is more of a follow-up email what I would normally send. And within 7 days, if I don't hear from them, then I will just give them another reminder and let them know if I don't hear from you an extension of another couple of days, then I will have no choice but to instruct a solicitor. And then I have a solicitor who specializes in this field and who will be instructed generally to take care of these sort of things. And yeah, this is pretty much what you would need to do when it comes to this. So we've gone through payroll, back office, and policies. That leaves us with the last two lessons. So we'll go through outsourcing, the importance of outsourcing. And the first and common question is, why outsource? Why have staff from different parts of the world or different parts of the country and not have them all in-house? What is the reason for this, and why? What are the pros sort of outsourcing? So I've got a little diagram over here, or a little picture actually over here, of some of the why outsourcing is probably the most, I think it's probably the best thing to do for an agency when it comes to growing and scaling and trying to grow quite quickly. And of course, first one of them being cost effective. So when you outsource, you have the option of where to outsource, from what country, what part of the world, and it just gives you the flexibility as well. So another thing for or the importance of outsourcing, or the benefits actually of outsourcing, is the operational boost, so the efficiency. I've noticed personally when I outsource candidates, so when I actually outsource my staff, so when I say staff, I outsource admin staff, I will outsource the calling staff, so even the recruitment staff, I'll outsource the payroll staff, I'll outsource the back end. I've even got a personal assistant, my PA, I outsource, and who takes care of all the tasks that needs to be done for the day. And so the in-house team is it's a small number compared to the outsourced team. And the efficiency of work is I see a huge difference. The opportunity that you present them, so the job that they have, they value it as a matter of fact a lot more than some of the in-house staff. From my personal experience, the flexibility as well. So of course they're all working remotely. They are all from their homes somewhere in the Middle East or in Africa or in Asia, and they are flexible in terms of and so they're all working from home. So they are flexible if they need to log on. Again, they don't need to go to an office or anywhere like this. It's just from the comfort of their home. And of course, one of the reasons as well, it does mitigate risks. So there is not a lot of risks when you have staff in-house. Of course, you've got the employees NI, you've got the taxes, and you've got the actual physical heads in the office, you've got the insurances, etc. So when you have a virtual team, it does mitigate those risks. But so there's many reasons, and there's many pros, I would say. There's many pros of outsourcing, and of course the main one being the cost. So with the cost being a lot lower than having an in-house team, you are able to expand a lot quicker. So you're able to hire more, therefore grow quicker. You're able to have more quality because you can literally choose different parts of the world, and when it comes to the job that you need done. So that will lead us over to and how to find these stuff. So now you know sort of the perks of or the pros of outsourcing. Now, how do you find them? You can go to like websites like PPH, People Per Hour. You can go Fiverr or Upwork, and then you can type in what you're looking for. So I know we went through this before. So if you go, for example, People Per Hour, and you say I'm looking for calling staff, sales staff, recruitment consultants. I'm looking for admin staff, data entry. And so you can go on websites. I'll give you an example. If you go to People Per Hour, so you can post a project. So you can just post a project and what you're looking for. So if you're looking for a web developer, you just go on marketing and branding and sales. And you can no, it'll probably be over social media. No, so let's say we're looking for sales. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. So you're looking for a recruitment consultant, and you just type in, I am recruitment. Oops, should be able to spell recruitment consultant needed for a agency, and you can type in, I am looking for a recruitment. So you can just type in what you're looking for. I'm looking for a recruitment consultant to join our team, must have good English and good telephone manner. If you're available for any vacancies, if you're available for any work, feel free to get in contact with me. So then you'll get a lot of applicants, and you'll get email notification saying there's loads of applicants. So this is People Per Hour. You've got Fiverr, Upwork. Referrals are very important as well. So I will say to you, the best probably thing is referrals. So this is exactly how I built a remote team. So I initially started going on People Per Hour. I found a recruiter, and she was quite good. So she joined the team, and when she joined the team, I asked her if she knows any of her friends, colleagues. So what she did was she went on LinkedIn, in of course or pull up all the people living in her location. So and it was in the Middle East. So then she managed to get a lot of applicants in the Middle East applying for work, and a lot of them were actually good. And that way, I just sort of expanded and grew and had more staff working in those areas. So referrals is good, and the best way to get referrals is once you have your first person that you found from Fiverr or Upwork or People Per Hour. I would recommend that you try to work with your staff that are working for you to see if they got any friends, colleagues, and previous colleagues, sorry, or friends, or anyone else that they know that they can recommend, and try to grow from there. So that is the best way pretty much to outsource a team. And then you're going to get, and we'll go through application management. So this is really important. So once you have a remote team, you're going to get a lot of applicants, because a lot of you have access to literally the whole world. So rather than focusing on, let's just say your office is in London and you're only looking for applicants in the London area, your applicants can be anywhere. They can be as far as Peru, Brazil, in South of America, or they can be in the Middle East, or they can be in Africa or Asia, anywhere in the world. So you're going to get a lot of applicants. The best way I find to manage the application is to let them know. So on LinkedIn, for example, the one of our recruiters, she's also an internal recruiter. Whenever we need staff, she will post vacancies on LinkedIn saying we are looking for recruitment consultants to get on the phones. We're looking for good energy, bubbly, people who have good English, who are energetic, and who are looking for work. And these are the hours that we're looking for: Monday to Friday, 9 till 6. We are closed on the weekends and public bank holidays. So then we get a lot of applications on a daily basis. Sometimes I get about I can get anything between sort of 10 to about 15 to 20 applicants, and that could be from any part of the world. And I would what they do is we have a contact WhatsApp. So we've got a WhatsApp phone where all the applicants will go through that phone, and they will send their voice notes. So we don't really take applicants by looking at their CVs, and it's just from experience, applicants I get more of a feel of the candidate and more of an understanding of the candidate and more of a connection by hearing them and seeing what they sound like. That also gives me an opportunity to see what their English is like, to also to see what the energy levels are like, and to see if they sound like they are a good fit for the vacancy. And if they do sound good, then we'll take them to the next stage and we will interview them, have a short screening. But we don't generally accept applications just by sending CVs, because CVs, again, it doesn't show me your level of English. It doesn't show me your energy levels. It just shows me, of course, academically what you've done and on paper how you are. So applicants, best way we manage applicants is just getting voice notes of the applicants, and anyone that does sound good, they've put in the energy. Because if they send you a voice note and they've put zero energy into that voice note, they've put no effort into that voice note, then it kind of shows you what type of effort they will put into the work once they start with you. So wouldn't entertain anyone who doesn't bother and putting energy into the application. And so just get the applications via WhatsApp is the best method that actually works for us. And how to find the right staff, it's quite key as well. So when I mean how to find the right staff, it's you want to focus on there's different levels of work that needs to be done, and there's different caliber of staff that you should hire for those roles. So you don't want to hire an overqualified a person to do admin tasks, because that is just one, you're going to spend a lot, because their expectation is going to be a little bit more than the average, because they're quite qualified, and also it's going to be a lot more costlier for you. So you're not really saving, and it's not becoming the most cost-effective way of recruiting. So you want to make sure that you find the right staff for the right positions. And what I mean by that is, if the task is not you don't need a high caliber staff, they don't need to be really highly skilled, then do not place in that position someone who's overqualified. So when it comes to data entry, I have staff members who their English is not the greatest, and their English doesn't need to be great. It can be great enough for me to communicate with you, to give you the task that is needed, or one of the line managers or one of the recruitment managers to communicate with you to give you the task that is needed. That is the level of English that is required for a data entry. Of course, they need to be able to read English, because they are going to be copying and pasting from websites where it's written in English. But when it comes to communicating and the level of English and the fluency or the English accent, which of course it is important if they are doing sales, which is not required in admin. So therefore, having a candidate who is less skilled or less I would say less skilled is probably the most politest way of, rather than say less educated, and who's less skilled is more fit for this position. And then when it comes to when it comes to sales and telesales, recruitment consultant, sales staff, then I would try to hire someone whose English is good. So a good level of English is actually a requirement, no matter how smart you are academically, and whatever degrees and masters that you hold. If your level of English is poor, then you wouldn't be fit for the role. So it's important that you look at whatever vacancies that you have, and that you try to fit in the right caliber of staff for those vacancies. That way you are actually saving yourself a huge amount of cost, and you are recruiting cost effectively and efficiently. And when it comes to payroll as well, it depends on what type of are they front house, are they back end. So if they're front house, where they are speaking to your clients on the phone with queries, a client say to you, I sent over a remittance, can you double check, or can you allocate this payment, or can you reconcile a payment? So if that's what they are doing, then you ideally want someone who has a good level of English, where they can understand and speak to your clients and your customers appropriately, but and also can carry out the task that is needed. And again, if they're back end, where they're just sending out timesheets, they're sending out remittances, so they're mainly doing most of the task via email, then the level of English doesn't have to be on the same level as the one that is front house. And that is pretty much how to find the right staff. So it's very important that you look at the caliber of staff, and then try to slot them into the task that is needed and the roles that you have. And just looking at I will just look at as a sort of like you could say it maybe as a pyramid. No, I wouldn't say pyramid because the bad connotation that with the the pyramid scheme of things. But I would say look at it as like a diagram, or just try to draw the structure of your company and see, okay, so the higher levels of positions that we have is probably the higher caliber of staff that we would need. Therefore, you're going to be spending a little bit more than the lower caliber of staff, which you will be spending a lot less. And when it comes to spending or on the staff members, it can range anything. So I would say, for example, if you're doing data entry, you can find staff to work for you, and this is all based on about 40 hours a week, so based on about sort of 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. You can find staff as cheap as literally $100, maybe a little bit more. You can actually find less than $100, about $60 a month from different parts of the world. So it's really entirely up to yourself how you find what I mean, so entirely up to yourself what your budget is. But I would say to you, that you should try to go on People Per Hour and Fiverr and Upwork and try to compare, see what the market is like. And of course, different parts of the world will be a lot cheaper. And this is one of the main perks of having a remote outsourced team, which is you've got access to the whole world. You've got access to different parts of the world where the salaries are a lot lower, so you can potentially give them more business. You can give people opportunities in those poorer areas, and they will give you good returns in terms of the quality of work that they give you. So now you've outsourced the team and you've managed to find a team via the various method that we mentioned. Now we'll be going through how to manage that team. Team management, the best way to manage them, how to get the most out of your team, and how to give them tasks, how to sort of give them targets, and how to monitor those targets and the productivity that they are making. So the first one, of course, is productivity. How do you know because again, these are remote staff now we're talking about. So they're not in your reach, they're not sitting next to you. You can't look over your shoulder and see what they are doing. So how do you monitor them? So there's different ways of monitoring your staff. Of course, if they are your sales staff and they should be on the phones and they should be making back-to-back calls and trying to close deals and trying to make bookings, then they should be spending most of the times on the phones. So monitoring their productivity, we've got one, seeing their calls. So I use a soft phone called 3CX, which I believe we mentioned at the beginning of our course, which was the how to start a recruitment agency. And I use a soft phone, a VoIP phone called 3CX. This also comes with a wall board. So the cool feature about this is it shows you who is making calls, how many calls they've made. So this is what it looks like. This is over here. Again, you can't see all their names, but so this is one team or one division here. So you can see the different extension numbers of this team here. So if we get a call for, let's just say, this person over here, then we'll put the call through to 1013. So this allows your team to be in different parts of the world and be connected on this platform where they can share the calls, they can forward calls to each other. If let's just say the person on extension 1006 is already on a call, then the calls will ring out to everybody else and just to say, hey, my colleague is actually on a call right now. Can I help you with anything, or can I take a message? And they can just so it gives the unity or the feeling of working together, and even though they're not sitting next to each other in an office. And this gives you an indication as well what the total call time is like. So for example, today this person made or in these past few days, so sometimes it gives you the daily record and it gives you the weekly record. So this person has made extension 1006 has made 322 calls and had a total talk time of 520 minutes. So this is the total call times for, I believe, 2 days or 3 days. And extension 1002 has made 363 calls and has a total talk time of 5 hours and 18 minutes. If you look at extension 1004, which is currently not in use, had a total talk time of 0. So if your staff member, and again, we're outsourcing a team, we're talking about how to manage a team remotely. If they are not making any calls, and then this is the best way to look at and say, okay, I've noted that you've not made any calls today. and what is the reason for this. So even though you're not sitting next to each other or you're not in the same office, you can still manage them in exactly the same way that another person would who were in the same office. This gives you the flexibility of allowing your team to be anywhere in the world and for you to also be anywhere in the world. I can be anywhere and log on and just see, okay, who's making calls, who's not making calls, who's actually not being productive and needs to have we need to have a chat with and to see what is going on over here and who's actually pulling their weight. So this is one method of seeing how productive the team is. So this is something simple. You can, if you do decide to use 3CX, you can ask them for a leaderboard. So it's called a wall board or a leaderboard, and they will just integrate this with your phones. So every call that you make, it will come on this screen and you will share this link. So you will just copy and paste this link and they will open this on their internet browser and they will see, and if someone's working, let's just say from Lebanon, or they're working from Brazil or anywhere or Romania, they can just click on that link and it will just come up on their screen. So whilst they are making their calls from their homes, they can see, okay, on today I've made 104 calls. My colleague has made 363 calls. Okay, I need to up my game a little bit. I need to make more calls. Or if they are on track, then they can say, okay, well, I'm doing well. I'm in line with the targets and the expectation that is required for me, and I've met it so far. So it's a really cool feature to have, and it's very important that if you're having a remote team, this allows you just to monitor all your staff effectively and without having to sort of be next to them or sit next to them. That will take us back to the team management. So we've gone through productivity, now we've gone through performance analysis. How to know, or how do we, what indication to know? So if you're using a CRM, I use a CRM and I will look at performance analysis on a weekly basis. What we do is before that, every Mondays we will have a team meeting. So we have this team meeting and we just call each other via 3CX. So we have multiple people on the line and we are discussing our figures for the week. What is our targets? How much are we planning to make by the end of this month? How much are you making individually? What is your individual target? What is our team target? And how are we going to reach it? And we always look at future bookings as well. So we never look at, okay, cool, we're having a great month. That's great. Next month, what is next month looking like? Okay, next month is looking a little bit lower than last month. What can we do? And which contractors are not working for us this month who are working for us this month who are not working for us next month? Okay, so now we've analyzed that 15% of the contractors are not going to work next month. Why? What is the reason for this? We then reach out to clients, try to get extension of those bookings. We'll reach out to the candidates and say, okay, and I've noted that you're not working next month. What is your availability looking like? And some of them may go on holiday. So what I need to now try to replace this person who's gone away in order to keep my desk afloat and in order to hit the expectations or the targets that are set. So it's important to have a performance analysis I would say on a weekly basis, at least on a weekly basis. So as a team, as a remote team, you feel that you are united, you are together, and you have the tasks to give into your hand. And that will actually bring us on to the next one, which is the KPIs, key performance indicators. So it's important that every single person in your team, your remote team, has been set KPIs so they know what is expected from them. They know how many calls they are supposed to make a day. So for your remote team, I would say at least they should be making about 100. If they're doing sales and they're doing recruitment, they should be making about 120 calls to 150 calls per day. And they should be on the phones at least minimum of 2 hours per day. So whether they are making 120 calls or they are on the phone for 2 hours a day, this is indication of their work rate. And then they should be given tasks. So if they're doing permanent recruitment, you expect at least for them to be doing at least two deals a week or 2 interviews a week. I would say for the permanent team, you should at least doing 5 interviews per week. So that's 20 interviews per month. And of those 20 interviews, let's just say even half get the job. That's 10 jobs. That's 10 placement that they made that month. And again, this will vary from your industry. This will vary on the length of the recruiter, how long that they've been in the recruitment game. So this will vary, but as a sort of starting point, I would say you need to get your recruiters, at least they should be doing at least 5 at the beginning, at least 5 interviews a month. So the more interviews that they push for, the more chance they have of people actually getting a job. That's if they're doing permanence. But if they're doing temp recruitment, then depending really on your industry, healthcare, they should be doing a lot because the margins are quite high. IT, they should be doing a lot. The margins are quite high. And pharmaceutical, and IT, pharmaceutical, finance, all of these sectors are very lucrative sectors where the finder's fees and also the markups just on the temp contracting is quite high. You're looking at anything between sort of 10 to 15 to 20 pounds per hour for every hour that they worked that you can make. So it's important that you give your team a KPI task, how many calls they need to make, how much money they need to do, how many new CVs they need to bring on the system. So I target them at least 5 new CVs a day. They should be bringing on the system at least 5 new CVs every single day. That is a task that they need to, and as part of the KPIs. So then give them the KPIs at the beginning of the month, analyzing it sort of mid-month. So and then this middle of the month, we'll give them that push or that chat. Should say, for example, in the middle of the month, they've only had 2. They managed to get 2 CVs a week, and they didn't manage to hit the target. They're not looking like they're on track to hit the target. What is it that they need to do in order to hit their target? What is it that they need to improve on in order to hit their targets and to reach their KPIs? So it's important to set the KPIs at the beginning of the month, have a chat during the middle of the month, and then at the end of the month, look at the results and to see if they managed to hit the KPIs. And it's very important because you're not with the team, you're not in the same office. So this is one of the best ways that you constantly know how productive your team are, and are you getting the most of your remote team? Are they getting the most of you as well? Are you managing them correctly as well? Because your remote team will rely heavily on you. And one thing I noticed about having a remote team, I suppose sometimes this can be the con, is you're constantly on the phone, because when you work in an office, I worked in an office where there's about 40 to 60 people in an office. So whenever you need to speak to someone, you turn around, you say, hey, what's going on? What is this vacancy? And can you send me this timesheet? Can you do this? But when you've got a remote team, you don't have that luxury. So every time you want to ask a question, you got to pick up the phone. So sometimes you find yourself on the phone quite frequently. But the more that you are on the phone to them, the more that you sort of manage them and you teach them and you guide them through your experience, the more confidence they will grow, and honestly, the better result you will find, and it just gives you more of a reason to wanting to grow your remote team. And the best way of communicating, because this is a common question we get asked, is, okay, I'm trying to grow a remote team, but what's the best method of communication? It doesn't get any simpler. Honestly, WhatsApp is simple. It's easy. Everyone uses WhatsApp. You can create a group for yourselves, just for your company, have your WhatsApp group for the company. All communication should just you can have it through WhatsApp. You can also use Slack as well. Slack is very good. Personally, I prefer WhatsApp for quick communication. For example, candidate didn't turn up for a shift. What we do is just say, hey, candidate so and so didn't turn up, recruiter so and so, can you sort this out? And then is in the group message. So it's just fast, effective. WhatsApp, Teams is good when it comes to having the face-to-face meetings online or Zoom, or when we're sharing screens. So when sometimes I'm going through training, or someone's training a recruitment consultant is training a junior consultant, then we'll use Teams or Zoom to share the screens and to go through some stuff. So this is pretty much how easy it can be if getting a remote team. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. Honestly, once you have one person and you're happy with how they work, you can network and grow from that person. And once you know what you're doing, once you've done it before, all you need to do is now, just once you have that one person, you're happy with their work, they are proven to be successful, now get someone else and do exactly the same, and then do someone else. So the more people that you have, the quicker it is for you to grow. So the aim is pretty much is to have a team so let's just say you have a team of 3 recruitment consultants. They are all doing well. What I tend to do is then I'll get the 3 recruitment consultants a resourcer, so someone to work underneath them, and they will train, they will guide, they will literally pass over their skills, and in return, of course, they will get a commission from the resourcer for everything that they make, as an incentive for them to train them, as an incentive for wanting their resourcer to grow. So each recruitment consultant then will have a team of, let's just say, 5 staff underneath them, and the more staff members they have underneath them, the more sort of you get to distance yourself a little bit from your company and get to focus on scaling the business, on looking at maximizing the revenue and maximizing getting the most profit for your business, and growing and potentially looking into different sectors and tapping into different fields. So this is pretty much how to grow a recruitment company, how to start an agency, how to maintain a remote team, and how to grow a company. All you have to do, it's not hard. You just follow the steps that I've provided, and just it's just simple as following it, implementing it, and not expecting something out of the ordinary. You can find all these contracts, all the information. You can literally find it online. You can find so many clients who are desperate for agencies. They're desperate for staff, and they're desperate for people like yourself to bridge that gap and to provide them the service that they need. I hope you've enjoyed this course and you've understood and you've managed to do these steps so far that we've covered. And if there's any sort of questions, there'll be webinars and the specific groups and communities that we'll be having for you to ask any of these questions. And I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you grow and to have the success.